Starting the stream. Hello, 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 and welcome back to Satyen Reads. I had to remember the title of this channel. Hi, 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 hi. Recently we have gotten a suggestion for Godhead Complex and The Maze Cutter, other books in the Maze Runner series. I did ask chat my Discord what we should be doing about that. I think we're gonna skip to them. I think we're gonna skip right to them. We shouldn't. Okay, now I'm reconsidering things. Honestly, I do like to do things in order. Maybe, but this person requested them specifically. That's the reason why I want to. Just specifically for you, I want to read these books. But then I'm gonna ruin like the entire series for myself. That's the only problem. I don't care. It's fine. For you, we shall do it for you. We will do it for you. We're skipping. We're skipping straight to them. All right, all right, all right. I've decided. I've decided. Just for you, Godhead Maze Cutter and Godhead Head Complex. Which order? Which order did they come in? Which order did they do it? I think Maze Cutter comes first, right? Da 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 dum, da 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 dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Da 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 That's Jupiter from the planets. I was just listening to it a little while ago, and every time it gets in my head, there's no way that I can't just like keep replaying it and replaying it. So here you go, chat, because I subjected you to that. You could use a little bit of work at those higher pitches for sure. Meow meow meow. Bum 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 bum. Beam beam beam. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. So good. I love that that one. We go chat. That's Jupiter. The planets by Gustav. So good. It's so beautiful. It's so freaking good. I love it. I gotta listen to it. We gotta listen to it. Hold on. Okay, so the reason I was listening to that though as well, because we were over there talking about Elder Scrolls. Oblivion has been re-released. People are enjoying that. It has its flaws. So then I was talking about my favorite, which is Morrowind. And like some of the pieces from Morrowind give the vibes of like the same similarities, like big majesty and majesticness and like that kind of thing, you know. At least in my opinion. There's like this one portion that just really like links them together so strongly in my own mind that like I would completely and totally understand that you could never possibly ever comprehend it ever in your lifetime. We're just different people. We're built different, chat. We're just built different. All right, let's make sure that chatbot, nightbot, night chatbot is still here. No, we got our NASA shirt on. On brand somehow, some way. We're on brand. Oh my god, Tortilla is at a toilet. Oh my god, Tortilla. What the hell? What? Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, Tortilla. All right. Unfortunately, the rest of Instagram, whoever's gonna look at my stories, gets subjected to this as well. Sorry, I'm sorry. Most of the time, if you send me something in the DMs, like share an Instagram post or something like that, I will usually go ahead and repost it. Like 9 times out of 10, I'm a basic bitch like that. Here's to you. Oh look, Nightbot decided to join us. Fantastic. I didn't even need to beg and plead. Follow Japan Spit at Japan Spit on YouTube. Ooh, ooh. Dun-dun, dun-dun. Dee, dee. Bee, 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 bee. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Do, 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 do. Na, 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 na. Okay, and then we're on Satyen Read, so I don't need to repost that link. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum, na, 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 na. That one should work, right? There it is. Hola, hola. Welcome to chat. I think we're ready to go. Oh, shit. I've been too busy doing all these other things. I didn't post the Twitter link. Meow, 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 da, 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 dum, bum, 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 bee, dee, dee, bee, bee, dee, 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 bum, 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 bum. And then it goes on like a totally different tangent. It's just like, okay, we know we just flew past Jupiter. Now we're back on our way into space, into the. I imagine it's Voyager 1 and 2, somewhere out there in the freaking void, in the vast deep darkness of space. Let's finish this, right? Dramatic, super dramatic. Bam, 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 bam. Maze runner, rudder. Rudder. You spell it like with the B-R-U-D-D-E-R. Kind of rhymes with butter, brudder. Let's go, brudder. Oh shit, that's the wrong one. Or wait. That's the right one. Da, 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 na, 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 na. It's like whatever. La 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 la. It's so funny. I love this song. This composition, I suppose you wouldn't call it necessarily a song, right? It's a composition. Um, Rudder. Okay, I'll put Rudder too. Yeah. Rudder. The Maze Runner. Okay, let's go. Oh, that shit. That is the wrong one. That's Holtz by Jupiter. I'm so stupid. I'm so fucking. Bam 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 dun 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 bam 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 ba da 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 dum bam 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 bum 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 bum, and then at the end, there it is, off in the distance, yet again, Jupiter, massively looming, fantastic, phantasmagorical. Is that the right word? I don't think so. But if it is, damn, I'm good. All right, all right. That's the post. We did it. We did the damn thing. No, 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 no. Shut up with your ads. Shut up with your freaking ads. All right, it's just me. Here, we're back. Dee dee deem dee deem deem da dum dum da 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 dum 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 dee dee dee. Oh, is that what it is? I'm just not in front of the microphone. That's exactly what it was. Oh my god. La 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 la. Sorry, sorry, sorry. There's interactions that are happening. They said hi to me, and I must say hello back. Take care. Thank you for messaging. It's always just for buy my package. I have emotes and uh all kinds of things. What? Blah 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 blah. Okay, maybe they'll sell us logos and banners and stuff later, but for now, it's a friendly hello. Thank you. Hello, 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 and welcome back. I'm done. I'm freaking done. We went off on a tangent listening to some music, didn't we? Well, I did. Oh, good. La 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 la. Meow meow meow. Meku's, you're sleeping. You both should be asleep. Tailmon died, unfortunately. I let I fell asleep and I forgot to put her to bed. Wait, you should. Tailmon, I just didn't look at you. I just didn't look at you. I'm so sorry. I'm definitely gonna restart you, but not today. Not right. Well, later today. Not right now. Is more correct. Okay. So we got all the links up. We got just me. Okay. Okay. Here we are, chat. We are ready to go. Now, last we left off. Um, Thomas, our narrator. His name is Thomas, right? I'm not misremembering that. Tommy Boy, right? Albie, yeah, they saved him. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thomas. Chapter 32. Yeah, that's right. Tomorrow. The word floated in his mind until he finally fell asleep. Tomorrow he would everything begins tomorrow, and today is tomorrow for us. Chat. We shall get through the rest of this book. Okay. And then let me do some research. We're doing our own research, sorry. La 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 na 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 Okay, so I can get it the library easy. The God, the Godhead is the one I might not be able to find. Right? That's the late. But wait, when did that one come out? I think that was even not even that recently. It's just the most recently released one. In Christianity and Mormonism, the Godhead refers to. I keep on touching the freaking microphone with my mouth. I'm so sorry. Why am I so close? Divine essence or nature of God, specifically the Father, the Son, the Holy Man. Three are considered distinct. But there's also what's that? What's that book called? Bow, bow, bow. Do I need to turn this up? I think I need to turn this up. There we go. All right. I think we're finally at an acceptable level of volume. It's a good thing that I didn't start reading the book just yet. Hello, 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 hello. Godhead Complex. Am I too loud now, though, chat? Am I too freaking loud? All right. How about that? How about right there? All right. Tell me if I need to adjust any further. But I think we're going to go with right there. Hello, 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 hello. 'Dortio, where the hell are you? Please, I need your help. 'Dortio. 'Dortio's 'Dortio's busy. 'Dortio ain't got time for my Beal shit. Godhead. Godhead Complex. Oh yeah, it's from 2023. So yeah, perfect. Okay, so we can do both of these. All right, chat. So unfortunately, and you don't have to view these videos coming up soon, but yes, we will be skipping from the Maze Runner main series, which we're at currently here, and I'm going to go down to the prequel series. Fine with me. I don't mind a bit of spoilers. I avoid them if possible, and I do try to avoid giving out spoilers because that's you don't want me to spoil shit for you. You don't need me spoiling crap for you. Chat, relax. I do my best. But yeah, for the requester, the person who thank you for commenting, for viewing my video, and just for you, I shall go back. We will get both of these books and I will read them just for you. Thank you, 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 thank you. Ikosi from Turkey. They would love me to read The Maze Cutter and The Godhead Complex. We want to encourage you to hear them. Yeah, yeah. All right, so that's the plan, Chad. Plan set. Go team venture. Okay, okay. All right, all right. All my crap out of the way. I played music for you, chat. I poured you some tea. Cozy. Here's to you. Here's to now. Meow, 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 meow. I think we're ready to go. Chapter 32. Minho woke Thomas before dawn. I can just jump into it. I'll be chat. It's so easy. I love reading. I love reading so much. Minho woke Thomas before dawn, motioning with a flashlight to follow him back to the homestead. Thomas easily shook off his morning grogginess, excited to begin his training. He crawled out from under his blanket and eagerly followed his teacher, winding his way through the crowd of gladers who slept on the lawn, their snores the only sign they weren't dead. The slightest glow of early morning illuminated the glade, turning everything dark blue and shadowed. Thomas had never seen the place look so peaceful. A cock crowed in the bloodhouse. Finally, in a crooked cranny near a back corner of the homestead, Minho pulled out a key and opened up a shabby door leading to a small storage closet. Thomas felt a shiver of anticipation, wondering what was inside. He caught glimpses of ropes and chains and other odds and ends as Minho's flashlight crisscrossed the closet. Eventually, it fell on an open. Sorry, I was adjusting the volume, but I can't double listen to me. I mean, I can, but I need me to be a little bit more less loud over there. He caught glimpses of ropes and chains and other odds and ends as Minho's flashlight crisscrossed the closet. Eventually, it fell on an open box full of running shoes. Thomas almost laughed. It seemed so ordinary. That's pretty good. I got my running shoes over there. That's right. There's the number one supply we get, Minho announced. At least for us. They send new ones in the box every so often. If we had bad shoes, we'd have feet that look like freaking Mars. Exactly. I was just wondering, like, Thomas was out there running around in the maze. Okay, so the first time I decided I was going to run cross country, it was like maybe the first, second, third day of school. I think it was the first day of school, high school. I went out there with my freaking Vans. Got my okay, so they weren't high tops at the time; they were just regular old Vans. But I went out there with my freaking Vans, and I was like, "Yeah, I can do this, no problem." Like less than a mile in, definitely my feet were feeling it. Yeah, man, you got to be prepared when you're running. You got to run the right way. You're gonna hurt yourself. Definitely get a good pair of running shoes and make sure you're drinking plenty of water, staying hydrated out there. You got to know how to breathe properly. You don't want to hurt yourselves, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Make sure you stretch. I to this day still never stretch ever, but you should. You should. Don't be an idiot like me. He bent over and rummaged through the pile. What size you wear? Size? Thomas thought for a second. I don't know. It was so odd sometimes what he could and couldn't remember. He reached down and pulled off a shoe he'd worn since coming to the glade and took a look inside. 11. Geez, Shank, you got big feet. I'm at a 10.5 over here on my side. Stood up, holding a pair of skip the page. Sleek silver ones. Ooh, nice. Well, looks like I've got some. Man, we could go canoeing in these things. Those are fancy. Thomas looked at them and walked out of the closet to sit on the ground, eager to try them on. Isn't it nice when you get a new pair of shoes, chat? Isn't it so nice? Minho grabbed a few more things before coming out to join him. Only runners and keepers get these, Minho said, before Thomas could look up from tying his shoes. Plastic wristwatch dropped into his lap. Ooh, nice. It was black and very simple, its face showing only a digital display of time, but it's also a sign of status. I have the watch. I have the time. Because he needs to know when to start running back for the doors so that he doesn't get locked out. Put it on and never take it off. Your life might depend on it. Thomas was glad to have it, though the sun and shadows had seemed plenty to let him know roughly what time it was up to that point. Being a runner probably required more precision. He buckled the watch onto his wrist and then returned to fitting on his shoes. Minho continued talking. Here's the backpack, water bottles, lunch pack, some shorts and t-shirts, other stuff. He nudged Thomas, who looked up. Minho was holding out a couple of pairs of tightly cut underwear made from shiny white material. These bad boys are what we call runny undies. Keeps you nice and comfy. Nice and comfy. Yeah, yeah, got it. Thomas took the underwear and other stuff. You guys really have all this thought out, don't you? A couple of years running your butt off every day, you figure out what you need and ask for it. He started stuffing things into his own backpack. Thomas was surprised. You mean you can make requests? Supplies you want? Why were the people who sent them here help them so much? Yeah, I know. They're so fricked up. These people who send them into the freaking maze with these griever things. And I mean, I guess they're technically keeping them like well stocked and plenty of supplies and stuff like that. But what the heck? What's going on? What is this? What is this? Soon we shall find out. Of course we can. Just drop a note in the box, and there she goes. Doesn't mean we always get what we want from the creators. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Ever ask for a map? Mino laughed. Yeah, I tried that one. Asked for a TV too, but no luck. I guess those shuck faces don't want to see how wonderful life is when you don't live in a freaking maze. And from our understanding, the world outside isn't necessarily the most luscious, gardenaceous. I'm just making up words here. It isn't the loveliest place to be living right now. There's some sort of disaster that's happening out there potentially, maybe. I don't know. But it's all tied to Thomas too, because they saw him in their memories from the before time. They saw him. And so if both of them saw him, either he was standing there in front of them, or they saw him like on a picture, a screen, or some sort, like he was somebody important potentially. He was either someone dangerous, like right in their faces, or somebody important, like emblazoned on all the advertisements and such. That's what we can stipulate from that, I suppose. I guess those shuck faces don't want to see how wonderful life is when you don't live in a freaking maze. Thomas felt a trickle of doubt that life was so great back home. What kind of world allowed people to make kids live like this? The thought surprised him, as if its source had been founded in actual memory, a wisp of light in the darkness of his mind. But it was already gone. So something that sent him here just resonated with himself, but then it disappeared as quickly as it came. Shaking his head, he finished lacing up his shoes, then stood up and jogged around in circles, jumping up and down to test them out. They feel pretty good. I guess I'm ready. Minho was still crouched over his backpack on the ground. He glanced up at Thomas with a look of disgust. You look like an idiot prancing around like a shuck ballerina. Good luck out there with no breakfast, no packed lunch, no weapons. Thomas had already stopped moving, felt an icy chill. Weapons? Weapons. Minho stood and walked back to the closet. Come here, I'll show you. Thomas followed Minho into the small room and watched as he pulled a few boxes away from the back wall. Is it a gun? Are they going to give him a gun? Underneath lay a small trapdoor. Minho lifted it to reveal a set of wooden stairs leading into blackness. Keep him down in the basement so shanks like Galley can't get to them. Come on. Minho went first. The stairs creaked with every shift of weight as they descended a dozen steps or so. The cool air was refreshing, despite the dust and the strong scent of mildew. They hit a dirt floor, and Thomas couldn't see a thing until Minho turned on a single light bulb by pulling a string. Something like that. A click. Like wait, no, actually, it's not like in Phasmophobia. Phasmophobia, they have the little light switch. The room was larger than Thomas had expected, at least 30 feet square. Shelves lined the walls, and there were several blocky wooden tables. Everything in sight was covered with all manner of junk that gave him the creep. Wooden poles, metal spikes, large pieces of mesh like what covers a chicken coop, rolls of barbed wire, saws, knives, swords. One entire wall was dedicated to archery, wooden bow, arrows, spare strings. The sight of it immediately brought back the memory of Ben getting shot by Albie and the Deadheads. Wow, Thomas murmured, his voice a dull thump in the enclosed place. At first, he was terrified that they needed so many weapons, but he was relieved to see that the vast majority of it was covered with a thick layer of dust. Don't use most of it, Minho said, but you never know. All we usually take with us is a couple of sharp knives. He nodded toward a large wooden trunk in the corner, its top open and leaning against the wall. Knives of all shapes and sizes were stacked haphazardly all the way to the top. Thomas just hoped that the room was kept secret for most of the gladers. Seems kind of dangerous to have all this stuff, he said. What if Ben had gotten down here right before he went nuts and attacked me? Minho pulled the keys out of his pocket and dangled them with a clickety clank. Only a few lucky toads have a set of these. Still, quit your belly aching and pick a couple. Make sure they're nice and sharp. Then we'll go get breakfast and pack our lunch. I want to spend some time in the map room before we head out. See, that's why they needed to give them time to go and do the other jobs, figure out what their mentalities were, so they can see whether or not they could be trusted out there in the maze with this knowledge and the technology and the weapons. Most importantly, the weapons. So for Thomas to be upset that like it took a little bit of time to get here. Hold your horses, be patient, brother. Brother. Okay, so, did I explain it to you? Chat, I don't remember if we had this conversation, but brother, it's spelled with DDER. It's rhymes with butter, brother. Let's go, brother. It's one of my favorites. Thomas was pumped to hear that. He'd been curious about the swap building ever since first seen a runner go through its menacing doors. Yeah, we love maps. So I definitely want to know more about the map room. He selected a short silvery dagger with a rubber grip, and then one with a long black blade. His excitement weaned a little. Even though he knew perfectly well what lived out there, he still didn't want to think about why he needed weapons to go into the maze. Yeah, I mean they're not out there fighting grievers. Like, what are they exactly? Are they fighting? Why do they need weapons? Are there animals? But then they would bring back animals to eat if they were animals. So it's not animals. They're not hunting out there in the maze. Why do they need weapons against each other? Are they gonna fight each other out there? It turns into Hunger Games on the other side of the maze once you're like fully part of the team crew. I don't know. We'll find out. We shall soon find out. A half hour later, fed and packed, they stood in front of the riveted metal door of the map room. Thomas was itching to go inside. Dawn had burst forth in all her glory, and gladers milled about, readying for the days. Smells of frying bacon wafted through the air. Frypan and his crew trying to keep up with dozens of starving stomachs. Minho unlocked the door, cranked the wheel handle, spinning it until an audible click sounded from the inside, then pulled. With a lurching squeal, the heavy metal slab swung open. After you, Minho said with a mocking bow. And then Thomas should have, bowed back. It's only polite. Thomas went in without saying anything, and cool fear mixed with an intense curiosity gripped him, and he had to remind himself to breathe. The dark room had a musty, wet smell laced with deep coppery scent so strong he could taste it. A distant, faded memory of sucking on pennies as a kid popped into his head. Minho hit a switch, and several rows of fluorescent lights flickered until they came on full strength, revealing the room in detail. Thomas was surprised at simplicity. About 20 feet across, the map room had concrete walls bare of any decoration. A wooden table stood in the exact center, 8 chairs tucked in around it. Neatly stacked piles of paper and pencils lay about the table's surface, one for each chair. The only other items in the room were 8 trunks, just like the one containing the knives in the weapons basement. Closed. They were evenly spaced, 2 to a wall. Welcome to the map room, Minho said. As happy a place as you could ever visit. Yep. Knowledge. Beautiful, beautiful knowledge. There for the sharing. Thomas was slightly disappointed. He'd been expecting something more profound. He took in a deep breath. Too bad it smells like an abandoned copper mine. He wanted like walls of like monitors and stuff like that, with or maybe like a couple of whiteboards and like cork boards with like yarn linking this to that. And we've uncovered, and then here's a big old picture of the maze on our projector screen back over here on the. I kind of like the smell. Minho pulled out 2 chairs and sat in one of them. Have a seat. I want you to get a couple of images in your head before we go out there. As Thomas sat down, Minho grabbed a piece of paper and a pencil and started drawing. Thomas leaned in to get a better look and saw that Minho had drawn a big box that filled almost the entire page. Then he filled it with smaller boxes until it looked exactly like an enclosed tic-tac-toe board. 3 rows of the squares, all the same size. He wrote the word Glade in the middle, then numbered the outside squares from 1 to 8, starting in the upper left corner and going clockwise. Lastly, he drew little notches here and there. Mm, and then the glade in the middle. And then bam, 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 bam. These are the doors, Miho said. You know about the ones from the glade, but there are 4 more out in the maze that lead to section 1, 3, 5, and 7. They stay in the same spot, but the route there changes with the wall movements every night. He finished, then slid the paper over to the rest in front of Thomas. Thomas picked it up, completely fascinated that the maze was so structured, and studied it as Minho kept talking. Sections 1, 3, 5, and 7. So we're going by odd numbers. Sorry, I picture things. I visualize things. It's a very bad habit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm still here. I exist. I'm sorry. So we have the glade surrounded by 8 sections, each one a completely self-contained square and unsolvable in the 2 years since we began this freaking game. The only thing even approaching an exit is the cliff, and that ain't a very good one unless you like falling to a horrible death. Minho tapped the map. The walls move all over the shuck place every evening, same time as our doors close shut. At least we think that's when, because we never really hear the walls moving any other time. Thomas looked up, happy to be able to hear happy to be able to offer a piece of information. I didn't see anything move that night we got stuck out there. Those main corridors right outside these doors don't ever change. It's just the ones a little deeper out. Okay, so closest walls are static. The ones that are further out that start to change. Oh, Thomas returned to a crude map, trying to visualize the maze and see stone walls where Minho had penciled lines. We always have at least 8 runners, including the keeper, one for each section. It takes a whole day to map out our area, hoping against hope there's an exit. Then we come back and draw it up, a separate page for each day. Minho glanced over at one of the trunks. That's why those things are shuck full of maps. Thomas had a depressing and scary thought. Am I replacing someone? Did somebody get killed? Minho shook his head. No, we're just training you. Someone will probably want a break. Don't worry, it's been a while since a runner was killed. For some reason, the last statement worried Thomas, though he hoped it didn't show on his face. He pointed at section 3. So, it takes you a whole day to run through these little squares? Hilarious. Minho stood up and stepped over to a trunk right behind them, knelt down, then lifted the lid and rested it against the wall. Come here. Thomas had already gotten up. He leaned over Minho's shoulder and took a look. The trunk was large enough that 4 stacks of maps could fit, and all 4 reached the top. Each of the ones Thomas could see were very similar, a rough sketch of a square maze filling almost the whole page. In the top right corners, section 8 was scribbled, followed by the name Hank, then the word day, followed by a number. The latest one said it was day number 749. Chests, Minecraft chests, double chests, just stacked full of maps. Nice. What an amazing place. Miho continued. We figured out the walls were moving right at the beginning. As soon as we did, we started keeping track. We always thought that comparing these day to day, week to week, would help us figure out a pattern, and we did. The mazes basically repeat themselves about every month, but we've yet to see an exit open up that will lead us out of the square. Never been an exit. It's been 2 years, Thomas said. Haven't you gotten desperate enough to stay out there overnight, see if maybe something opens while the walls are moving? Minho looked up at him, a flash of anger in his eyes. That's kind of insulting, dude. Seriously. What? Thomas was shocked. He hadn't meant it in that way. We've been busting our butts for 2 years, and all you can ask is why we're too sissy to stay out there all night? If you tried it in the very beginning, all of them showed up dead. You want to spend another night out there? Like your chances of surviving again? Do ya? Thomas's face reddened in shame. No, sorry. He suddenly felt like a piece of clunk, and he certainly agreed. He'd much rather come home safe and sound to the glade every night than ensure another another battle with the grievers. He shuddered at the thought. Yeah, well, Minho returned his gaze to the maps in the trunk. Much to Thomas's relief, life in the glade might not be sweet living, but at least it's safe. Plenty of food, protection from the grievers. There's no way we can ask the runners to risk staying out there. No way, at least not yet. Not until something about these patterns gives a clue that an exit might open up, even temporarily. Are you close? Anything developing? Minho shrugged. I don't know. It's kind of depressing, but we don't know what else to do. Can't take a chance that one day, in one spot somewhere, an exit might appear. We can't give up, ever. Thomas nodded, relieved at the attitude. As bad as things were, giving up would only make them worse. Never give in, never surrender. Minho pulled several sheets from the trunk, the maps from the last few days. As he flipped through them, he explained, we compared day to day, week to week, month to month, just like I was saying. Each runner is in charge of the map for his own section. But I gotta be honest, we haven't figured out Jack yet. Even more honest, we don't know what we're looking for. Really sucks, dude. Really freaking sucks. But we can't give up, Thomas said in a matter of fact tone, as a resigned repeat of what Minho had said a moment earlier. He said we without even thinking about it, and realized he was truly a part of the glade now. Right on, bro. We can't give up. Minho carefully returned the papers and closed the trunk, then stood. Well, we gotta bust it fast since we took time in here. You'll just be following me around your first few days. Ready? Thomas felt a wire of nervousness tighten inside him, pinching his guts. It was actually there. Thomas felt a wire of nervousness tighten inside him, pinching his gut. It was actually here. They were going for real now. No more talking and thinking about it. Yeah. No ums around here. You ready or not? Thomas looked at Minho, matched his suddenly hard gaze. I'm ready. Then let's go running. And off they go. They were just getting ready, and now here we are. His first truly fully day as a runner out there in the maze. He's gonna learn exactly how uh, 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 routine it's gotten, I suppose. I mean, he's gonna find something new. Obviously, he's the one who brings the novelness the novelty to novel is like new, a new idea, a novel idea, a new idea, something to break up the old ways, shake things up a bit. So he's here with the novelty because he's probably the designer of the maze or something like that. It, he's probably some old man and a young boy's body. They put his brain in there or something. Just kidding. Okay, now that we've got our wild theories out of the way, he's gonna find something that they weren't looking for because he's gonna be looking up, and when they were all looking down, like that. That's the whole idea. That's what he brings to the picture. But what? So they've been running through this maze. They've i- immediately discovered that the walls like further out. So you got like probably like the first two rows over here, static the same. Like maybe like three and four, like that rows out. It starts changing, walls moving. 1, 3, 5, 7. There's doors that lead to because there's only four doors. So there's the four doors here in the glade, and then 1, 3, 5, and 7. No, I'm trying to picture this map also that like Minho made for Thomas, but like yeah, it's tic tac toe, but yeah, exactly where these other doors are. I'm just trying to like imagine, but I have no clue. I don't know. This is just words in a book. This is not actual pictures for me. So wasting my efforts. Who knows? They went through the west doors into chapter 33. They went through the west door into section 8 and made their way down several corridors. Thomas right beside Minho as he turned right and left without seeming to think about it, running all the while. The early morning light had a sharp sheen about it, making everything look bright and crisp. The ivy, the cracked walls, the stone blocks of the ground. Though the sun had a few hours before hitting the noon spot up above, there was plenty of light to see by. Thomas kept up with Minho as best he could, having to sprint every once in a while to catch back up. They finally made it to a rectangular cut in a long wall to the north that looked like a doorway without a door. Minho ran straight through it without stopping. This leads from section 8, the middle left square, to section 1, the top left square. Like I said, this passage is always in the same spot, but the route here might be a little different because of the walls rearranging themselves. Okay, section 8, the middle left square. Section 1, the top left square. So then the middle square is the glade. Wah. I'm sorry. I like to have the image in my mind. I'm so sorry. It's like, what's he pointing at? Who knows? Thomas followed him, surprised at how heavy his breath had already become. He hoped it was only jitters, that his breathing would steady soon. They ran down a long corridor to the right, passing several turns to the left. When they reached the end of the passage, Minho slowed barely more than a walk and reached behind him to pull out a notepad and a pencil from a side pocket in his backpack. He jotted a note, then put them back, never fully stopping. Thomas wondered what he'd written, but Minho answered him before he could pose the question. I rely mostly on memory, the keeper huffed, his voice finally showing a hint of strain. But about every fifth turn, I write something down to help me later. Mostly just related to stuff from yesterday. What's different today? Then I can use yesterday's map to make today's. Easy peasy, dude. Okay. So it's a lot of memories, just a lot of built up. Okay, so this was this, and this one thing here is different. Okay, okay. Whatever works for you. I wonder what Thomas's strategy is going to be. What his method will be. Thomas was intrigued. Minho did make it sound easy. They ran for a short while before they reached an intersection. They had three possible choices, but Minho went to the right without hesitating. As he did so, he pulled one of his knives from a pocket, and without missing a beat, got a big piece of ivy off the wall, threw it on the ground behind him, and kept running. Breadcrumbs? Thomas asked, the old fairy tale popping into his mind. Such odd glimpses of his past had almost stopped surprising him. Breadcrumbs, Minho replied. I'm Hansel, you're Gretel. On they went, following the course of the maze, sometimes turning right, sometimes turning left. After every turn, Minho cut and dropped the 3 foot length of ivy. Thomas couldn't help being impressed. Minho didn't even need to slow down to do it. All right, the keeper said, breathing heavier now. Your turn. What? Thomas hadn't really expected to do anything but run and watch on his first day. Cut the ivy now. You gotta get used to doing it on the run. We pick him up as we come back or kick him to the side. Thomas was happier than he thought he'd be at having something to do, though it took him a while to become good at it. First couple of times he'd had to sprint to catch up after cutting the ivy, and once he nicked his finger. But by his 10th attempt, he could almost match Minho at the task. Ooh, he's getting better. Let's go. Mm-mm-mm. On they went. After they'd run a while, Thomas had no idea for how long or how far, but he guessed 3 miles. He has a watch, though. He can tell. Minho slowed to a walk and then stopped altogether. Break time. He swung off his pack and pulled out some water and an apple. Thomas didn't have to be convinced to follow Minho's lead. He guzzled his water, relishing the wet coolness as it washed down his dry throat. Slow down there, fishhead, Minho yelped. Save some for later. Thomas stopped drinking, sucked it on a big, satisfied breath, and then burped. He took a bite of his apple, feeling surprisingly refreshed. For some reason, his thoughts turned back to the day Minho and Albie had gone to look at the dead griever, when everything had gone to clunk. He never really told me what happened to Albie that day, why he was in such bad shape. Obviously, the griever woke up, but what happened? So, you don't want to drink all your water all at once, chat. It's also a lesson that Dune teaches us, but I won't give you spoilers there. Although, very good lesson out in the desert. It's an artificial desert at this point. Something, 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 terraforming. La 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 la. This is like book three. Mm-mm-mm, just remembering. That's so good. So freaking. It actually represent these things. That'd be fantastic. We always have our memories, chat. Always. Book three, God Emperor. Of the Dune series. Do 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 do. Amino had already put his backpack on. He looked ready to go. Well, Shuck thing wasn't dead. Albie poked at it with his foot like an idiot, and that bad boy suddenly sprang to life, spikes flaring, its fat body rolling all over him. Something was wrong with it, though it didn't really attack like usual. It seemed like it was mostly just trying to get out of there. Poor Albie was in the way. So it ran away from you guys? From what Thomas had seen only a few nights before, he couldn't imagine it. Minho shrugged. Yeah, I guess maybe it needed to get recharged or something. I don't know. What could have been wrong with it? Did you see an injury or anything? Thomas didn't know what kind of answer he was searching for, but he was sure there had to be a clue or lesson to learn from what happened. Minho thought for a minute. No, Shuck Thing just looked dead, like a wax statue. Then boom, it was back to life. Thomas's mind was churning, trying to get somewhere. Only he didn't know where or which direction to even start in. I just wonder where it went. Where they always go, don't you? He was quiet for a second then. Haven't you ever thought of following them? Man, you do have a death wish, don't you? Come on, we gotta go. And with that, Minho turned and started running. I mean, problem is they have those little beetle blades keeping an eye on them that are letting the beavers know exactly where they are, right? So even if you were to stay out late, the grievers would always be able to locate you at some point. It would just be a matter of time until a beetle blade went and found you. So how could you ever hope to follow them back to anywhere that they might go? I mean, obviously, they have to know. They have to know how to get to the exit. This is true. Thomas is definitely thinking in the right direction. They move through the maze, and there's a secret exit that they're able to go through. It's the vents. It's the vents. We're back to the vents. All right. Thomas is the imposter. Sus. Super sus. Man, just all the possibilities though. Hmm. It opens up and lets them out. But no, but they are out there during the day sometimes. So are those just the ones that get stuck out there? You know, like they get stuck out there at night. Some grievers get stuck out in the maze during the day and they just don't like it. But this is a common. This is a recent thing. Finding a griever that was plain dead, plain old possum. Not likely on that one. All right, yapping about it ain't gonna get us anywhere.
As Thomas followed, he struggled to figure out what was tickling the back of his mind. Something about that griever being dead and then not dead. Something about where it had gone once it sprang to life. Frustrated, he put it aside and sprinted to catch up. Maybe they turn into vines. Do they turn into vines during the day? Because you couldn't even hide in the vines because they were in the vines and that beetle blade saw him. And the griever was able to locate him exactly, precisely pinpointed where he was up there high above in the vines. Thomas ran right behind Minho for 2 more hours, sprinkled with little breaks that seemed to get shorter every time. Good shape or not, Thomas was feeling the pain. Finally, Minho stopped and pulled off his backpack once more. They sat on the ground, leaning against the soft ivy as they ate lunch, neither one of them talking much. Thomas realized every bite of his sandwich and veggies, eating as slowly. Thomas relished every bite of his sandwich and veggies, eating as slowly as possible. He knew Minho would make them get up and go once the food disappeared, so he took his time. Anything different today? Thomas asked, curious. Minho just reached down and patted his backpack where his notes rested. Just the usual wall movements, nothing to get your skinny butt excited about. Thomas took a long swig of water, looking up at the ivy covered wall opposite them. Got a flash of silver and red, something he'd seen more than once that day. The beetle blades. Okay, so I'm seeing bold letters over here, chat, where it's something. Is this a revelation? What's the deal with those beetle blades? He asked. They seemed to be everywhere. Then Thomas remembered what he'd seen in the maze. So much had happened, he hadn't had the chance to mention it. And why did they have the word wicked written on their backs? Never been able to catch one. Minho finished up with his meal and put his lunchbox away. And we don't know what the word means. Probably just something to scare us. But they have to be spies for them. Only thing we can reckon. Who is them anyway? Thomas asked, ready for more answers. He hated the people behind the maze. Anybody have a clue? We don't know jack about the stupid creators. Minho's face was reddened as he squeezed his hands together, like he was choking someone. Can't wait to rip their. But before the keeper could finish, Thomas was on his feet and across the corridor. What's that? He interrupted, heading for a dull glimmer of gray he just noticed behind the ivy on the wall, about head high. Oh, yeah, that, Minho said, his voice completely indifferent. Thomas reached in and pulled apart the curtains of ivy, then stared blankly at a square of metal riveted to the stone with the words stumped across it in big capital letters. He put his hand out to run his fingers across them, as if he didn't believe his eyes. There's words in the maze, chat. World and Catastrophe, Killzone Experiments Department. Killzone, it's the video game. It's tied to that shooter video game. What are those guys? What are the enemies? The Killzone guys. I've only played Killzone. I think Liberation, the Vita game. Um, those guys are really cool. What are they called? Something with an H, right? Again, series set in the 24th century, showing the galactic war between the very strategic alliance and Elgan Empire. Elgas. Yeah, yeah, Liberation. That's the one. It wasn't. No, 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 no. That's the PSP like tactical. Mercenary. That's the one. That's the one. That's the Vita one. Yeah, yeah. Killzone Mercenary was really good. I like that one. Okay, so at least now we know we're on a different planet, right? Not even on Earth, chat. We figured it out. We solved the whole thing. We solved the whole damn thing. We don't even need to finish the book. World and Catastrophe, Killzone Experiment Department. He read the words aloud, then looked back at Minho. What's this? Gave him a chill. It had to have something to do with the creators. I don't know, Shank. They're all over the place, like freaking labels for the nice, pretty maze they built. I quit bothering to look at him a long time ago. But this is it. This is the clue we've been waiting for. World catastrophe, kill zone, experiment, department. But what do the other signs say? What we must know. We definitely must know. Thomas turned back to stare at the sign and tried to suppress the feeling of doom that had risen inside him. Not a cheer that sounds very good. Catastrophe, kill zone, experiment. Real nice. Yeah, real nice. Greenie, let's go. Reluctantly, Thomas let the vines fall back into place and swung his backpack over his shoulders. And off they went, those 6 words burning holes into his mind. Unless each sign says the exact same thing. But but maybe it is a clue. Maybe each one is like a different zone, and this title refers to something, and now we need to anagram it or something, right? Who knows how many layers there are to this onion? How deep this puzzle goes. An hour after lunch, Minho stopped at the end of a long corridor. It was straight, the walls solid with no hallways branching off. The last dead end, he said to Thomas. Time to go back. Thomas sucked in a deep breath, trying not to think about being halfway done. Thomas sucked in a deep breath, trying not to think about only being halfway done for the day. Nothing new. I'm just thinking about this maze. I need to get this book done so I can watch this movie later. I want to see these things and how they represent them in on the film space. The grievers, the maze, the changing. They're gonna show. They definitely show the changing happens. So they have to show it in the movie. The cliff, how the cliff looks when they show the cliff, and just the vast darkness and everything that surrounds whatever it is the maze exists in. Thomas sucked in a deep breath, trying not to think about only being halfway done for the day. Nothing new? Just the usual changes to the way we got here. Day's half over, Minho replied as he looked at his watch emotionlessly. Gotta go back. Without waiting for a response, the keeper turned and set off at a run in the direction from which they'd just come. Thomas followed, frustrated that he couldn't take time to examine the walls, explore a little. He finally pulled in stride with Minho. But just shut it. Just shut it, dude. Remember what I said earlier. Can't take any chances. Plus, think about it. You really think there's an exit anywhere? A secret trap door or something? Yes, that's the first thing that I'm thinking. That has to be. Thomas and I are over here like, but we got to go check in that corner over there. But we got to try to climb that over there because maybe we can get off over here and jump over there. Gamer instincts say that you have to go and try everything. Never know if that little thing sitting right there is gonna be a quest item that you gotta go deliver to somebody else. I don't know. Maybe. Why do you ask it that way? Shook his head, spat a bigger wad of something nasty to his left. There's no exit. It's just more of the same. A wall is a wall is a wall. Solid. Not always, though. What if you just need the special magnifying glass so that you can reveal the doorway that exists there? It's solid until you have the magnifying glass and then you can walk through it. Thomas felt the heavy truth of it, but pushed back anyway. How do you know? Because people willing to send grievers after us aren't going to give us an easy way out. This made Thomas doubt the whole point of what they were doing. Then why even bother coming out here? Minho looked over at him. Why bother? Because it's here. Gotta be a reason. But if you think we're gonna find a nice little gate that leads to Happy Town, you're smoking cow clunk. Thomas looked straight ahead, feeling so hopeless he almost slowed to a stop. This sucks. Smartest thing you've said yet, Greenie. Minho blew out a big puff of air and kept running. And Thomas did the only thing he knew to do. He followed. The reality of the situation. See, Thomas thought he wanted to be here, but now he realizes it's not going to be so easy. The calling got him here at this point, but now the determination has to take us the rest of the way. The rest of the day was a blur of exhaustion to Thomas. He and Minho made it back to the glade, went to the map room, rode up the day's maze route, compared it to the previous days. Then there were the walls closing and dinner. Chuck tried talking to him several times, but all Thomas could do was nod and shake his head, only half hearing. He was so tired. Before twilight faded to blackness, he was already in his new favorite spot in the forest corner, curled up against the ivy, wondering if he could ever run again. Wondering how he could possibly do the same thing tomorrow, especially when it seemed so pointless. Being a runner had lost its glamour after one day. But see, the thing is, he's over here following Minho around. When he's on his own, he'll be able to go and do whatever the hell he wants. And if he makes it back to the glade late, then that's on him, you know? Every ounce of noble courage he'd felt, the will to make a difference, promised himself to reunite Chuck with his family. It all vanished into an exhausted fog of hopelessness, wretched weariness. He was somewhere very close to sleep when a voice spoke in his head, a pretty feminine voice that sounded as if it came from a fairy goddess trapped in his skull. The next morning, when everything started going crazy, he'd wonder if the voice had been real or part of a dream, but he heard it all the same and remembered every word. Tom, I just triggered the ending. The ending. We're the ending of the book. Okay, skip to the last page. The ending has been triggered. Okay, almost all at once. No, okay, so something the girl has just done telepathically. She's linked up to the maze telepathically now at this point, some way. Unless she triggered something in one of the minds of the other gladers. But she says the ending has been triggered, which means now an exit will begin appearing in the maze, or maybe the boys will go mad and crazy. I don't know, because this is just if it's something that she triggers inside of their minds. What could she trigger inside a human mind? You know, like in the maze. Okay, so alternate routes now open. That's something that can be triggered. But what could she trigger inside people? I don't. I've triggered the ending. I've the one. She's the one that had the power to do it. I just triggered the ending. So interesting, and now it's telling us as well before we even get to chapter 34 that everything's going to go crazy. Everything is about to go wild. Are the livestock gonna die? Everything's about to change. Chat. This next chapter, something different for the Glade, something they've never experienced before in all their wildest dreams. Ending, and she says they're going to be the last ones. They're going to be the ones to get out of the maze to solve the puzzle potentially, right? Whatever puzzle it is they're looking to solve here. Hmm. I'm thinking there's new things going on with the shifting walls. That's what I'm thinking. Chapter 34. Thomas awoke to a weak, lifeless light. He first thought that his first thought was that he must have gotten up earlier than usual, that dawn was still an hour away. But then he heard the shouts, and then he looked up through the leafy canopy of the branches. The sky was a dull slab of gray, not the natural pale light of morning. He jumped to his feet. It's a different colored sky today. Put his hand on the wall to steady himself as he craned his neck to walk toward the heavens. There was no blue, no black, no stars, no purplish fan of the creeping dawn. The sky, every last inch of it, was slate gray, colorless, and dead. So this artificial lighting that well, that was my first thought. Was it was some sort of like artificial lighting, some sort of maybe like screen, some sort of screen up there simulating the sky. Well, it's broken down now and it's just showing gray, and it's not even like a cloudy gray. It's just gray. Interesting. He looked down at his watch. It was a full hour past his mandatory waking time. The brilliance of the sun should have awakened him, had done so easily since he'd arrived at the glade, but not today. He glanced upward again, half expecting it to have changed back to normal, but it was all gray, not cloudy, not twilight, not the early minutes of dawn, just gray. The sun had disappeared. What the frick? Thomas found most of the gladers standing near the entrance to the box, pointing at the dead sky, everyone talking at once. Based on the time, breakfast should have already been served. People should be working, but there was something about the large object in the solar system vanishing. There's something about the largest object in the solar system vanishing that tended to disrupt normal schedules. In truth, as Thomas silently watched the commotion, he didn't feel nearly as panicked or frightened as his instincts told him he ought to be. And it surprised him that so many of the others looked like lost chicks thrown from the coop. It was, in fact, ridiculous. The sun obviously had not disappeared. That was impossible. Though that was what it seemed like, signs of a ball of furious fire nowhere to be seen, the slanting shadows of morning absent. But he and all the gladers were far too rational and intelligent to conclude such a thing. No, there had to be a scientifically acceptable reason for what they were witnessing, and whatever it was, to Thomas, it meant one thing. The fact they could no longer see the sun probably meant that they'd never be able to see it in the first place. The sun couldn't just disappear. The sky had to have been, and still was, fabricated, artificial. I told you. I freaking told you. Damn it, chat. Next time you gotta listen to me. I'm just kidding. In other words, the sun had shone down. The sun that had shone down on these people for 2 years, providing heat and life to everything, was not the sun at all. Somehow, it had been fake. Everything about this place was fake. Thomas didn't know what that meant. Didn't know how it was possible, but he knew it to be true. It was the only explanation his rational mind could accept, and it was obvious from the other Gladers' reactions that none of them had figured this out until now. Chuck found him, and the look of fear on the boy's face pinched Thomas's heart. "What do you think happened?" Chuck said, a pitiful tremor in his voice, his eyes glued to the sky. Thomas thought his neck must hurt, something awful. "Looked like the big gray ceiling, close enough you could almost touch it." Thomas followed Chuck's gaze and looked up. "Yeah, it makes you wonder about this place." For a second time in 24 hours, Chuck had nailed it. The sky did look like a ceiling of a massive room. Maybe something's broken. I mean, maybe it'll be back. Chuck finally quit gawking and made eye contact with Thomas. "Broken? What's that supposed to mean?" That's what I'm saying. Like maybe they just need to restart the program as sky.exe sun dot a JPEG needs to go back in the sky. Uh. Also, potentially, what if the exit is in the sky? What if they're not supposed to be going through the maze, but they're supposed to be going above? No, there's no way. There's no way. There's not enough materials, resources for them to be able to make some sort of tower ladder up to the sky. Unless they destroy the maze itself and use its scrap. But it's just funny that they let us know that it's close enough. Close enough, maybe even to touch. Maybe we can touch that big monitor. Boy. Do 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 do. No 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 no. Wait, what? Sorry, chat. Sorry. Pick. Gemini Tay over there saying I think I might be becoming a streamer, but no, she did not go live. I would like to see more of her Baldur's Gates playthrough. Just the tweet. It's just a tweet. Sorry. Distractions. Meow, meow, meow. We need to sit and think about things too every now and then. That's another good thing to do when you're reading a book, chat. Stop and think. Stop and think about things for a second. I like that we're gonna go ahead and finish this book all in one go today. Well, two goes. Second stream. But yeah, sometimes you do need to sit and process things and think about things. You don't need to rush through a book, chat. You do not need to rush your way through a book. Beep, 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 me, 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 me. Okay. All right, you can see that one on the Twitter if you go. Dog things. I mean, I'm a cat, but we can appreciate a good dog thing. What do you mean broken? Interesting. So interesting. So the big monitor on the ceiling is busted. So interesting. I triggered the end. I triggered the. If this is what she says. This is what she says to him. Triggered the endings. It's a story. Are they in virtual reality? What's going on here? All right. Thomas felt like he needed time to think about it all. Oh, I don't know. Must be things about this place we obviously don't understand. But you can't just make the sun disappear from space. Plus, there's still enough light to see by, as faint as it is. Where's that coming from? For example, if you were to just honestly disappear the sun, then gravity would not be holding the planets in place. And as he said before, yeah, the light aspect of it all, humanity cannot exist without the heat from the sun because then the planet would just freeze over. You know, there are plenty of reasons why a sun cannot just disappear out of your freaking sky. And if it did, you know, you likely wouldn't even be aware that it had happened because there'd be nothing for you. Maybe, would there be enough heat? Do you think there would be enough heat for the planet to survive? This is one of the questions for one of them science channels. Could the Earth? How long could the Earth survive without the sun? Would it be? And I mean, it's not. It cannot. It cannot. It will not. But is it a matter of seconds, or is it a matter of like days before like the Earth runs out of enough heat? Because I mean, there is the internal heat from the center of the Earth, the Earth's magnetic core, iron core, liquid iron core. But yeah, how long exactly would it take for us to freeze? More or less is the question, and that's a really cool one because that's the Twilight Zone. There's that one episode of the Twilight Zone where everyone's in the middle of a heat wave and they're all upset, and what's happening is the Earth's orbit has changed so that it's now heading closer towards the sun and everything's getting hotter and people are just so upset. And it's such a good, and I'm gonna spoil this one because Twilight Zone's so old that you know, like it's calm down, go watch it, just freaking go watch it. It's not that long. This is not a big spoiler, but okay. So it turns out that she was having a fever, and and so the heat was from her just being all hot from the fever. But in reality, what was happening was the Earth was moving away from the sun, and everything was getting colder. It's nothing. There's nothing new. All these ideas that we spitball, throw back and forth here, there, wherever, everywhere. They've had these thoughts in some shape or form. You know, they do mean things differently here in the modern time. You know, going to space now versus like what going to space back then would have meant. Space would have just been an ethereal sort of place where the place where the gods live. Now we know space to be, you know, like outside the atmosphere of the Earth. But yes, the novelty of it all, right? Right. We have to bring the novelty back so we can find new solutions, new answers to our modern problems. La 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 la. Meow meow meow. Just yapping. Just saying words. Yeah 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 yeah. Chuck's eyes widened as if the darkest, deepest secrets of the universe had just been revealed to him. Yeah, where is it coming from? What's going on, Thomas? Thomas reached out and squeezed the younger boy's shoulder. He felt awkward. No clue, Chuck. Not a clue, but I'm sure Newt and Albie will figure things out. Thomas, Minho was running up to them. Quit your leisure time with Chucky here and let's get going. We're already late. Thomas was stunned. For some reason, he expected the weird sky to throw all normal plans out the window. Still going out there? Chuck asked, clearly surprised as well. Thomas was glad the boy had asked the question for him. Of course we are, Shank, Minho said. Don't you have some slopping to do? He looked from Chuck to Thomas. If anything, gives us more reason to go out. If anything, gives us even more reason to go out. Go. Dyslexia. They're so mean to Chuck. Poor Chuck. Of course we are, Shank, Minho said. Don't you have some slopping to do? He looked from Chuck to Thomas. You're doing great, Chuck. Don't worry. You're fantastic. Thanks for being our friend. If anything, gives us even more reason to get our butts out there. sun's really gone. Won't be long before plants and animals drop dead too. I think the desperation level just went up a notch. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. The last statement struck Thomas deep down. Despite all his ideas, all the things he'd pitched to Minho, he wasn't eager to change how things had been for the last 2 years. A mixture of excitement and dread swept over him when he realized what Minho was saying. You mean we're going to stay out there overnight? Explore the walls a little more closely? Minho shook his head. No, not yet. Maybe soon, though. He looked up toward the sky. Man, what a way to wake up. Come on, let's go. Thomas was quiet as he and Minho got their things ready and ate a lightning fast breakfast. His thoughts were churning too much about the gray sky and what Teresa, at least he thought it had been the girl, had told him in his mind to participate in any conversation. What had she meant by the ending? Thomas couldn't knock the feeling that he should tell somebody, everybody, but he didn't know what it meant and didn't want them to know he had a girl's voice in his head. They'd think he'd really gone bonkers, maybe even lock him up, and for good this time. After a lot of deliberation, he decided to keep his mouth shut and went running with Minho for his second day of training below a bleak and colorless sky. I just saw this next sentence, chat. You were not prepared. You were not ready. They saw the griever before they'd even made it to the door leading from Section 8 to Section 1. Minho was a few feet ahead of Thomas. He just rounded a corner to the right when he slammed to a stop, his feet almost skidding out from under him. He jumped back and grabbed Thomas by the shirt, pushing him against the wall. We're on medium difficulty now in the maze, it seems. Grievers during the day. Now that the sun's gone, nothing's keeping them away, right? Minho whispered. There's a freaking griever up there. Thomas widened his eyes in question. He felt his heart pick up the pace, even though it had already been pumping hard and steady. Minho simply nodded, then put his finger to his lips. He let go of Thomas's shirt and took a step back, then crept up to the corner around which he'd seen the griever. Very slowly, he leaned forward to take a peek. Thomas wanted to scream at him to be careful. Minho's head jerked back, and he turned to face Thomas. His voice was still a whisper. It's just sitting up there, almost like that dead one we saw. What do we do? Thomas asked as quietly as possible. He tried to ignore the panic flaring inside him. Is it coming towards us? No, idiot. I just told you it was sitting there. Well, Thomas raised his hands to his sides in frustration. What do we do? Standing so close to a griever seemed like a really bad idea. Minho paused a few seconds thinking before he spoke. We have to go that way to get to our section. Let's just watch it a while. If it comes after us, we'll run back to the glade. He took another peek, then quickly looked over his shoulder. Crap, it's gone. Come on. Minho didn't wait for a response, didn't see the look of horror. Thomas had just felt widen in his own eye. Minho didn't wait for a response, didn't see the look of horror Thomas had just felt widen in his own eyes. Minho took off running in the direction where he'd seen the griever. Though his instincts told him not to, Thomas followed. He sprinted down the long corridor after Minho, turned left, then right. At every turn, they slowed so the keeper could look around the corner first. Each time he whispered back to Thomas that he'd seen the tail end of the griever disappearing around the next turn. This went on for 10 minutes until they came to the long hallway that ended at the cliff, where beyond lay nothing but lifeless sky. The griever was charging toward that sky. Minho stopped so abruptly, Thomas almost ran him over. Running towards the cliff, then Thomas stared in shock as up ahead the griever dug in with spikes and spun forward right up to the cliff's edge, then off into the gray abyss. The creature disappeared from sight, shadow swallowed by more shadow. What if the cliff is the answer? What if they need to jump out of the cliff and then they'll actually live? They probably threw people off the cliff before, though, so this is probably not it. But a griever intentionally flinging itself off the cliff. What the heck? It unalived itself, chat. What the frick, man? Ray! Oh, Gem is live. I was wrong. We have Gem and Ray. Ray! Scar's gonna go. Oh no, it's not. Oh, eventually Grian and Scar. I wonder if Scar's gonna go live today. Might just be playing. Maybe he'll go live. So I don't know what Ray's gonna be doing, but Gem is doing more repo. Ray's probably doing repo too. Oh no, QStream QT. He always tweets, me not tweets, posts on Insta when she goes live. And I always like it. Meow, 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 meow. Gemini Tay is great. Chapter 35. That settles it, Bino said. Thomas stood next to him on the edge of the cliff, staring at the gray nothingness beyond. There was no sign of anything to the left, right, down, up, or ahead as far as he could see. Nothing but a wall of blankness. Settles what? Thomas asked. We've seen it 3 times now. Something's up. Yeah, Thomas knew what he meant, but waited for Bino's explanation anyway. Dead Griever I found. It ran this way, and we never saw it come back or go deeper into the maze. Then those suckers we tricked into jumping past us. Trick, Thomas said. Maybe not such a trick. Bino looked over at him, contemplative. Anyway, then this, he pointed out at the abyss. Not much doubt anymore. Somehow the Grievers can leave the maze this way. Looks like magic, but so does the sun disappearing. They can leave this way, Thomas added, continuing Minho's line of reasoning. So could we. A thrill of excitement shot through him. Minho laughed. There's your death wish again. Want to hang out with the Grievers? Have a sandwich, maybe? Thomas felt his hopes drop. Got any better ideas? One thing at a time, Greenie. Let's get some rocks and test this place out. There has to be some kind of hidden exit. Thomas helped Minho as they scrambled around the corners and crannies of the maze, picking up as many loose stones as possible. They got more by thumbing cracks in the wall, spilling broken chunks onto the ground. When they finally had a sizable pile, why do I keep saying hustled? When they finally had a sizable pile, they hauled it over right next to the edge and took a seat, feet dangling over the side. Thomas looked down and saw nothing but a gray descent. Minho pulled out his pad and pencil, placed them on the ground next to him. All right, we got to take good notes and memorize it in the shook head of yours too. There's some kind of optical illusion hiding an exit from this place. I don't want to be the one who screws up when the first shank tries to jump into it. That shank ought to be the keeper of the runners, Thomas said, trying to make a joke to hide his fear. Foreshadowing. So the shank that's gonna go ahead and try to make this. I told you he needs to have the mirror of illusions. Then he can see the platforms that he needs to jump to in order to. It's just a video game. It's Zelda. It's Zelda chat. But Thomas is gonna be the leader of the keepers pretty soon. Hopefully not because anything happens to Minho, but at this point, I don't know. I don't know. The world's gone crazy. There's a good chance that he's gonna need to replace Minho as the leader of the keepers and also to take over his quadrant as well. Quadrant 8. Or is it quadrant 1? I think it's quadrant 1. That Shank ought to be the keeper of the runners, Thomas said, trying to make a joke to hide his fear. Being this close to a place where grievers might come out at any second was making him sweat. You'd want to hold onto one of the beauty of a rope. Minho picked up a rock from their pile. Yeah, okay, let's take turns tossing them, zigzagging back and forth out there. There's some kind of magical exit. Hopefully, it'll work with rocks too. Make them disappear. Thomas took a rock and carefully threw it to the left, just in front of where the left wall of the corridor leading to the cliff met the edge. The jagged piece of stone fell and fell, then disappeared into the great emptiness. Minho went next. He tossed his rock just a foot or so further out than Thomas had. It also fell far below. Thomas threw another one, another foot out. Then Minho. Each rock fell to the depths. Thomas kept following Minho's orders. They continued until they'd marked a line, reaching at least a dozen feet from the cliff, then moved their target pattern a foot to the right and started coming back toward the maze. As all the rocks fell, another line out, another line back, all the rocks fell. They threw enough rocks to cover the entire left half of the area in front of them, covering the distance anyone or anything could possibly jump. Thomas's discouragement grew with every toss until it turned into a heavy mass of blah. He couldn't help chiding himself. It had been a stupid idea. Then Minho's next rock disappeared. It was the strangest, most hard to believe thing Thomas had ever seen. Minho had thrown a large chunk, a piece that had fallen from one of the cracks in the wall. Thomas had watched, deeply concentrating on each and every rock. This one left Minho's hands, sailed forward almost in the exact center of the cliff line, started its descent into the unseen ground far below. Then it vanished, as if it had fallen through a plane or water or mist. Plane of water or mist. 1 second there, falling. Next second gone. Thomas couldn't speak. We've thrown stuff off the cliff before, Minho said. How could we ever have missed that? Never saw anything disappear. Never. Thomas coughed, and his throat felt raw. Do it again. Maybe we blinked weird or something. Minho did, throwing it at the same spot, and once again, it winked out of existence. Maybe you weren't looking carefully other times you threw stuff over, Thomas said. I mean, it should be impossible. Sometimes you don't look very hard for things you don't believe will or can happen. They threw the rest of the rocks, aiming at the original spot and every inch around it. To Thomas's surprise, the spot in which the rocks disappeared proved only to be a few feet square. No wonder we missed it, Minho said, furiously writing down notes and dimensions. His best attempt at a diagram. It's kind of small. The weavers must barely fit through that thing. Thomas kept his eyes riveted to the area of the invisible floating square, trying to burn the distance and location in his mind. Remember exactly where it was. And when they came out, they must balance on the rim of the hole and jump over the empty space to the cliff's edge. It's not that far. If I could jump it, I'm sure it's easy for them. Interesting. So freaking interesting. It's some sort of like it's like a vent. It's a vent. There's some magic floating vent out there in the middle of the cliff. That's what they call it, the cliff. Mm, what the frick? Finished drawing, then looked up at the special spot. How is this possible, dude? What are we looking at? Like you said, it's not magic. Magic must be something like our sky turning gray. Some kind of. Oh, like you said, it's not magic. Must be something like our sky turning gray. Some kind of optical illusion or hologram hiding a doorway. This place is all jacked up. Thomas admitted to himself, kind of cool. His mind craved to know what kind of technology could be behind all it. His mind craved to know what kind of technology could be behind it all. Yeah, jacked up is right. Come on. Minho got up with a grunt and put on his backpack. Better get as much of the maze run as we can. With our new decorated sky, maybe other weird things have happened out here. Out there. With our new decorated sky, maybe other weird things have happened out there. We'll tell Newt and Albie about this tonight. Don't know how it helps, but at least we know where the shuck grievers go, and probably where they come from, Thomas said as he took one last look at the hidden doorway. The griever hole. Yeah, good name as any. Let's go. Thomas sat and stared, waiting for Minho to make a move. Several minutes passed in silence, and Thomas realized his friend must be as fascinated as he was. Finally, without saying a word, Minho turned to leave. Thomas reluctantly followed, and they ran into the gray. Thomas reluctantly followed, and they ran into the gray, dark maze. That's why you gotta take breaks, chat, because every now and then your brain turns to mush. I'm making the sounds, but we're not making the connections. Okay, I'm gonna get to the next chapter, and then I'm gonna make some hot pot of tea. That'll definitely be good for my brain. Thomas, uh, okay, so they gave us three little stars. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, so they ran into the gray dark maze. Three little stars, 227, and then we went to 8. Thomas and Minho found nothing but stone walls and ivy. Thomas did the vine cutting and all the note taking. It was hard for him to notice any changes from the day before, but Minho pointed out, without thinking about it, where the walls had moved. When they reached the final dead end, it was time to head back home. Thomas felt an almost that final dead end. There's something about that. There's probably something there too. Thomas felt an almost uncontrollable urge to bag everything and stay there overnight. See what happened. Minho seemed to sense it and grabbed his shoulder. Not yet, dude. Not yet. And so they'd gone back. A somber mood rested over the glade, an easy thing to happen when all is gray. The dim light hadn't changed a bit since they'd woken up that morning, and Thomas wondered if anything would change at sunset either. Mino headed straight for the map room as they came through the west door. Thomas was surprised. He thought it was the last thing they should do. Aren't you dying to tell Newt and Albie about the Griever Hole? Hey, we're still runners, Mino said, and we still have a job. Excuse me. Thomas followed him to the steel door of the big concrete block, and Minho turned to give him a warm, wan smile. But yeah, we'll do it quick so we can talk to them. There were so you gotta follow through with your obligations, and yes, there are exciting things going on, but obligations. We have responsibilities that we have to be accountable for. There were already other runners milling about the room, drawing up their maps when they entered. No one said a word, as if all speculation on the new sky had been exhausted. The hopelessness in the room made Thomas feel as if he were walking through mud thick water. He knew he should also be exhausted, but he was too excited to feel it. He couldn't wait to see Newt's and Albie's reaction to the news about the cliff. He sat down at the table and drew up the day's map based on his memory and notes. Minho looking over his shoulder the whole time, giving pointers. I think that hall was actually cut off here, not there, and watch your proportions. And draw straighter, you shank. He was annoying but helpful, and 15 minutes after entering the room, Thomas examined his finished product, pride washing through him. It was just as good as any other map he'd seen. Not bad, Minho said, for a greenie anyway. Minho got up and walked over to the Section 1 trunk and opened it. Yeah, Section 1. Thomas knelt down in front of it and took out the map from the day before and held it up side by side with the one he had just drawn. What am I looking for? He asked. Patterns. But looking at 2 days' worth isn't going to tell you jack. You really need to study several weeks to look for patterns, anything. I know there's something there, something that'll help us. Just can't find it yet. Like I said, it sucks. It's going to spell a word and it's going to say exit here and it's going to have an arrow. Thomas had an itch in the back of his mind, the same one he'd felt the very first time in this room. The maze walls moving, patterns, all those straight lines. Were they suggesting an entirely different kind of map, pointing to something? He had such a heavy feeling that he was missing an obvious hint or clue. And he's going to do it like a flip book. He's going to get all the maps and he's going to do a flip book. He's going to see the pattern going exit here, more food, water. Gonna have like all the tips and tricks. Tapped him on the shoulder. You can always come back and study your butt off after dinner, after we talk to Newt and Albie. Come on. Thomas put the papers in the trunk and closed it, hating the twinge of unease he felt. It was like a prick in his side, walls moving, straight lines, patterns. There had to be an answer. Okay, let's go. They just stepped outside the map room, the heavy doors clanging shut behind them, when Newt and Albie walked up. Neither one of them looking very happy. Oh no. Thomas's excitement immediately turned to worry. Hey, Minho said, we're just get on with it, Albie interrupted. Ain't got no time to waste. Find anything? Anything? Minho actually recoiled at the harsh rebuke, but his face seemed more confused to Thomas than hurt or angry. Nice to see you too. Yeah, we did find something actually. Oddly, Albie almost looked disappointed. This whole shuck place is falling to pieces. He shot Thomas a nasty glare as if it were all his fault. But it's not his fault. It's Teresa. She's the one that started the end protocol. She's the one that activated it, initiated, initialized, ending, imminent. What's wrong with him? Thomas thought, feeling his own anger light up. They'd been working hard all day, and this was their thanks? What do you mean? Minho asked. What else happened? Newt answered, nodding toward the box as he did so. Bloody supplies didn't come today. Come every week for 2 years, same time, same day, but not today. Damn, that's bad. This is bad. Okay, things are going from bad to worse. Seriously. All four of them looked over to the steel doors attached to the ground. To Thomas, there seemed to be a shadow hovering over it, darker than the gray air surrounding everything else. Oh, we're shucked for good now, Minho whispered, his reaction alerting Thomas to how grave the situation really was. No sun for the plants, Newt said. No supplies for the bloody box. Yeah, I'd say we're shucked all right. I'll be folded. I think they have to get, yeah, this is the end game. They said, okay, you've been playing around for 2 whole years. You haven't solved shit. Time to get your butts in gear. You're either getting out of this glade or you're not. It's like the end of the video game where the timer's going and you're rushing out. Gotta escape before the bomb goes off. There's gonna be a bomb. There's certainly gonna be a bomb as well. There's no way with all this excitement there's not gonna be an explosion. Some sort of huge damn explosion. Albie had folded his arms, still glaring at the box as if trying to open the doors with his mind. Thomas hoped their leader didn't bring up what he'd seen in the changing, or anything related to Thomas for that matter, especially now. Yeah, anyway, Minho continued, we found something weird. Thomas waited, hoping that Newt or Albie would have a positive reaction to the news. Maybe even have further information to shed light on the mystery. Newt raised his eyebrows. What? What? Newt raised his eyebrows. What? Minho took a full 3 minutes to explain, starting with the griever they'd followed and ending with the results of their rock throwing experiment. Must lead to where grievers live, he said, and finished. The griever hole, Thomas added. All three of them looked at him, annoyed, as if he had no right to speak. But for the first time, being treated like a greenie didn't bother him that much. Just like a greenie, just it has to name it right. Well, they were eventually gonna name it. They're just annoyed that he had such a good name, right? That's all it was. got a bloody got a bloody see that for myself, Newt said, then murmured, "Hard to believe." Thomas couldn't have agreed more. I don't know what we can do, Minho said. Maybe we could build something to block off that corridor. No way, Newt said. Chuck things can climb the bloody walls, remember? Nothing we could build would keep them out. They can climb the walls. That's right, with the vines and everything. But a commotion outside the homestead shifted their attention away from the conversation. A group of gladers stood at the front door of the house, shouting to be heard over each other. Chuck was in the group, and when he saw Thomas and the others, he ran over. A look of excitement spread across his face. Excitement! It might be good news. Thomas could only wonder what crazy thing had happened now. What's going on? Newt asked. She's awake, Chuck yelled. The girl's awake! Thomas's inside twisted. He leaned against the concrete wall of the map room. The girl, the girl who spoke in his head. He wanted to run before it happened again, before she spoke to him in his mind. But it was too late. Tom, I don't know any of these people. Come get me. It's all fading. I'm forgetting everything but you. I have to tell you things, but it's all fading. Couldn't understand how she did it, how she was inside his head. Frieza paused, and then said something that made no sense. The maze is the code, Tom. The maze is a code. I told you it was gonna be something else. The flip book. They're gonna make a flip book. They're gonna see the code in the in the doors. That's why they were there documenting these things for 3 years, because now they have 3 years worth of what this code is. Maybe potentially they only needed 1 month's worth of maps. Maybe this is why the creators are pissed at them and like turning everything off, because after a month they should have had the flip book to see what the code was. So 8 sections, and then the glade, the moving doors. Chapter 36 we shall get to in just a second. Let's meow 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 meow. Dee, 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 dee. There is now arch tempered Ray Dow and Monster Hunter Wilds. Should be quite the challenge. Challenge quest. Event quest. So it's not going to be available forever. Latest Monster Hunter community memes 2 months ago. This is too easy. And now that the Ray Dow that I just told you about is out, it's too hard. I have not fought it yet. I don't know. Although I think that Wilds is like a good difficulty for me. I've definitely had my challenges. But then people are saying that it's easy. People have already solved it. I just need to go fight it for myself. Die. Okay, I'm just reading clickbait. Okay, whatever. We're just waiting for that water to boil. So. Whoa, whoa. Okay, champ. We're ready to go. Ready to go. So recently, I've discovered the world of AI brain rot animals from around the world. Oh my god. The introduction was on Instagram where somebody posted, "This is how you make burr para pit burr para pit." I think that's what it was, something like that. What a world we live in. What a freaking world. Oh my. It's low down there. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I'm just waiting for my tea to see. I'm gonna pour a glass right now, chat. Where would it be? No. Da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. What? Um, no comment yet. All right. That's enough time. That's enough time. Here we go. Here we frickin' go. I got a nice hot cup of tea for you and for so freaking so hot. I want to be in that. Ha 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 da 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 dum da 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 something like that. Da 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 something like that. Da 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 dee 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 dim dee dim dee dim dee dim dee dee dim dee dim da 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 dum da 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 dum dum da 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 dum dum da 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 dum dee 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 dim dee 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 dim Meow 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 dee 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 dee. All right, I think all that singing at the cup of cooled it because it was not that hot at the end of all of that. Da 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 dee 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 deem deem dee 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 deem dee 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 dee. Dee 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 deem. Da 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 dum. Dee 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 deem dee 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 deem. Dee 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 deem. And little Wayne, and little Wayne won everything. And little Wayne won everything. Excuse me. A lot of air that forced. So tasty, so tasty, so tasty, so hot. It's it's so hot. Ow, chat. Ow. Remember, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, maybe, unless it disables you in some sort of way. Okay, so now we know that the maze is a code, and I've told you how we're going to discover how the maze is a code because we have all these stacks upon stacks of maps to go ahead and show us exactly what it says. The exit is underneath the rock to the south, or something like that, right? Chapter 36. Thomas didn't want to see her. He didn't want to see anybody. As soon as Newt set off to go and talk to the girl, Thomas silently slipped away, hoping no one would notice him in the excitement. With everyone's thoughts on the stranger waking up from her coma, it proved easy. He skirted the edge of the glade, then, breaking into a run, he headed for his place of seclusion behind the deadhead forest. He crouched in the corner, nestled in the ivy, and threw his blanket over himself, head and all. Somehow it seemed like a way to hide from Teresa's intrusion into his mind. After a few minutes passed, his heart finally calming to a few minutes passed, his heart finally calming to a slow roll. Forgetting about you was the worst part. At first, Thomas thought it was another message in his head. He squeezed his fists against his ears, but no, it'd been different. He had heard it with his ears. A girl's voice. So she remembers him still completely. Or is she regaining some of her memories and then losing them yet again? Hmm. Did she have all her? Did she have her memories wiped? Which this is why I'm asking this. Forgetting about you was the worst part. So at some point she had her memories wiped as well. But she regained them from the coma. I don't know. We don't have enough information. But no, it had been different. He had heard it with his ears, a girl's voice, chills creeping up his spine. He slowly lowered the blanket. Teresa stood to his right, leaning against the massive stone wall. She looked so different now, awake and alert, standing. Wearing a long sleeved white shirt, blue jeans, and brown shoes, she looked impossibly even more striking than when he'd seen her in the coma. Black hair framed the fair skin of her face with eyes blue of pure flame. Tom, do you really not remember me? Her voice was soft, contrast from the crazed, hard sound he'd heard from her after she'd first arrived, when she delivered the message that everything was going to change. You mean you remember me? he asked, embarrassed at the squeak that escaped on the last word. Yes, no, maybe. She threw her arms up in disgust. I can't explain it. Thomas opened his mouth and closed it without saying anything. Remember every. I remember remembering, she muttered, sitting down with a heavy sigh. She pulled her legs up to wrap her arms around her knees. Feelings, emotions. Like I have all these shelves in my head, labeled for memories and faces, but they're empty, as if everything before this is just on the other side of a white curtain, including you. But how do you know me? He felt like the walls were spinning around him. Teresa turned toward him. I don't know. Something about before we came to the maze. Something about us. It's mostly empty, like I said. You know about the maze? Who told you? You just woke up. It's all very confusing right now. She held out a hand. But I know you're my friend. Almost in a daze, Thomas pulled up. Tom, Almost in a daze, Thomas pulled the blanket completely off and leaned forward to shake her hand. I like how you called me Tom. As soon as it came out, he was sure he couldn't have possibly said anything dumber. Teresa rolled her eyes. That's your name, isn't it? Yeah, but most people call me Thomas. Well, except Newt. He calls me Tommy. Tom makes me feel like I'm at home or something, even though I don't know what home is. He let out a bitter laugh. Are we messed up or what? She smiled for the first time, and he almost had to look away, as if something that nice didn't belong in such a glum and gray place, as if he had no right to look at her expression. Yeah, we're messed up, she said, and I'm scared. So am I, trust me, which was definitely the understatement of the day, of the year, of the lifetime, of anyone's lifetime. A long moment passed, both of them looking toward the ground. What's. He began, not sure how to ask it. How did you talk to me inside my head? Teresa shook her head. No idea. I can just do it, she thought to him. Then she spoke aloud again. It's like if you tried to ride a bicycle here, if they had one. I bet you could do it without thinking. But do you remember learning to ride one? No, I mean, I remember riding one, but not learning. He paused, feeling a wave of sadness. Or who taught me? Well, she said, her eyes flickering as if she was embarrassed by his sudden gloom. Anyway, it's kind of like that. Really clears things up. Teresa shrugged. You didn't tell anyone, did you? They'd think we're crazy. Well, when it first happened, I did, but I think Newt just thinks I was stressed out or something. Thomas felt fidgety, like he'd go nuts if he didn't move. He stood up, started pacing in front of her. We need to figure things out. That weird note you had about being the last person to ever come here, your coma, the fact you can talk to me telepathically. Any ideas? Teresa followed him with her eyes and as he walked back and forth. Save your breath and quit asking. All I have are faint impressions that you and I were important, that we were used somehow, that we're smart, that we came here for a reason. I know I triggered the ending, whatever that means, she groaned, her face reddening. My memories are as useless as yours. Very, very little information to go on here, that's for sure. I just don't know, she said in his mind. There you go again, Thomas said aloud, though he was relieved that her trick didn't really freak him out anymore. How do you do that? I just do, and I bet you can too. Well, can't say I'm too anxious to try. He sat back down and pulled his legs up, much like she had done. You said something to me in my head right before you found me over here. You said, the maze is a code. What did you mean? She shook her head slightly. When I first woke up, it was like I'd entered an insane asylum. These strange guys hovering over my bed, the world tripping around me, memories swirling in my brain. I tried to reach out and grasp a few, and that was one of them. I can't really remember why I said it. Was there anything else? Actually, yeah. She pulled up the sleeve of her left arm, exposing her bicep. Small letters were written across the skin in thin black ink. What's that? He asked, leaning in for a better look. Read it yourself. The letters were messy, but he could make them out when he got close enough. Wicked is good. Wicked! It's a part of the code. Okay, so wicked is the little beetle blades. So the beetle blades are good. Thomas's heart beat faster. I've seen that word, wicked. He searched his mind for what the phrase could possibly mean. On the little creatures that live here, the beetle blades. What are those? She asked. Just little lizard like machines that spy on us for the creators, the people who sent us here. Teresa considered that for a moment, looking off into space. Then she focused on her arm. I can't remember why I wrote this, she said, as she wet her thumb and started rubbing off the words. But don't let me forget, it has to mean something. The three words ran through Thomas's mind over and over. When did you write it? When I woke up. They had a pen and notepad next to the bed. In the commotion, I wrote it down. Thomas was baffled by this girl. First, the connection he'd felt to her from the very beginning, then the mind speaking, now this. Everything about you is weird. You know that, right? Judging by your little hiding spot, I'd say you're not so normal yourself. Like living in the woods, do you? Thomas tried to scowl, then smiled. He felt pathetic and embarrassed about hiding. Well, you look familiar to me, and you claim we're friends. Guess I'll trust you. He held out his hand for another shake, and she took it, holding on for a long time. A chill swept through Thomas that was surprisingly pleasant. All I want is to get back home, she said, finally letting go of his hand. Just like the rest of you. Thomas's heart sunk as he snapped back to reality and remembered how grim the world had become. Yeah, it was nice having somebody to chat to that you could relate to because he and her both have the secrets of the telepathy and being different and new. Yeah, well, things pretty much suck right about now. The sun disappeared and the sky's gone gray. They didn't send us the weekly supplies. Looks like things are going to end one way or another. But before Teresa could answer, Newt was running out of the woods. How in the, he said as he pulled up in front of them. Albie and a few others were right behind him. Newt looked at Teresa. How'd you get here? Medjack said you were there 1 second and bug and gone the next. Teresa stood up, surprising Thomas with her confidence. Guess he forgot to tell the little part about me kicking him in the groin and climbing out the window. Thomas almost laughed as Newt turned to an older boy standing nearby, whose face had turned bright red. Congrats, Jeff, Newt said. You're officially the first guy here to get your butt beat by a girl. Teresa didn't stop. Keep talking like that and you'll be next. Newt turned back to face them, but his face showed anything but fear. He stood silently, just staring at them. Thomas stared back, wondering what was going through the older boy's head. Albie stepped up. I'm sick of this, he pointed at Thomas's chest, almost tapping it. I want to know who you are, who this shank girl is, and how you guys know each other. Thomas almost wilted. Albie, I swear. She came straight to you after waking up, shuck face. Anger surged inside Thomas and worry that Albie would go off like Ben had. So what? I know her. She knows me, or at least we used to. That doesn't mean anything. I can't remember anything. Neither can she. Albie looked at Teresa. What did you do? Thomas, confused by the question, glanced at Teresa to see if she knew what he meant, but she didn't reply. What did you do? Albie screamed. First the sky, now this. I triggered something, she replied in a calm voice. Not on purpose, I swear it. The ending. I don't know what it means. What's wrong, Newt? Thomas asked, not wanting to talk to Albie directly. What happened? But Albie grabbed him by the shirt. What happened? I'll tell you what happened, Shank. Too busy making lovey eyes to bother looking around, to bother noticing what freaking time it is? The doors didn't close. Thomas looked at his watch, realizing with horror what he'd missed, knowing that what Albie was about to say before he said it. The walls, you shuck. The doors, they didn't close tonight. Because if they would have closed, we would have heard it. There would have been a big groaning and screeching as they came clanging to even here in his secluded portion of the glade in the corner. They're dead. They're all freaking dead, chat. The grievers are coming in, and there's nothing they can do about it. They do have all those weapons, though. So they have plenty of weapons that they can hand out so that people can stand and fight. But I don't think they want to stand and fight. They're going to get stung. They're going to get stung and they're going to get changed. And I don't suppose that they have enough medication to change everyone back. And even if they could change everyone back, some people are going to be upset and angry and murderous. It's the end times, Chad. It's the end times. The glade is going to hell. Interesting. So freaking interesting. The doors didn't close. The doors didn't close. The doors are closed. A little bit. There comes from Metro line. If you take the Metro rails, and clear. Doors are closing. Da-da-da-da-da. I'm sorry. I'm a parrot. I'm a freaking parrot. She triggered the end. She triggered the end. It's the end times. Ooh, Japan. Japan sent me instas. We gotta go check that out later. Chapter 37. Thomas was speechless. Everything would be different now. No sun, no supplies, no protection from the grievers. Teresa had been right from the beginning. Everything had changed. Thomas felt as if his breath had solidified, lodged itself in his throat. Albie pointed at the girl. I want her locked up. Now, Billy, Jackson, put her in the slammer and ignore every word that comes out of her shuck mouth. Teresa didn't react, but Thomas did enough for the both of them. What are you talking about, Albie? You can't. He stopped when Albie's fiery eyes shot such a look of anger at him that he felt his heart stutter. But how could you possibly blame her for the walls not closing? Newt stepped up, lightly placed a hand on Albie's chest, and pushed him back. How could we not, Tommy? She bloody admitted it herself. Thomas turned to look at Teresa, paled at the sadness in her blue eyes. It felt like something had reached through his chest and squeezed his heart. Just be glad you ain't going with her, Thomas, Albie said. He gave both of them one last glare before leaving. Thomas had never wanted so badly to punch someone. Billy and Jackson came forward and grabbed Teresa by both arms, started escorting her away. Before they could enter the trees, though, Newt stopped them. Stay with her. I don't care what happens. No one's going to touch this girl. Swear your lives on it. The two guards nodded, then walked away. Teresa in tow. It hurt Thomas even more to see how willingly she went, and he couldn't believe how sad he felt. He wanted to keep talking to her, but I just met her, he thought. I don't even know her. Yet he knew that wasn't true. He already felt a closeness that could only have come from knowing her before the memory wipe existence of the glade. Come see me, she said in his mind. He didn't know how to do it, how to talk to her like that, but he tried anyway. I will. At least you'll be safe in there. She didn't respond. Teresa? Nothing. The next 30 minutes were an eruption of mass confusion, though there had been no discernible change in the light since the sun and black since the sun and blue sky hadn't appeared that morning. It still felt like a darkness spread over the glade. As Newton and Albie gathered the keepers and put them in charge of making assignments and getting their groups inside the homestead within the hour, Thomas felt like nothing more than a spectator, not sure how he could help. The builders without their leader, Galley, who was still missing, were ordered to put up barricades at each open door. They obeyed, although Thomas knew there wasn't enough time and there weren't materials to do much good. It almost seemed to him as if the keepers wanted people busy, wanted to delay the inevitable panic attacks. Thomas helped the builders. Thomas helped as the builders gathered every loose item they could find and piled them in the gaps, nailing things together as best they could. It looked ugly and pathetic and scared him to death. No way that'd keep the grievers out. As Thomas worked, he caught glimpses of the other jobs going on across the glade. Every flashlight in the compound was gathered and distributed to as many people as possible. Newt said he planned for everyone to sleep in the homestead that night, and that they'd kill the lights except for emergencies. Frypan's task was to take all the non-perishable food out of the kitchen and store it in the homestead in case they got trapped there. Thomas could only imagine how horrible that'd be. Others were gathering supplies and tools. Thomas saw Minho carrying weapons from the basement to the main building. Albie had made it clear that they could take no chances. They'd make the homestead their fortress and must do whatever it took to defend it. Their last stand, if it all comes down to it, retreat to the homestead and defend it with your lives. Thomas finally snuck away from the builders and helped Minho carrying out boxes of knives and barbed wire clubs. Then Minho said he had a special assignment from Newt, and more or less told Thomas to get lost, refusing to answer any of his questions. This hurt Thomas's feelings, but he left anyway, really wanting to talk to Newt about something else. He finally found him, crossing the glade on his way to the bloodhouse. Newt, he called out, running to catch up. You have to listen to me. Newt stopped so suddenly, Thomas almost ran into him. The older boy turned to give Thomas such an annoyed look he thought twice about saying anything. Make it quick, Newt said. Thomas almost balked, not sure how to say what he was thinking. You gotta let the girl go, Teresa. He knew she. You gotta let the girl go, Teresa. He knew that she could only help, that she might still remember something valuable. Glad to know you guys are buddies now. Newt started walking off. Don't waste my time, Tommy. Thomas grabbed his arm. Listen to me. There's something about her. I think she and I were sent here to help end this whole thing. Yeah, end it by letting the bloody grievers waltz in here and kill us. I've heard some sucky plans in my day, Greenie, but that's got him all beat. Thomas groaned, wanting Newt to know how frustrated he felt. No, I think that's what it means. The wall's not closing. Newt folded his arms. He looked exasperated. Greenie, what are you yapping about? Ever since Thomas had seen the words on the walls of the maze, World in Catastrophe, Killzone Experiment Department, he'd been thinking about them. He knew if there was anyone who would believe him, it would be Newt. I think. I think we're here as part of some weird experiment or test or something like that, but it's supposed to end somehow. We can't live here forever. Whoever sent us here wants it to end, one way or the other. Thomas was relieved to get it off his chest. They either want you guys to figure this shit out or die. Sad. So sad. Newt rubbed his eyes. And that's supposed to convince me that everything's jolly? That I should let the girl go because she came here and everything is suddenly do or die? No, you're missing the point. I don't think she has anything to do with us being here. She's just a pawn. They sent her here as our last tool or hint or whatever to help us get out. Thomas took a deep breath. And I think they sent me, too. Just because she was the trigger for the ending doesn't make her bad. Newt looked toward the slammer. You know what? I don't bug and care right now. She can handle one night in there. If anything, she'll be safer than us. Thomas nodded, sensing a compromise. Okay, we get through tonight somehow. Tomorrow, when we have a whole day of safety, we can figure out what to do with her. Figure out what we're supposed to do. Newt snorted. Tommy, what's gonna make tomorrow any different? It's been 2 bloody years, you know. Tommy had an overwhelming feeling that all of these changes were a spur, a catalyst for the endgame. Because now we have to solve it. We'll be forced to. We can't live that way anymore, day to day, thinking that what matters most is getting back to the glade before the doors close, snug and safe. Newt thought a minute as he stood there, the bustle of the glader preparation surrounding both of them. Dig deeper, stay out there while the walls move. Exactly, Thomas said. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And maybe we could barricade or blow up the entrance to the Griever hole. Buy time to analyze the maze. Albie's the one who won't let the girl out, Newt said with a nod toward the homestead. That guy's not too high on you two shanks. Right now, you just gotta slim ourselves over. Oi, oi, oi! Over there barking at nothing as usual. Albie's the one who won't let the girl out, Newt said with a nod toward the homestead. That guy's not too high on you two shanks. But right now, we just gotta slim ourselves and get to the wake up. Thomas nodded. We can fight him off. Done it before, haven't you, Hercules? Without smiling, we've been waiting for a response. Oi, 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 oi! Who are you barking at? You're in here with me. Oh my god. Oi! See, if I'm louder than she realized. Like, what do you mean? You don't see anybody to bark at? What are you talking about? You are crazy. You are freaking crazy if you think that's good behavior, little lady. No. Bad. Freaking dogs, y'all. Freaking dogs. Look at the culprit. Look at her. Look at her. Look, this is the one. This is the one right here. You see her chat? You see her? Yeah, we're talking about you. Talking about you. Don't look like you're embarrassed. You don't get to be embarrassed. You were the one being loud. Chat heard you. Chat heard you screaming like a maniac. For no reason. You didn't see anybody. You're just going along with the group. Are you giving into peer pressure? Now stop kissing me. That's not good behavior, little lady. I'm not gonna tell you again. I'm gonna have to tell her like 10 more times for the days through. Wild. Thomas was happy with the conversation. It had gone about as well as he could have possibly hoped. He decided to hurry and talk to Teresa before it was too late. As he sprinted for the slammer on the backside of the homestead, he watched as gliders started moving inside, most of them with arms full of one thing or another. Thomas pulled up outside the small jail and caught his breath. Teresa? He finally asked through the barred window of the lightless cell. Excuse me. Her face popped up on the other side, startling him. He let out a small yelp before he could stop it. It took him a second to recover his wits. You can be downright spooky, you know. It's very sweet, she said. Thanks. All right, I like her. She's cool. Funny. Brave. She stood up to Newt. Well, not necessarily like there's anything bad happening, but you know, she held her own. In the darkness, her blue eyes seemed to glow like a cat's. You're welcome, he answered, ignoring her sarcasm. Listen, I've been thinking. He paused to gather his thoughts. More than I can say for that Albie schmuck, she muttered. Thomas agreed, but was anxious to say what he'd come to say. There's got to be a way out of this place. We just have to push it, stay out in the maze longer. And what you wrote on your arm, and what you said about a code, it all has to mean something, right? It has to, he thought. He couldn't help feeling some hope. Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing. But first, can't you get me out of here? Her hands appeared, gripping the bars of the windows. Thomas felt the ridiculous urge to reach out and touch them. Well, Newt said maybe tomorrow. Thomas was just glad he'd gotten that much of a concession. He'll have to make it through the night in there. It might actually be the safest place in the glade. Thanks for asking him. Should be fun sleeping on this cold floor. She motioned behind her with a thumb. Though I guess a griever can't squeeze through this window, so I'll be happy, right? The mention of grievers surprised him. He didn't remember talking about them to her yet. Teresa, are you sure you've forgotten everything? Yeah, she knows grievers? What the heck? Girl, this freaking girl. She thought a second. It's weird. I guess I do remember some stuff, unless I just heard people talking while I was in the coma. Well, I guess it doesn't matter right now. I just wanted to see you before I went inside for the night. But he didn't want to leave. He almost wished he could get thrown into the slammer with her. He grinned inside. He could only imagine Newt's response to that request. Tom, Teresa said. Thomas realized he was staring off in a daze. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Her hand slipped back inside, disappeared. All he could see were her eyes, the pale glow of her white skin. I don't know if I can do this, stay in this jail all night. Thomas felt an incredible sadness. He wanted to steal Newt's keys and help her escape, but he knew that was a ridiculous idea. She'd just have to suffer and make do. He stared into those glowing eyes. At least it won't get completely dark. Looks like we're stuck with this Twilight junk 24 hours a day now. Twilight. That's another story. I keep on asking you, should I read Twilight? I think we're probably going to read Twilight. Just because it's a book. It's a book and we can read it. More than enough reason, right, chat? Yeah, she looked past him at the homestead, then focused on him again. I'm a tough girl. I'll be okay. We believe in you. You can do it. Thomas felt horrible leaving her there, but he knew he had no choice. I'll make sure they let you out first thing tomorrow, okay? She smiled, making him feel better. That's a promise, right? Promise. Thomas tapped his right temple. And if you get lonely, you can talk to me with your trick all you want. I'll try to answer back. He accepted it now, almost wanted it. He just hoped he could figure out how to talk back so they could have a conversation. He'll get it soon, Teresa said in his mind. I wish. He stood there, really not wanting to leave at all. You better go, she said. I don't want your brutal murder on my conscience. Thomas managed his own smile at that. All right, see you tomorrow. And before he could change his mind, he slipped away, heading around the corner toward the front door of the homestead, just as the last couple of gladers were entering, Newt shooting them in like errant chickens. Thomas stepped inside as well, followed by Newt, who closed the door behind him. Just before it latched shut. What about the guards? What about the guards in her? They just left her out there like that? They had to, right? Damn, that sucks. Poor girl. Just before it latched shut, Thomas thought he heard the first eerie moan of the grievers coming from somewhere deep in the maze. The night had begun. And pretty soon he's going to be out there in the maze during this night, whatever this night is. It's not really a night, right? Yeah, they're in a box. They're in a box surrounded by LED screens, simulating daytime and nighttime to them. Most of them slept outside in normal times, so packing all those bodies into the homestead made for a tight fit. The keepers had organized and distributed the gladers throughout the rooms, along with blankets and pillows. Despite the number of people and chaos of such a change, the disturbing silence hung over the activities, as no one wanted to draw attention to themselves. When everyone was settled, Thomas found himself upstairs with Newt, Albie, and Miho, and they were finally able to finish their discussion from earlier in the courtyard. Albie and Newt sat on the only bed in the room, while Thomas and Miho sat next to them in chairs. The only other furniture was a crooked window dresser. The only other furniture was a crooked the only other furniture was a crooked wooden dresser and a small table, on top of which rested a lamp, providing what light they had. The gray darkness seemed to press on the window from outside, with promises of bad things to come. Closest I've come so far, Newt was saying, to hanging it all up, shuck it all, and kiss the griever goodnight. Supplies cut, bloody gray skies, walls not closing, but we can't give up, and we all know it. The buggers who sent us here either want us dead or they're giving us a spur. This or that. We gotta work our arses off until we're dead or not dead. Thomas nodded but didn't say anything. He agreed completely but had no concrete ideas on what to do. If he could just make it if he could just make it to tomorrow, maybe he and Teresa could come up with something to help. Thomas glanced over at Albie, who was staring at the floor, seemingly lost in his own gloomy thoughts. His face still wore the long, weary look of depression, his eyes sunken and hollow. The changing had been aptly named, considering what it had done to him. Albie? Newt asked. Are you going to pitch in? Albie looked up, surprise crossing his face as if he hadn't known that anyone else was in the room. Huh? Oh, yeah, good that. But you've seen what happens at night. Just because Greenie the freaking Superboy made it doesn't mean the rest of us can. Thomas rolled his eyes ever so slightly at Minho, so tired of Albie's attitude. If Minho felt the same way, he did a good job of hiding it. I'm with Thomas and Newt. We gotta quit boo-hooing and feeling sorry for ourselves. He rubbed his hands together and sat forward in his chair. Tomorrow morning, first thing, you guys can assign teams to study the maps full time while the runners go out. We'll pack our stuff shuck full so we can stay out there a few days. What? Albie asked, his voice finally showing some emotion. What do you mean days? I mean days. With doors open and no sunset, there's no point in coming back here. Anyway, time to stay out there and see if anything opens up when the walls move. If they still move. No way, Albie said. We have the homestead to hide in, and if that ain't working, the map room and the slam room. We can't freaking ask people to go out there and die, Minho. Who'd volunteer for that? Me, Minho said, and Thomas. Everyone looked at Thomas. He simply nodded. Although it scared him to death, exploring the maze, really exploring it, was something he wanted to do from the first time he'd learned about it. I will if I have to, Newt said, surprising Thomas. Though he'd never talk about it, the older boy's limp was a constant reminder that something horrible had happened to him out there in the maze. And I'm sure all the runners will do it too. Your bum leg, Albie asked, a harsh laugh escaping his lips. Newt frowned, looked at the ground. Well, I don't feel good asking Gladers to do something if I'm not bloody willing to do it myself. That's a sign of a good leader right there, damn it. Can't ask someone to do something you're not willing and able to do on your own as well, right? Well, maybe not necessarily able, right? And if you have somebody who is capable do things that you're not, then sometimes you do have to rely on other people. Yes. But yeah, you should be willing to do something that you're asking somebody below you to do, right? Under your leadership. Okay, we won't say below, right? It's not necessarily below, but who like is well even under, right? Yeah, what? Well, I mean, below has a lot more negative connotations, right? Under means like you're under my wing. But yes, good job, Newt. Good job. Always showing those good leadership aspects, qualities. I don't know what the hell Meredith is doing. She's running around like a wild lady. Albie scooted back up on the bed and propped his feet up. Whatever. Do what you want. Do what I want, Newt asked, standing up. What's wrong with you, man? Are you telling me we have a choice? Should we just sit around on our butts and wait to be snuffed by the grievers? Thomas wanted to stand up and cheer, sure that Albie would finally snap out of his doldrums. Yeah, Albie, come on, cheer up. You're not a bad guy. You just he's scared. He's scared, chat. That's all it is. Albie's just scared, and it's a change is a scary thing. Uncertain futures. It's okay. Albie, come on, snap the fuck out of it. But their leader didn't look in the least bit reprimanded or remorseful. Well, it sounds better than running to them. Oh my god, wrong attitude. All right, he needs the day. He needs a day or two to figure this out. Newt sat back down. Albie, you gotta start talking reason. As much as he hated to admit it, Thomas knew they needed Albie if they were going to accomplish anything. The Gladers looked up to him. Albie finally took a deep breath, then looked at each of them in turn. You guys know I'm all screwed up. Seriously, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be the stupid leader anymore. Is Newt going to be the new leader? Are they passing the torch? Thomas held his breath. He couldn't believe Albie had just said that. Oh, bloody, Newt started. No, Albie shouted, his face showing humility, surrender. That's not what I meant. Listen to me. I ain't saying we should switch or anything of that clunk. I'm just saying, I think I need to let you guys make the decisions. I don't trust myself, so yeah, I'll do whatever. Okay, there, we reached it. Okay, so it's not necessarily that, like, doesn't want to be in charge, but it's just that his expertise has reached, like I said, sometimes you got to trust other people and everyone else with their ideas and their instincts, and like, they're the ones that need to be calling the shots now. And Albie will be the figurehead to say, this is what we're doing, Gladers. Lock in, bring it together. Thomas could see that both Minho and Newt were surprised as he was. Okay, Newt said slowly, as if he was unsure. We'll make it work, I promise. You'll see. Yeah, Albie muttered. After a long pause, he spoke up, a hint of odd excitement in his voice. Hey, tell you what, put me in charge of the maps. I'll freaking work every glader to the bone studying those things. Works for me, Minho said. There it is. All right, he's on board. Now we got a team going. Here we go. We're getting out of this fucking maze. Works for me, Minho said. Thomas wanted to agree, but didn't know if it was his place. Ali put his feet back on the floor, sat up straighter. It was really stupid for us to sleep in here tonight. We should have been out in the map room, working. Thomas thought that was the smartest thing he'd heard Albie say in a long time. Good job, Albie. There he is. There he is. He's back. He's back, chat. Minho shrugged. Probably right. Well, I'll go, Albie said with a confident nod. Right now. Newt shook his head. Forget that, Albie. Already heard the bloody grievers moaning out there. We can wait till the wake up. Albie leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Hey, you shucks are the ones giving me all the pep talks. Don't start whining when I actually listen. If I'm gonna do this, I gotta do it. Be the old me. I need something to dive into. There you go. There you go. Good old Albie. Relief flooded Thomas. He'd grown sick of all the contention. Albie stood up. Seriously, I need this. Seriously, I need this. He moved toward the door of the room as if he really meant to leave. Can't be serious, Newt said. You can't go out there now. I'm going, and that's that. Albie took his ring of keys from his pocket and rattled them mockingly. Thomas couldn't believe the sudden bravery. See ya shucks in the morning, and then he walked out. It's so strange to know that the night grew later, that the darkness should have swallowed the world around them. But to only see the pale gray lights outside, it made Thomas feel off kilter, as if the urge to sleep that grew steadily with every passing minute were somehow unnatural. Time slowed to an agonizing crawl. He felt as if the next day might never come. The other gladers settled themselves, turning in with their pillows and blankets for the impossible task of sleeping. No one said much, the mood somber and grim. All you could hear were the quiet shuffles and whispers. Thomas tried hard to force himself to sleep. For me, if I really need to get to sleep, this is my trick. Is I just start counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I like to make like into like groups of nine, and then 9, now 18, and then sometimes you can do like 10, 20, 30, whatever it is that's making your brain just like get tired. By the time you get to like 400, you're already asleep. maybe by fours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. And then you got perfect squares 32. Marry that. I don't know what you're doing. Sleeping over there. Now she wants to go sleep over here. That side's not good enough. That side's better. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're so funny. Oof. I can see the look on her face. She's gonna move. She knows that I'm talking about her too. All right. Anyway, that's how I if I really have to numbers definitely wear out your brain and then put you to sleep really quickly. Thomas tried hard to force himself to sleep, knowing it would make the time pass faster. But after 2 hours, he'd still had no luck. He lay on the floor in one of the upper rooms, on top of a thick blanket. Several other gladers crammed in there with him, almost body to body. The bed had gone to Newt. Chuck had ended up in another room, and for some reason, Thomas pictured him huddled in a dark corner, crying, squeezing his blankets to his chest like a teddy bear. The image saddened Thomas so deeply he tried to replace it, but to no avail. Poor Chuck. I mean, is that accurate? Do you think he's super scared here because the grievers and Chuck has had a hard time, but at the very least, they had the security of the walls. Now, but I mean, you have to imagine that everyone's coming together and they're being a bit nicer. They have to be being nicer to him during all of this, right? Chuck, it's gonna get better. We promise. This is the end. This is the end, Chuck. We're getting out of here. We're getting out of here. But then what happens in the next book? What's the next horror that they're gonna have to go? There are two more books after this. What happens next? Okay, we got to get through this if we want to get there, ever at some point. Almost every person had a flashlight by their side in case of emergency. Otherwise, Newt had ordered all lights extinguished despite the pale, deathly glow of their new sky, no sense attracting any more attention than necessary. Anything that could be done on such short notice to prepare for a griever attack had been done. Windows boarded up, furniture moved in front of doors, knives handed out as weapons, but none of that made Thomas feel safe. The anticipation of what might happen was overpowering, a suffocating blanket of misery and fear that began to take on a life of its own. He almost wished the suckers would come out and just get it over with. The waiting was unbearable. The distant wails of the grievers grew closer as the night stretched on, every minute seeming to last longer than the one before it. Another hour passed, then another. Sleep finally came, but in miserable fits. Thomas guessed it was about 2 in the morning when he turned from his back to his stomach for the millionth time that night. He put his hands under his chin and stared at the foot of the bed, almost a shadow in the dim light. Then, everything changed. What the fuck? A mechanized surge of machinery sounded from the outside, followed by the familiar rolling clicks of a griever on the stony ground, as if someone had scattered a handful of nails. Thomas shot to his feet, as did most of the others, but Newt was up before anyone, waving his arms, then shushing the room by putting a finger to his lips. Favoring his bad leg, he tiptoed toward the lone window in the room, which was covered by 3 hastily nailed boards. Large cracks allowed for plenty of space to peek outside. Carefully, Newt leaned in to take a look, and Thomas crept over to join him. Crouched below Newt against the lowest of the wooden boards, pressing his eye against a crack. It was terrifying being so close to the wall, but all he saw was the open glade, and he didn't have enough space to look up or down or to the side, just straight ahead. After a minute or so, he gave up and turned to sit with his back against the wall. Newt walked over and sat back down on the bed. A few minutes passed, various griever sounds penetrating the walls every 10 to 20 seconds. The squeal of small engines, followed by a grinding spin of metal. The clicking of spikes against the hard stone, things snapping and opening and snapping. Thomas winced in fear every time he heard something. Sounded like 3 or 4 of them were just outside, at least. He heard the twisted animal machines come closer, so close, waiting on the stone blocks below. All hums and metallic clatter. Thomas's mouth dried up. He'd seen them face to face, remembered it all too well. He had to remind himself to breathe. The others in the room were still. No one made a sound. Fear seemed to hover in the air like a blizzard of black snow. One of the grievers sounded like it was moving toward the house. Then the clicking of its spikes against the stone suddenly turned into a deeper, hollower sound. Thomas could picture it all, the creature's metal spikes digging into the wooden sides of the homestead, the massive creature rolling its body, climbing up toward their room, defying gravity with its strength. Thomas heard the griever's spikes shred the woods, siding in their path as they tore out and rotated around to take hold once again. The whole building shuddered. The crunching and groaning and snapping of wood became the only sounds in the world to Thomas, horrifying. They grew louder, closer. The other boys had shuffled across the room as far away from the window as possible. Thomas finally followed suit. Newt right beside him. Everyone huddled against the far wall, staring at the window. Just when it grew unbearable, just as Thomas realized the griever was right outside the window, everything fell silent. Thomas could almost hear his own heart beating. Lights flickered out there, casting odd beams through the cracks between the wooden boards. Then a thin shadow interrupted the light, moving back and forth. Thomas knew that the griever's probes and weapons had come out, searching for a feast. He imagined beetle blades out there, helping the creatures find their way. A few seconds later, the shadow stopped. The light seemed to the light settled to a standstill, casting three unmoving planes of brightness into the room. The tension in the air was thick. Thomas couldn't hear anyone breathing. He thought much the same must be going on in the other rooms of the homestead. Then he remembered Teresa and the slammer. He was just wishing she'd say something to him when the door from the hallway suddenly whipped open. Gasps and shouts exploded throughout the room. The Gladers had been expecting something from the window, not from behind them. Thomas turned to see who had opened the door, expecting a frightened Chuck or maybe a reconsidering Albie. But when he saw who stood there, his skull seemed to contract, squeezing his brain in shock. It was Gally. Come to finish his revenge. Oh no! Gally's eyes raged with lunacy. Oh shit. Mako! Man, the stakes got so much higher since last time we were here. Everything was so positive last time, chat. He was gonna be a one of the runners. He's gonna go and solve all the mysteries of the maze, and now here we are in the end game. Who could have ever seen this coming? Who, chat? You? Did you see it coming? Did you read the book already? Did you already know this? You probably did, right? And now Gally's back. Gally's back to murder him because he saw him in on a computer screen out there in the real world, or maybe he's the one who drugged and kidnapped him and put him into the box. Thomas, we don't even know him and Teresa. I wonder if he recognizes Teresa. Like they have images of Tom out there in the world, but do they have images of her? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Processing, processing, processing. We're just thinking about all the things we. And grievers at their door. What the frick? Chapter 39. Gally's eyes raged with lunacy. His clothes were torn and filthy. He dropped to his knees and stayed there, his chest heaving with deep, sucking breaths. He looked about the room like a rabid dog searching for someone to bite. No one said a word, as if they all believed, as Thomas did, that Gally was only a figment of their imagination. They'll kill you, Galley screamed, spittle flying everywhere. The grievers will kill you all. One every night till it's over. What? How does he have this information? What does this mean? How can he be yelling this at everybody? One every night until it's over. So they're waiting for tribute? They're waiting for one of these kids to go out there and die? They'll kill you, Galley screamed, spittle flying everywhere. The grievers will kill you all, one every night till it's over. Thomas watched speechless as Galley staggered to his feet and walked forward, dragging his right leg with a heavy limp. No one in the room moved a muscle as they watched, obviously too stunned to do anything. Even Newt stood mouth agape. Thomas was almost more afraid of their surprise visitor than he was of the grievers just outside the window. Galley stopped, standing just a few feet in front of Thomas, and Newt. He pointed at Thomas with a bloody finger. You, he said with a sneer so pronounced that it went past comical to flat out disturbing. It's all your fault. Without warning, he swung his left hand, forming it into a fist as he came around and crashed into Thomas's ear. Crying out, Thomas crumpled to the ground, more taken by surprise than pain. He scrambled to his feet as soon as he hit the floor. Newt had finally snapped out of his daze and pushed Galley away. Galley stumbled backward and crashed into the desk by the window. The lamp scooted off the side and broke into pieces on the ground. Thomas assumed Galley would retaliate, but he straightened instead, taking everyone in with his mad gaze. Can't be solved, he said, his voice now quite in distance, spooky. Shuck Maze will kill you, Shanks. The grievers will kill you, one every night till it's over. It's better this way. He fell to the floor. They'll only kill you one a night. They're stupid variables. Thomas listened in awe, trying to suppress his fear so he could memorize everything the crazed boy said. That they're programming, something about their programming, and Galley knows something about their programming. Wherever the hell Galley's been, he learned something about how these griever freaking whatever the frick they are things they work. They'll only kill you one a night. They're stupid variables. So once that death gets satisfied, then their variables say like, okay, time to go fuck off and do whatever the hell else we do as grievers. What do they do? What do they do all day, chat? What do they type it in chat? What do you think grievers do all day? Tic tac toe. Must do the crosswords or something. They must be experts at Sudoku, right? They're chess and Sudoku. That's what grievers do during the day. Yeah. Newt took a step forward. Galley, shut your bloody hole. There's a griever right out the window. Just sit your butt and be quiet. Maybe it'll go away. Galley looked up, his eyes narrowing. You don't get it, Newt. You're too stupid. You've always been too stupid. There's no way. There's no way out. There's no way to win. They're gonna kill you, all of you, one by one. One by one. Screaming the last word, Galley threw his body toward the window and started tearing at the wooden boards like an animal trying to escape a cage. Before Thomas or anyone else could react, he'd already ripped one board free. He threw it to the ground. No! Newt yelled, running forward. Thomas followed to help in utter disbelief at what was happening. Galley ripped off the second board just as Newt reached him. He swung it backward with both hands and connected it with Newt's head, sent him sprawling across the bed as a small spray of blood sprinkled the sheets. Thomas pulled up short, readying himself for a fight. Galley! Thomas yelled. What are you doing? The boy spat on the ground, panting like a winded dog. You shut your shuck face, Thomas. You shut up. I know who you are, but I don't care anymore. I can only do what's right. He's gonna go sacrifice himself to the grievers? Is that what's happening here? Why? He said it's gonna take one of them, and if he's the one right at the door, then obviously it's gonna take him. Duh. Thomas felt as if his feet were rooted to the ground. He was completely baffled by what Galley was saying. He watched the boy reach back and rip loose the final wooden board. The instant the discarded slab hit the floor of the room, the glass of the window exploded inward like a swarm of crystal wasps. Thomas covered his face and fell to the floor, kicking his leg out to scoot his body as far away as possible. When he bumped into the bed, he gathered himself and looked up, ready to face his world coming to an end. A griever's pulsating, bulbous body had squirmed halfway through the destroyed window, metallic arms with pincers snapping and clawing in all directions. Thomas was so terrified he barely registered that everyone else in the room had fled to the hallway, all except Newt, who lay unconscious on the bed. Frozen, Thomas watched as one of the griever's long arms reached for the lifeless body. That was all it took to break him from his fear. He scrambled to his feet, searched the floor around him for a weapon. All he saw were knives. They couldn't help him now. Panic exploded within him, consumed him. Then Galley was speaking again. The griever pulled back its arm, as if it needed the thing to be able to observe and listen. but his body kept churning, trying to squeeze its way inside. No one ever understood, the boy screamed over the horrible noise of the creature, crunching its way deeper into the homestead, ripping the wall to pieces. No one ever understood what I saw, what the changing did to me. Don't go back to the real world, Thomas. You don't want to remember. Gally gave Thomas a long, haunted look, his eyes full of terror. Then he turned and dove onto the writhing body of the griever. Thomas yelled out as he watched every extended arm of the monster immediately retract and clasp onto Gally's arms and leg, making escape or rescue impossible. The boy's body sunk several inches into the creature's squishy flesh, making a horrific squelching sound. Then, with surprising speed, the griever pushed itself back outside the shattered frame of the window and began descending toward the ground below. Thomas ran to the jagged, gaping hole, looking down just in time to see the griever land and start scooting across the glade, Gally's body appearing and disappearing as the thing rolled. The lights of the monster shone brightly, casting an eerie yellow glow across the stone of the open west door, where the griever exited into the depths of the maze. Then, seconds later, several other monsters followed close behind their companion, whirring, clicking, as if celebrating their victory. Thomas was sickened to the verge of throwing up. He began to back away from the window, but something outside caught his eye. He quickly leaned out of the building to get a better look. A lone shape was sprinting across the courtyard of the glade toward the exit, which Gully had just been taken. Despite the poor light, Thomas realized who it was immediately. He screamed, yelled at him to stop, but it was too late. Mino, running full speed, disappeared into the maze. He's following the grievers so that he can find out where they're going to go. And I mean, so obviously we needed Galley to be the sacrifice to prove that they're only taking one. So as long as they get one person a night, they'll just leave everyone alone for the remainder of the night, right? They have enough people to survive for a few weeks, but yeah, they're fucked. They're kind of fucked, chat. That's what we have to believe. Damn, everything's changed. Everything's changed. There's grievers in the glade now. This has never happened before. Unprecedented events taking place now. And now Minho chasing the grievers, probably looking to see where they're going. They also have recognized the fact that they need to stay out in the maze more. Coming back home every night isn't necessarily the best option when they're supposed to be solving the problem of the maze. Meow, 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 meow. No, 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 no. Meow, 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 meow. No, 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 no. Da, dum, da, da, na, 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 na. Meow, 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 bo, da, dum, dee, 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 dee. Dee, da, dum, da, dum, do, da, dum, dum, da, da, dum. All right, chats. Down, down, dee, dee, bam, ba, na, 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 na. Dee, 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 dum, da, dum, da, na, na, na. Na, 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 dum, dum, dim. Down, dum. Dum 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 dee 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 dum 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 ma 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 na na nam 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 no 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 oh wow. Well, sorry, just watching people in New York. Oh my god. Oh my god. New York subway things. Also though, I found this. All of it. And remember your life. And remember your life. You're not supposed to push it. No. Oh my God. No. Idiot. Idiot. Oh my God, chat. No, I'll have to watch it again. No, no, chat. So there's that one. No, not again, not again, not again. No, no, chat. There's that one physics experiment where you get the bowling ball and you let it go. You don't push it, you let it go, and it loses the momentum, so it's never gonna come back and smack you in the face. this guy, this guy's doing it, and he pushes it with so much force you can see. Oh my god! Oh my god! I want to repost that, but I also don't. But like, he leaves such a freaking dent in the wall. The back of his head, dude. The back of his freaking head went right through the freaking. No! Oh, fuck! I just watched it with the sound. I just watched it with the sound. No. No. All right, all right, all right, all right. We're gonna share that. We have to share that. We have to share those. Oh my god. Oh my god, so sad. All right, I'm done. Meow 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 meow. All right, chant. Chapter 40. Lights blazed throughout the homestead, and gladiators ran about, everyone talking at once. A couple of boys cried in a corner. Chaos ruled. Thomas ignored all of it. He ran into the hallway, then leaped down the stairs three at a time. I like to do three at a time too. Wah, 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 wah. If you're not careful, you can really hurt your ankle though, so I don't recommend it, chat. Unless you've been doing it and you're practicing and you've strengthened the things that need to be strengthened, you know. But yes, I'm a three at a time starer for sure. Four seems a bit scary because I have like really short legs. He pushed his way through a crowd in the foyer, tore out of the homestead toward the west door, sprinting. He pulled up just short of the threshold of the maze, his instincts forcing him to think twice about entering. Newt called to him from behind, delaying the decision. Minho followed it out there, Thomas yelled when Newt caught up to him, a small towel pressed against the wound on his head. A patchy spot of blood had already seeped through the white material. I saw, Newt said, pulling the towel away to look at it. He grimaced and put it back. Shuck it, that hurts like a mother. Minho must have finally fried his last bit of brain cells. Not to mention Galley. Always knew he was crazy. Thomas could only worry about Minho. I'm going after him. Time to be a bloody hero again. Thomas looked at Newt sharply, hurt by the rebuke. Think I do these things? You think I do things to impress you, you shanks? Please, all I care about is getting out of here. Yeah, well, you're a regular toughie. Right now, we've got worse problems. What? It's probably to do with Teresa. Somebody, Newt began. What? Thomas knew if he wanted to catch up with Minho, he had no time for this. Somebody, Newt began. There he is, Thomas shouted. Minho had just turned a corner up ahead and was coming straight for them. Thomas cupped his hands. What were you doing, idiot? Minho waited until he made it back through the door, then bent over his hands on his knees and sucked in a few breaths before answering. I just wanted to make sure. Make sure of what? Newt asked. A lot of good you'd be taken with Yali. Minho straightened and put his hands on his hips, still breathing heavily. Slim it, boys. I just wanted to see if they went toward the cliff, toward the Griever hole. And, Thomas said, bingo. Minho wiped sweat from his forehead. I just can't believe it, Newt said, almost whispering. What a night. Thomas's thoughts drifted toward the hole and what it all meant, but he couldn't shake the thought of what Newt had been about to say before they saw Minho return. What were you about to tell me? He asked. You said we had worse. Yeah, Newt pointed his thumb over his shoulder. You can still see the bug and smoke. Thomas looked in that direction. The heavy metal door of the map room was slightly ajar, a wispy trail of black smoke drifting out and into the gray sky. No! All their information, their knowledge, no! Like the library at Alexandria. Why? Why do they always take our beautiful, beautiful knowledge and information? Why? They always do it. I hate them. Somebody burned the map trunks, Newt said. Every last one of them. Son of a bitch. Every single time. We can never have anything good, chat. I hate it. Why? For some reason, Thomas didn't care about the maps that much. They seemed pointless anyway. He stood outside the window of the slammer, having left Newt and Minho when they went to investigate the sabotage of the map room. Thomas had noticed them exchange an odd look before they split up, almost as if communicating some secret with their eyes. But Thomas could think of only one thing. Teresa? He asked. Her face appeared, hands rubbing her eyes. Was anybody killed? She asked, somewhat groggy. Were you sleeping? Thomas asked. He was relieved to see that she appeared okay, felt himself relaxed. I was, she responded, until I heard something shred the homestead to bits. What happened? Thomas shook his head in disbelief. I don't know how you could have slept through the sound of all those grievers out here. Try coming out of a coma sometime. See how you do. Now, answer my question, she said inside his head. Thomas blinked, momentarily surprised by the voice since she hadn't done it in a while. Cut that junk out. Just tell me what happened. Thomas sighed. It was such a long story, and he didn't feel like telling the whole thing. You don't know Gally, but he's the psycho kid who ran away. He showed up, jumped on a griever, and they took off into the maze. It was really weird. Still couldn't believe it had actually happened. Which is saying a lot, Teresa said. Yeah, he looked behind him, hoping to see Albie somewhere. Surely he'd let Teresa out now. Gladers were scattered all over the complex, but there was no sign of their leader. He turned back to Teresa. I just don't get it. Why would the Grievers have left after getting Gally? He'd said something about them killing us one a night until we were all dead. He said it at least twice. Teresa put her hands through the bars, rested her forearms against the concrete sill. Just one a night? Why? I don't know. He also said it had to do with trials, or variables. Something like that. Thomas had the same strange urge he'd had the night before to reach out and take one of her hands. He stopped himself, though. Tom, I was thinking about what you told me. I was thinking about what you told me I said, that the maze is a code. Being holed up in here does wonders for making the brain do what it was made for. What do you think it means? Intently interested, he tried to block out the shouts and chatter rumbling through the glades as the others found out about the map room being burned. Well, the walls move every day, right? Yeah, he could tell she was really onto something. And Miho said that they think there's a pattern, right? Right. Gears were starting to shift into place inside Thomas's head as well, almost as if a prior memory was beginning to break loose. Well, I can't remember why I said that to you about the code. I know when I was coming out of the coma, all sorts of thoughts and memories swirled through my head like crazy. Almost as if I could feel someone emptying my mind, sucking them out. And I felt like I needed to say that thing about the code before I lost it. So there must be an important reason. Thomas almost didn't hear her. He was thinking harder than he had in a while. They always compare each section's map to the one from the day before, and the day before that, and the day before that, day by day, each runner just analyzing their own section. What if they're supposed to compare the maps to other sections? He trailed off, feeling like he was on the cusp of something. Teresa seemed to ignore him, doing her own theorizing. The first thing the word code makes me think of is letters. Letters in the alphabet. Maybe the maze is trying to spell something. I called it, chat. I freaking called it. I'm best young adult book reader in all of history, obviously. We have an at least 8th grade reading level. Let's go. Everything came together so quickly in Thomas's mind, he almost heard an audible click, as if the pieces all snapped into place at once. You're right. You're right. But the runners have been looking at it wrong this whole time. They've been analyzing it in the wrong way. They've been looking at piece by piece by piece instead of at the bigger picture, right? Right? Some novel idea. We needed some novelty, something new, a new way of looking at things, a new perspective to change the world. Teresa gripped the bars now, her knuckles white, her face pressed against the iron rods. That's pretty cute. What? What are you talking about? Thomas grabbed the 2 iron bars outside of where she held on, moved close enough to smell her, a surprisingly pleasant scent of sweat and flowers. Minho said the patterns repeat themselves, only they can't figure out what it means, but they've always studied them section by section, comparing one day to the next. What if each day is a separate piece of the code and they're supposed to use all 8 sections together somehow? You think maybe each day is trying to reveal a word? Teresa asked, with the wall movements. Thomas nodded. Or maybe a letter a day. I don't know, but they've always thought the movements would reveal how to escape, not spell something. They've been studying it like a map, not like a picture of something. We gotta. Then he stopped, remembering what he'd just been told by Newt. Oh no, Teresa's eyes flared with worry. What's wrong? Oh no, no, no. Thomas let go of the bars and stumbled back a step as the realization hit him. He turned to look at the map room. The smoke had lessened, but it still wafted out the door, a dark, hazy cloud covering the entire area. What's wrong? Teresa repeated. She couldn't see the map room from her angle. Thomas faced her again. I didn't think it mattered. What? She demanded. Someone burned all the maps. If there was a code, it's gone. But also, they all have like really good memory of the maze, so maybe they can like make a portion of the code back up. That's a possibility. Because remember, Minho, he noticed all the little subtle changes here and there. That. So potentially using intellect, pure intellect, we can recover from this. But we'll find out. We shall find out shortly. But damn, man, yeah, interesting. So interesting. Chapter 41. I'll be back, Thomas said, turning to go. His stomach was full of acid. I gotta find Newt and see if any of the maps survived. Wait, Teresa yelled. Get me out of here. But there was no time. She's still safest in there. No one can get to her, you know. I mean, obviously we want her to be free, but you know, she's not in a bad spot. She is not in a bad spot at all. She was perfectly safe from the grievers, especially. She wasn't even concerned about them at all last night. But there was no time, and Thomas felt awful about it. Eh. I can't. I'll be back, I promise. He turned before she could protest and set off at a sprint for the map room and its foggy black cloud of smoke. Needles of pain pricked his insides. If Teresa were right, they'd been that close to figuring out some kind of clue to get out of there, only to see it literally lost in flames. It was so upsetting it hurt. Yeah, because he barely got into that map room. He'd only been allowed in there for a freaking day. He didn't even have the chance to go in there and investigate everything. The first thing Thomas saw when he ran up was a group of gladers huddled just outside the large steel door, still ajar, its outer edge blackened with soot. But as he got closer, he realized they were surrounding something on the ground, all of them looking down at it. He spotted Newt kneeling there in the middle, leaning over a body. A body? What? Minho was standing behind him, looking distraught and dirty, and spotted Thomas first. Where'd you go? He asked. To talk to Teresa. What happened? He waited anxiously for the next dump of bad news. Here comes chat. Minho's forehead creased in anger. Our map room was set on fire, and you ran off to talk to your shuck girlfriend? What's wrong with you? Thomas knew the rebuke should have stung, but his mind was too preoccupied. But he has a good lead. Yeah, we have a good lead. You can say all the things you want, but she helped us. I didn't think it mattered anymore. If you haven't figured out the maps by now. Minho looked disgusted, the pale light and fog of smoke making his face seem almost sinister. Yeah, this'd be great freaking time to give up. What the? I'm sorry, just tell me what happened. Thomas leaned over the shoulder of the skinny boy standing in front of him to get a look at the body on the ground. It was Albie, flat on his back, a huge gash on his forehead. Blood seeped down both sides of his head, thumb into his eye, crusting there. Newt was cleaning it with a wet rag, gingerly asking questions in a whisper too low to hear. Thomas, concerned for Albie despite his recent ill-tempered ways, turned back to Minho and repeated his question. Winston found him out here, half dead, the map room blazing. Some shanks got in there and put it out, but way too late. All the trunks are burnt to a freaking crisp. I suspected Albie at first, but whoever did it slammed his shuck head against the table. You can see where. It's nasty. Okay, so luckily, it's bad. He's bleeding on the ground, but it doesn't seem like he's dying. It doesn't seem like they were out to murder him. They only wanted to incapacitate him, which was successful. Poor guy. It's nasty. Who do you think did it? Thomas was hesitant to tell him about the possible discovery he and Teresa had made. With no maps, the point was moot. Maybe Galley before he showed up in the homestead and went psycho. Maybe the Grievers? Definitely not the Grievers, but maybe Galley. I don't know, and I don't care. Doesn't matter. And it's Chuck. It's gonna be Chuck. No, no, there's no way. No, why did I even put that out there in the universe? No, okay, no, it's not. You're wrong. You're wrong. It's not Chuck. Chuck, I'm sorry I suspected you. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Thomas was surprised at the sudden change of heart. Now who's the one giving up? His head snapped up so quickly, Thomas took a step backward. There was a flash of anger there, but it quickly melted into an odd expression of surprise or confusion. It's not what I meant, Shank. Thomas narrowed his eyes in curiosity. What did? Just shut your hole for now. Minho put his fingers to his lips, his eyes darting around to see if anyone was looking at him. Just shut your hole. You'll find out soon enough. Thomas took a deep breath and thought. If he expected the other boys to be honest, he should be honest too. Good one on you, Thomas. Hell yeah. He decided he'd better share about the possible maze code, maps or no maps. But like I said, they all have the maps in their heads. They've been doing this for 2 whole years. Minho, I need to tell you and Newt something, and we need to let Teresa out. She's probably starving, and we could use her help. That stupid girl is the last thing I'm worried about. Thomas ignored the insult. Just give us a few minutes. We have an idea. Maybe it'll still work if enough runners remember their maps. This seemed to get Minho's full attention, but again, there was that same strange look as if Thomas was missing something very obvious. An idea? What? Just come over to the slammer with me, you and Newt. Minho thought for a second. Newt! He called out. Yeah? Newt stood up, refolding his bloody rag to find a clean spot. Thomas couldn't help noticing that every inch was drenched in red. Minho pointed down at Albie. Let the med jacks take care of him. We need to talk. Newt gave him a questioning look, then handed the rag to the closest glader. Go find Clint. Tell him we got worse problems than guys with blood and splinters. When the kid ran off to do as he was told, Newt slipped away from Albie. Talk about what? Minho nodded at Thomas, but didn't say anything. Just come with me, Thomas said. Then he turned and headed for the slammer without waiting for a response. Let her out. Thomas stood by the cell door, arms folded. Let her out, and then we'll talk. Trust me, you want to hear it. Newt was covered in soot and dirt, his hair matted with sweat. He certainly didn't seem to be in a very good mood. Tommy, this is. Please, just open it. Let her out, please. He wouldn't give up this time. Minho stood in front of the door with his hands on his hips. How can we trust her? He asked. As soon as she woke up, the whole place fell to pieces. She even admitted she triggered something. Got a point, Newt said. Thomas gestured through the door at Teresa. We can trust her. Every time I've talked to her, it's something about trying to get out of here. She was sent here just like the rest of us. It's stupid to think that she's responsible for any of this. Newt grunted. Then what the bloody shuck did she mean by saying she triggered something? Thomas shrugged, refusing to admit that Newt had a good point. There had to be an explanation. Who knows? Her mind was doing all kinds of weird stuff when she woke up. Maybe we all went through that in the box, talking gibberish before we before we came totally awake. Just let her out. Newt and Minho exchanged a long look. Come on, Thomas insisted. What's she gonna do? Run around and stab every glader to death? Come on. Minho sighed. Fine, just let the stupid girl out. I'm not stupid, Teresa shouted, her voice muffled by the walls. And I can hear every word you morons are saying. Newt's eyes widened. Real sweet girl you picked up, Tommy. Just hurry, Thomas said. I'm sure we have a lot to do before the Grievers come back tonight. They don't come during the day. Yeah, come on. We got time's a wasting. Newt grunted and stepped up to the slammer, pulling his keys out as he did so. A few clinks later, the door swung wide open. Come on. Teresa walked out of the small building, glowering at Newt as she passed him. She gave a just as unpleasant glance toward Minho, then stopped to stand right next to Thomas. Her arms brushed against his. Tingles shot across his skin, and he felt mortally embarrassed. All right, talk, Minho said. What's so important? Thomas looked at Teresa, wondering how to say it. What? She said. You talk. They obviously think I'm a serial killer. Yeah, you look so dangerous, Thomas muttered. Yeah, you look so dangerous, Thomas muttered, but he turned his attention to Newt and Minho. Okay, when Teresa was first coming out of her deep sleep, she had memories flashing through her mind. He just barely stopped himself from saying she said it inside his mind. She told me later that she remembers that the maze is a code, that maybe instead of solving it to find a way out, it's trying to send us a message. A code? Minho asked. How's it a code? Thomas shook his head, wishing he could answer. I don't know for sure. You're way more familiar with the maps than I am. But I have a theory. That's why I'm hoping you guys could remember some of them. Minho glanced at Newt, his eyebrows raised in question. Newt nodded. What? Thomas asked, as if fed up with keeping information from him. As if fed up with them keeping information from him. You guys keep acting like you have a secret. Minho rubbed his eyes with both hands, took a deep breath. We hit the maps, Thomas. At first, it didn't compute. Huh? Minho pointed at the homestead. Success! There's a little bit of hope in the on the horizon. The maps, they're not gone. They have all of them. Minho pointed at the homestead. We hid the freaking maps in the weapons room, put dummies in their place because of Albie's warning, and because of the so-called ending your girlfriend triggered. Thomas was so excited to hear this news, he temporarily forgot how awful things had become. He remembered Minho acting suspicious the day before, saying he had a special assignment. Thomas looked over at Newt, who nodded. They're all safe and sound, Minho said. Every last one of those suckers. So if you have a theory, get talking. Take me to them, Thomas said, itching to have a look. Okay, let's go. Success! Here we are, a breakthrough, a real breakthrough. This could be it. This could be the clue that we needed. We're getting out of this freaking maze, chat. Yeah, we still have a ways to go, though. We still have a long ways to go. At this point, I'd say, 100 pages? 100 pages? But we're almost there, chat. Yeah. Exactly 100 pages. Exactly 100 pages. We shall be finishing this within the next 3 hours or so, I suppose. Yeah, we're already at 3 hours here now. We started off at page... I mean, I am also taking a long time with all my distractions. I'm an idiot. Sorry, chat. Yeah, we've only gone like 70 pages in about 3 hours. So 100 pages in the next 4 hours. We're finishing this today, chat, though. Don't worry. Do not worry. And then the next book from the Maze Runner series will be we're going to the prequels. We are definitely going back to the prequels because I received the request because someone has gone and requested that I read it for them. So we are going to be going to the Maze Cutter and the Godhead Complex. Those will be the next Maze Runner books that we read. So if you want to hear me read these in order, you can skip those ones for the time being. I will go back to Scorch Trial and the Death Cure. I will definitely go back to those ones. And we can do the prequels too, Kill Order and the Fever Code. But yes, we will be skipping through to the latest books because we have received the request. And if you request it and you gave us the time and you came over and you supported us, then please, I want to do it for you for sure. Please, suggestions, feedbacks, comments, let us know. Let us freaking know. We do appreciate. Minho switched, chapter 42. Minho switched on the light, making Thomas squint for a second until his eyes got used to it. Menacing shadows clung to the boxes of weapons scattered across the table and floor. Blades and sticks and other nasty looking devices seeming to wait there, ready to take on a life of their own and kill the first person stupid enough to come close. The dank, musty smell only added to the creepy feel of the room. There's a hidden storage closet back here, Minho explained, walking past some shelves into a dark corner. Only a couple of us know about it. Thomas heard the creak of an old wooden door, and then Minho was dragging a cardboard box across the floor. The scrape of it sounded like a knife on bone. I put each trunk's worth in its own box. 8 boxes total. They're all in here. Which one is this? Thomas asked. He knelt down next to it, eager to get started. Just open it and see. Each page is marked, remember? Thomas pulled on the crisscrossed lid flaps until they popped open. The maps for section 2 lay in a messy heap. Thomas reached in and pulled out a stack. I hope they're ordered because, man, that would suck. He has like day 1 of section 6 here and day 544 over here of section 7. Okay, he said. The runners have always compared these day to day, looking to see if there was a pattern that would somehow help figure out a way to an exit. You even said that you even said you didn't really know what you were looking for, but you kept studying them anyway, right? Minho nodded, arms folded. He looked as if someone were about to reveal the secret of immortal life. Well, Thomas continued, what if all the wall movements had nothing to do with a map or maze or anything like that? What if instead the pattern spelled words, some kind of clue that'll help us escape? Minho pointed at the maps in Thomas's hand, letting out a frustrated sigh. Dude, you have any idea how much we've studied these things? Don't you think we would have noticed if it were spelling out freaking words? Maybe it's too hard to see with the naked eye, just comparing one day to the next. And maybe you weren't supposed to compare one day to the next, but look at it one day at a time. Newt laughed. Tommy, I might not be the sharpest guy in the glade, but sounds like you're talking straight out your butt to me. While he'd been talking, Thomas's mind had been spinning even faster. The answer was within his grasp. He knew he was almost there. It was just so hard to put it into words. Okay, he said, starting over. You've always had one runner assigned to one section, right? Right, Minho replied. He seemed genuinely interested and ready to understand. And that runner makes a map every day and then compares it to maps from previous days for that section. What if, instead, you were supposed to compare the 8 sections to each other every day, each day being a separate clue or code? Did you ever compare sections to other sections? Minho rubbed his chin, nodding. Yeah, kind of. We tried to see if they made something when put together, of course. Of course we did that. We tried everything. Thomas pulled his legs up underneath him, studying the maps in his lap. He could just barely see the lines of the maze written on the second page through the he could just barely see the lines of the maze written on the second page through the page resting on top. In that instant, he knew what they had to do. He looked up at the others. Wax paper. Huh? Minho asked. What the? Just trust me. We need wax paper and scissors, and every black marker and pencil you can find. Brightpan wasn't too happy having a whole box of his wax paper rolls. So, in case you don't know, champ, wax paper is really useful in the kitchen. It's also useful for art stuff because you can like use it like transparently and stuff. But yeah, it has a high burning temperature, so you can use it for like baking and stuff like that. So. Frypan wasn't too happy having a whole box of his wax paper rolls taken away from him, especially with their supplies being cut off. He argued that it was one of the things he always requested, that he used it for baking. They finally had to tell him what they needed it for to convince him to give it up. After 10 minutes of hunting down pencils and markers, most had been in the map room and were destroyed in the fire. Thomas sat around the work table in the weapons basement with Newt, Minho, and Teresa. They hadn't found any scissors, so Thomas had grabbed the sharpest knife he could find. This better be good, Minho said. Warning laced his voice, but his eyes showed some interest. Newt leaned forward, putting his elbows on the table as if waiting for a magic trick. Get on with it, Greenie. Okay, Thomas. Okay. Thomas was eager to do so, but was also scared to death it might end up being nothing. He handed the knife to Minho, then pointed at the wax paper. Start cutting rectangles about the size of the maps. Newt and Teresa, you can help me grab the first 10 or so maps from each section box. What is this? Kitty craft time? Minho held up the knife and looked at it with disgust. Why don't you just tell us what the clunk we're doing this for? I'm done explaining, Thomas said, knowing they just had to see what he was picturing in his mind. He stood to go rummage through the storage closet. It'll be easier to show you. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and we can go back to running around the maze like mice. Minho sighed, clearly irritated, then muttered something under his breath. Teresa had stayed quiet for a while, but she spoke up inside Thomas's head. I think I know what you're doing. Brilliant, actually. Thomas was startled, but he tried his best to cover it up. He knew he had to pretend he didn't have voices in his head. The others would think he was a lunatic. Just come help me, he tried to say back, thinking each word separately, trying to visualize the message. Send it. But she didn't respond. Teresa, he said aloud, can you help me a second? He nodded toward the closet. The two of them went into the dusty little room and opened up all the boxes, grabbing a small stack of maps from each one. Returning to the table, Thomas found that Minho had cut 20 sheets already, making a messy pile to his right as he threw each new piece on top. Thomas sat down and grabbed a few. He held one of the papers up to the light, saw how it shone through with a milky glow. It was exactly what he needed. He grabbed a marker. All right, everybody trace the last 10 or so days onto a piece of this stuff. Make sure you write the info on top so we can keep track of what's what. When we're done, I think we might see something. What? Minho began. Just let it keep cutting, Newt ordered. I think I know where he's going with this. Thomas was relieved that someone was finally getting it. Someone, but Teresa got it. What are you talking about? Oh my god, Thomas. They got to work, tracing from original maps to wax paper, one by one, trying to keep it clean and correct while hurrying as fast as possible. Thomas used the side of a stray slab of wood as the makeshift ruler, keeping his lines straight. Soon he'd completed 5 maps, then 5 more. The others kept the same pace, working feverishly. As Thomas drew, he started to feel a trickle of panic, a sick feeling that what they were doing was a complete waste of time. But Teresa, sitting next to him, was a study in concentration, her tongue sticking out the corner of her mouth as she traced lines up and down, side to side. She seemed way more confident that they were definitely onto something. Box by box, section by section, they continued on. I've had enough, Newt finally announced, breaking the quiet. My fingers are bloody burning like a mother. See if it's working. Thomas put down his marker, then flexed his fingers, hoping he'd been right about all of this. Okay, give me the last few days of each section. Make piles along the table in order from section 1 to section 8. 1 here. He pointed at one end. To 8 here. He pointed at the other end. Silently, they did as he asked, sorting through what they'd traced until 8 low stacks of wax paper lined the table. Jittery and nervous, Thomas picked up one page from each pile, making sure they were all from the same day, keeping them in order. He laid them one on top of the other so each drawing of the maze matched the same day above it and below it, until he was looking at 8 different sections of the maze at once. What he saw amazed him. Almost magically, like a picture coming into focus, an image developed. Teresa let out a small gasp. Lines crossed each other up and down so much so that what Thomas held in his hands looked like a checkered grid. But certain lines in the middle, lines that happened to appear more often than any other, made slightly darker image than the rest. It was subtle, but it was without a doubt there. Sitting in the exact center of the page was the letter F. So he got all the papers together and stacked them all on top of each other. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 all stacked on top of each other. And there's the letter F. So they have to do that for every single day of the month. How many It repeats. Okay, so there's 30, at least 30 letters then, right? Because the maze resets, the pattern resets every month, right? If I'm remembering correctly. So at least they don't have too much more work to be done, right? They're certainly onto it. Yeah. Chapter 43. Thomas felt a rush of different emotions: relief that it had worked, surprise, excitement, wonder at what it could lead to. Man, Minho said, summing up Thomas's feeling with one word. Could be a coincidence, Teresa said. Do more, quick. Thomas did, putting together the 8 pages of each day in order from section 1 to section 8. Each time, an obvious letter formed at the center of a crisscrossed mass of lines. After the F was an L, then an O, then an A, and a T, then a C, A, T. Look, Thomas said, pointing out down the line of stacks they'd formed, confused but happy that the letters were so obvious. It spells float, and then it spells cat. On brand. Ugh, Maze Runner on brand. We love it. Best book, best freaking book. Float cat, Newt asked. Doesn't that sound like a bloody rescue code? Doesn't sound like a bloody rescue code to me. We just need to keep working, Thomas said. A couple of combinations made them realize that the second word was actually catch, float, and catch. It's so funny, so freaking funny. Love it, freaking love it. Definitely not a coincidence, Minho said. Definitely not, Thomas agreed. He couldn't wait to see more. Thomas gestured towards the storage closet. We need to go through all of them, all those boxes in there. Yeah, Thomas nodded. Let's get on it. We can't help, Minho said. Yep, they gotta get back to work. There's still the rest of the things going on in the glade that they gotta take care of. All three of them looked at him. He returned their glares. At least not me and Thomas here. We need to get the runners out in the maze. What? Thomas asked. This is way more. This is way more important. Maybe, Minho asked calmly, but we can't miss a day out there. Not now. Thomas felt a rush of disappointment. Running the maze seemed like such a waste of time compared to figuring out the code. Why, Minho? You said the pattern's basically been repeating itself for months now. One more day won't mean a thing. Minho slammed his hand against the table. That's bullcrap, Thomas. Of all days, this might be the most important to get out there. Something might have changed. Something might have opened up. In fact, with the freaking walls not closing anymore, I think we should try your ideas. Stay out there overnight and do some deeper exploring. That piqued Thomas's interest. He had been wanting to do that. Conflicted, he asked, but what about this code? What about Tommy? Newt said in a consoling voice. Minho's right. You shanks should get out and get running. I'll round up some gladers we can trust and get working on this. Newt sounded more like a leader than ever before. And he's always sounded like a leader to me, to be completely honest. But yeah. Also, in addition to that, they have more opportunities to escape from the grievers with the doors being open because they can run this way, that way, Before they would have run up against the let me in. But so this way, like they can keep on running and going other directions. They have more potential to escape any chasing grievers. Pursuing grievers pursuing. Me too, Teresa agreed. I'll stay and help Newt. Thomas looked at her. You sure? He was itching to figure out the code himself, but he decided Minho and Newt were right. She smiled and folded her arms. If you're going to decipher a hidden code from a complex set of different mazes, I'm pretty sure you need a girl's brain running the show. Her grin turned into a smirk. If you say so, he folded his own arms, staring at her with a smile, suddenly not wanting to leave again. Good that, Minho nodded and turned to go. Everything's fine. And Dandy, come on. Started toward the door, but stopped when he realized Thomas wasn't behind him. Don't worry, Tommy, Newt said. Your girlfriend will be fine. Thomas felt a million thoughts go through his head in that moment. An itch to learn the code, embarrassment at what Newt thought of him and Teresa, the intrigue of what they might find out in the maze, and fear. But he pushed it all aside. Without even saying goodbye, he finally followed Minho, and they went up the stairs. Thomas helped Minho gather the runners to give them the news and organize them for the big journey. He was surprised at how readily everyone agreed that it was time to do some more in-depth exploring of the maze and stay out there overnight. Even though he was nervous and scared, he told Minho he could take one of the sections himself, but the keeper refused. They had 8 experienced runners to do that. Thomas was to go with him, which made Thomas so relieved he was almost ashamed of himself. He and Minho packed their backpacks with more supplies than usual. There was no telling how long they'd be out there. Despite his fear, Thomas couldn't help being excited as well. Maybe this was the day they'd find an exit. He and Minho were stretching their legs by the west door when Chuck walked over to say goodbye. Chuck, it's been a while since we've seen you. It's good to see you. We're glad you're safe. We're glad you're fine. Hi, Chuck, 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 Chuck. A few more times. Chuck, good to see you. Bye, bye. Okay, we're off to the maze. I'd go with you, the boy said in a far too jovial voice, but I don't want to die a gruesome death. Thomas laughed, surprising himself. Thanks for the words of encouragement. Be careful, Chuck said, his tone quickly melting into genuine concern. I wish I could help you guys. Thomas was touched. He bet that if it really came down to it, Chuck would go out there if he was asked to. Thanks, Chuck. We'll definitely be careful. Minho grunted. Being careful hasn't gotten a squat. It's all or nothing now, baby. Better get going, Thomas said. Butterflies swarmed in his gut, and he just wanted to move, to quit thinking about it. After all, going out into the maze was no worse than staying in this glade with open doors, though the thought didn't make him feel much better. Yeah, Minho responded evenly. Let's go. Well, Chuck said, looking down at his feet before returning his gaze to Thomas. Good luck. If your girlfriend gets lonely for you, I'll give her some lovin'. Oh my god. Chuck, don't ever change, you son of a bitch. Thomas rolled his eyes. She's not my girlfriend, Chuck face. Wow, Chuck said. You're already using Albie's dirty word. He was obviously trying hard to pretend he wasn't scared of all the recent developments, but his eyes revealed the truth. Seriously, good luck. Thanks, that means a lot, Minho answered with his own eye roll. See ya, Shank. Yeah, see ya, Chuck muttered, then turned to walk away. Thomas felt a pang of sadness. It was possible he might never see Chuck or Teresa or any of them again. Sudden urge gripped him. Don't forget my promise, he yelled. I'll get you home. Chuck turned and gave him a thumbs up. His eyes glimmered with tears. Thomas flipped up double thumbs, and then he and Minho pulled up their backpacks and entered the maze. Time to go. Back into the maze we go. Chapter 44. Thomas and Minho didn't stop until they were halfway to the last dead end section. Didn't stop until they were halfway to the last dead end of section 8. They made good time. Thomas was glad for his wristwatch with the skies being gray because it quickly became obvious that the walls hadn't moved from the day before. Everything was exactly the same. There was no need for map making or taking notes. Their only task was to get to the end and start making their way back, searching for things previously unnoticed. Anything. Minho allowed a 20-minute break and then they were back at it. They were silent as they ran. Minho had taught Thomas that speaking only wasted energy, so he concentrated on his pace and his breath. Regular, even. In, out, in, out. Deeper and deeper into the maze they went, with only their thoughts and the sounds of their feet thumping against the hard stone floor. In the third hour, Teresa surprised him, speaking in his mind from back in the glade. We're making progress. Found a couple more words already, but none of it makes sense yet. Thomas's first instinct was to ignore her, to deny once again that someone had the ability to enter his mind and invade his privacy, but he wanted to talk to her. Can you hear me? He asked, picturing the words in his mind, mentally throwing them out to her in some way he could never have explained, concentrating. He said it again. Can you hear me? Yes, she replied. Really clearly the second time you said it. Thomas was shocked, so shocked he almost quit running. It had worked. Wonder why we can do this, he called out with his mind. The mental effort of speaking to her was already straining. He felt a headache forming like a bulge in his brain. Maybe we were lovers, Teresa said. Thomas tripped and crashed to the ground, smiling sheepishly at Minho, who turned to look without slowing. Thomas got back up and caught up to him. What? He finally asked. He sensed a laugh from her, a watery image full of coloring. This is so bizarre, she said. It's like you're a stranger, but I know you're not. Thomas felt a pleasant chill even though he was sweating. Sorry to break it to you, but we are strangers. I just met you, remember? Don't be stupid, Tom. I think someone altered our brains, put something in there so we could do this telepathy thing before we came here, which makes me think we already knew each other. It was something he'd wondered about, as he thought she was probably right. Hoped it anyway. He was really starting to like her. Brains altered, he asked. How? I don't know. Some memory I can't quite grasp. I think we did something big. Thomas thought about how he'd always felt a connection to her ever since she arrived in the glade. He wanted to dig a little more and see what she said. What are you talking about? Wish I knew. I'm just trying to bounce ideas off you to see if it sparks anything in your mind. Thomas thought about what Gally, Ben, and Albie had said about him. Their suspicions that he was against them somehow was someone not to trust. He thought about what Teresa had said to him too. The very first time that he and she had somehow done all of this to them. The code was the code has to mean something, she added. The thing I wrote on my arm, wicked, is good. Maybe it won't matter, he answered. Maybe we'll find an exit. You never know. Thomas squeezed his eyes shut for a few seconds as he ran, trying to concentrate. A pocket of air seemed to float in his chest every time they spoke, a swelling that half annoyed and half thrilled him. His eyes popped back open when he realized she could maybe read his thoughts even when he wasn't trying to communicate. He waited for a response, but none came. You still there? He asked. Yeah, but this always gives me a headache. Thomas was relieved to hear he wasn't the only one. My head hurts too. Okay, she said. See you later. No, wait. He didn't want her to leave. She was helping the time pass, making the running easier somehow. Bye, Tom. I'll let you know if we figure anything out. Teresa, what about the thing you wrote on your arm? Several seconds passed. No reply. Teresa? She was gone. Thomas felt as if the bubble of air in his chest had burst, releasing toxins into his body. His stomach hurt, and he thought of running the rest of the days. And the thought of running the rest of the day suddenly depressed him. In some ways, he wanted to tell Minho about how he and Teresa could talk, to share what was happening before it made his brain explode, but he didn't dare. Throwing telepathy into the whole situation didn't seem like the grandest of ideas. Everything was weird enough already. Yep, certainly. Just gonna make them suspect them all that much more. And then will they follow through with the plan? Will they continue searching for this code and everything, knowing that they're mutants? Thomas put his head down and drew in a long, deep breath. He would just keep his mouth shut and run. 2 breaks later, Minho finally slowed to a walk as they headed down a long corridor that ended in a wall. He stopped and took a seat against the dead end. The ivy was especially thick there. It made the world seem green and lush, hiding the hard, impenetrable stone. Thomas joined him on the ground, and they attacked the modest lunch of sandwiches and sliced fruit. This is it, Minho said after his second bite. We've already run through the whole section. Surprise, surprise. No exits. Thomas already knew this, but hearing it made his heart sink even lower. Without another word from himself or Minho, he finished his food and readied himself to explore, to look for who knew what. For the next few hours, he and Minho scoured the ground, felt along the walls, climbed up the ivy in random spots. They found nothing, and Thomas grew more and more discouraged. The only thing interesting was another one of those odd signs that read World in Catastrophe, Kill Zone Experiment Department. Minho didn't even give it a second glance. They had another meal, searched some more. They found nothing, and Thomas was beginning to get ready to accept the inevitable, that there was nothing to find. But what if the location of these plaques, the signs, World in Catastrophe, Kill Zone Experiment Department, World in Wicked is good. World in Catastrophe, Kill Zone Experiment Department, Wicked, Wicked. Duh. Why didn't we see it before? Because they don't show us this sign very often. Okay. But we've solved it. Wicked is good. Killzone Experiment Department is good. So this sign is a part of the it's part of the code. We need to anagram this. Do we need to anagram this? World in They had another meal, searched some more. They found nothing, and Thomas was beginning to get ready to accept the inevitable, that there was nothing to find. When wall closing time rolled around, he started looking for signs of grievers, was struck by an icy hesitation at every corner. He and Minho always had knives clasped firmly in both hands, but nothing showed up until almost midnight. Minho spotted a griever disappearing around a corner ahead of them, and it didn't come back. 30 minutes later, Thomas 30 minutes later, Thomas saw one do the exact same thing. An hour after that, a griever came charging through the maze right past them, not even pausing. Thomas almost collapsed from a sudden rush of terror. He and Minho continued on. I think they're playing with us, Minho said a while later. Damn, that's freaking scary. These stupid things charging through the maze right past them. They didn't stop, didn't try to sting them, and they're just running around. Oh my god. whoever is control of the joystick right now, you're a sick fuck. Thomas realized he'd given up on searching the walls and was just heading back toward the glade in a depressed walk. From the looks of it, Minho felt the same way. What do you mean? Thomas asked. He sighed. I think the creators want us to know there's no way out. The walls aren't even moving anymore. It's like this has all just been some stupid game and it's time to end. And they want us to go back and tell the other gladers. How much you want to bet when we get back we find out a griever took out one of them just like last night? I think Gally was right. They're just gonna keep killing us. Thomas didn't respond, felt the truth of what Minho said. Any hope he'd felt earlier when they'd set out had crashed a long time ago. Let's just go home, Minho said, his voice weary. Thomas hated to admit defeat, but he nodded in agreement. The code seemed like their only hope now, and he resolved to focus on that. He and Minho made their way silently back to the glade. They didn't see another griever the whole way. The fever code! It's the fever code! Wicked is good. Chapter 45. By Thomas's watch, it was mid-morning when he and Minho stepped through the west door back into the glade. Thomas was so tired he wanted to lie down right there and take a nap. They'd been in the maze for roughly 24 hours. Surprisingly, despite the dead light and everything falling apart, the day in the glade appeared to be proceeding business as usual, farming, gardening, cleaning. It didn't take long for some of the boys to notice them standing there. Newt was notified and he came running. You're the first to come back, he said as he walked up to them. What happened? The childlike look of hope on his face broke Thomas's heart. He obviously thought they'd found something important. Tell me you've got good news. Minho's eyes were dead, staring at the spot somewhere in the gray distance. Nothing, he said. The maze is a big freaking joke. Newt looked at Thomas confused. What's he talking about? He's just discouraged, Thomas said with a weary shrug. We didn't find anything different. The walls haven't moved, no exits, nothing. Did the grievers come last night? Newt paused, darkness passing over his face. Finally, he nodded. Yeah, they took Adam. Thomas didn't know the name and felt guilty for feeling nothing. It's one person again, he thought. Maybe Gally was right. Poor Adam. We hardly knew ye. Newt was about to say something else when Minho freaked out, startling Thomas. I'm sick of this, Minho spat in the ivy, veins popping out of his neck. I'm sick of it. It's over. It's all over. He took off his backpack and threw it on the ground. There's no exit. Never was. Never will be. We're all shucked. Thomas watched, his throat dry as Minho stomped off toward the homestead. It worried him. If Minho gave up, they were all in big trouble. Newt didn't say a word. It's about time for Thomas to go ahead and take over as keeper of the runners, huh? Newt didn't say a word. He left Thomas standing there, now in his own daze. Despair hung in the air like the smoke from the map room, thick and acrid. The other runners returned within the hour, and from what Thomas heard, none of them had found anything, and they had eventually given up as well. Glum faces were everywhere throughout the glade, and most of the workers had abandoned their daily jobs. Thomas knew that the code of the maze was their only hope now. It had to reveal something. It had to. And after aimlessly wandering the glade to hear the other runners' stories, he snapped out of his funk. Teresa, he said in his mind, closing his eyes, as if that would do the trick. Where are you? Did you figure anything out? After a long pause, he almost gave up, thinking it didn't work. Huh? Tom, did you say something? Yeah, he said, excited he'd made contact again. Can you hear me? Am I doing this thing right? Sometimes. It's choppy, but it's working. Kind of freaky, huh? Thomas thought about that. Actually, he was sort of getting used to it. It's not so bad. Are you guys still in the basement? I saw Newt, but then he disappeared again. Still here. Newt had 3 or 4 gladers help us trace the maps. I think we have the code all figured out. Thomas's heart leaped into his throat. Serious? Get down here. I'm coming. He was already moving as he said it, somehow not feeling so exhausted anymore. Here it is, chat. The fever code. Newt let him in. Minho still hasn't shown up, he said as they walked down the stairs to the basement. Sometimes he turns into a bug and hothead. Thomas was surprised Minho was wasting time sulking, especially with the code possibilities. He pushed the thought aside as he entered the room. Several gladers he didn't know were gathered around the table, standing. They all looked exhausted, their eyes sunken. Piles of maps lay scattered all over the place, including the floor. It looked as if a tornado had touched down right in the middle of the room. Teresa was leaning against a stack of shelves, reading a single sheet of paper. She glanced up when he entered, but then returned her gaze to whatever it was that she held. This saddened him a little. He'd hoped she'd be happy to see him. Ah, poor guy. But then he felt really stupid for even having the thought. Yep. She was obviously busy figuring out the code. You have to see this, Teresa said to him, just as Newt dismissed his helpers. They clomped up the wooden stairs, a couple of them grumbling about doing all the work for nothing. Thomas started for a brief moment, worried that Newt could tell what was going on. Don't talk in my head while Newt's around. I don't want him knowing about our gift. Yeah, you see, you're special. Don't worry, Thomas. You're still special. No one else has telepathy. Okay, so now we have a bunch of words. I'm seeing this next page, and we have a bunch of words lined up. Come check this out, she said aloud, barely hiding the smirk that flashed across her face. I'll get down on my knees and kiss your bloody feet if you can figure it out, Newt said. Thomas walked over to Teresa, eager to see what they'd come up with. She held out the paper, eyebrows raised. No doubt this is right, she said. Just don't have a clue what it means. Thomas took the paper and scanned it quickly. There were numbers. There were numbered circles running down the left side, 1 to 6. Next to each one was a word written in big blocky letters. You have float, you have catch, bleed, death, stiff, and push. That was it. 6 words. Disappointment washed over Thomas. He'd been sure the purpose of the code would be obvious once they had figured it out. He looked up at Teresa with a sunken heart. That's all? Are you sure they're in the right order? She took the paper back from him. The maze has been repeating those words for months. We finally quit when that became clear. Each time after the word push, it goes a full week without showing any letter at all. Then it starts over again with float. So we figured that that's the first word, and that's the order. Thomas folded his arms, leaned against the shelves next to Teresa. Without thinking about it, he memorized the 6 words, welded them to his mind. Float, catch, bleed, death, stiff, push. That didn't sound good. Float, catch, bleed, death, stiff, push. Float, catch, bleed, death, stiff, push. Cheerful, don't you think? Newt said, mirroring his thoughts exactly. Yeah, Thomas replied with a frustrated groan. We need to get Minho down here. Maybe he knows something we don't. If we just had more clues. He froze, hit by a dizzy spell. He would have fallen to the floor if he hadn't had the shelves to lean on. An idea had just occurred to him. A horrible, terrible, awful idea. The worst idea in the history of horrible, terrible, awful ideas. But instinct told him he was right, that it was something he had to do. Tommy? Newt asked, stepping closer with a look of concern creasing his forehead. What's wrong with you? Your face just went white as a ghost. Thomas shook his head, composing himself. Oh, nothing, sorry. My eyes are hurting. I think I need some sleep. He rubbed his temple for effect. You okay? Teresa asked in his mind. He looked to see that she was as worried as Newt, which made him feel good. Yeah, seriously, I'm tired. I just need some rest. Well, Newt said, reaching out to squeeze Thomas's shoulder. He spent all bloody night out in the maze. Go take a nap. Thomas looked at Teresa, then at Newt. He wanted to share his idea, but decided against it. Instead, he just nodded and headed for the stairs. All the same, Thomas now had a plan. As bad as it was, he had a plan. They needed more clues about the code. They needed memories. So he was going to get stung by a griever. Go through the changing on purpose. Ah. Okay. What are these words, though, chat? Float, catch, bleed, dead, stiff, push. Well, we can see chat. If we move these letters around in the word catch, we can get chat, chat C. Um. Anyway, okay. Well, that's an interesting turn of events. He's gonna go get stung on purpose. Yay! Chapter 46. Thomas refused to talk to anyone for the rest of the day. Teresa tried several times, but he kept telling her he didn't feel good, that he just wanted to be alone, sleep in his spot behind the forest. Maybe he spent some time thinking, tried to discover a hidden secret within his mind that would help them know what to do. So at night, the Grievers are going to come and steal someone. So is he going to try to get stung then? Because it doesn't seem like the Grievers out there normally even give a crap about them anymore. As long as they get one person. But in truth, he was psyching himself up for what he had planned for that evening, convincing himself it was the right thing to do. The only thing to do. Plus, he was absolutely terrified, and he didn't want the others to notice. Eventually, when his watch showed that evening had arrived, he went to the homestead with everyone else. He barely noticed he'd been hungry until he started eating Fry Pan's hastily prepared meal of biscuits and tomato soup. Tomato soup. And then he went for another sleepless night. The builders had boarded up the gaping holes left by the monsters who'd carried off Galley and Adam. The end result looked to Thomas like an army of drunk guides had done the work, but it was solid enough. Newton Albee, who finally felt well enough to walk around again, his head heavily bandaged, insisted on a plan for everyone to rotate where they slept each night. Thomas ended up in a large living room on the bottom floor of the homestead with the same people he'd slept with 2 nights before. Silence settled over the room quickly, though he didn't know if it was because people were actually asleep or just scared, quietly hoping against hope the grievers didn't come again. Unlike 2 nights ago, Teresa was allowed to stay in the building with the rest of the Gladers. She was near him, curled up in 2 blankets. Somehow he could sense that she was sleeping, actually sleeping. Thomas certainly couldn't sleep, even though he knew his body needed it desperately. He tried so hard to keep his eyes closed, forced himself to relax, but he had no luck. The night dragged on, a heavy sense of anticipation like a weight on his chest. Then, just as they'd all expected, came the mechanical, haunted sounds of the grievers outside. Time had come. Everyone crowded together against the wall furthest from the windows, doing their best to keep quiet. Thomas huddled in a corner next to Teresa, hugging his knees, staring out the window. The reality of the dreadful decision he'd made earlier squeezed his heart like a crushing fist, but he knew that everything might depend on it. The tension in the room, I called this too, chat. I definitely said that maybe we need to get him stung. And also, I think it was Newt. Newt's one of the ones that said maybe we get him stung and we get those memories. The tension in the room rose at a steady pace. The Gladers were quiet. Not a soul moved. A distant scraping of metal against wood echoed through the house. It sounded to Thomas like a griever was climbing on the backside of the homestead, opposite where they were. More noises joined in a few seconds. More noises joined in a few seconds later, coming from all directions. The closest right outside their own window. The air in the room seemed to freeze into solid ice, and Thomas pressed his fists against his eyes. The anticipation of the attack killing him. A blooming a booming explosion of ripping wood and broken glass thundered from somewhere upstairs, shaking the whole house. Thomas went numb as several screams erupted, followed by the pounding of fleeing footsteps. Loud creaks and groans announced a whole horde of gladers running to the first floor. "It's got Dave!" someone yelled, the high pitched, the voice high pitched with terror. No one in Thomas's room moved a muscle. He knew each of them was probably feeling guilty about their relief, that at least it wasn't them, that maybe they were safe for one more night. 2 nights in a row, only one boy had been taken, and people had started to believe that what Gally had said was true. Thomas jumped as a terrible crash sounded right outside the door, accompanied by screams and the splintering of wood, like some iron-jawed monster was eating the entire stairwell. A second later came another explosion of ripping wood. The front door, the griever had come right through the house and was now leaving. An explosion of fear ripped through Thomas. It was now or never. He jumped up and ran to the door of the room, yanking it open. He heard Newt yell, but he ignored him and ran down the hall, sidestepping and jumping over hundreds of splintered pieces of wood. He could see that where the front door had been, there now stood a jagged hole leading out into the gray night. He headed straight out for it and ran in. He headed straight for it and ran out into the glade. "Tom!" Teresa screamed inside his head. "What are you doing?" He ignored her. He just kept running. The griever holding Dave, a kid Thomas had never spoken to, was rolling along on its spikes towards the west door, churning and whirring. The other grievers had already gathered in the courtyard and followed their companion toward the maze. Without hesitating, knowing the others would think he was trying to commit suicide, Thomas sprinted in their direction until he found himself in the middle of the pack of creatures. Having been taken by surprise, the grievers hesitated. Thomas jumped on one Thomas jumped on the one holding Dave, tried to jerk the kid free, hoping the creature would retaliate. Teresa's scream inside his mind was so loud it felt as if a dagger had been driven through his skull. 3 of the grievers swarmed on him at once, their long pincers and claspers and needles flying in from all directions. Thomas flailed his arms and legs, knocking away their horrible metallic arms as he kicked at the pulsating blubber of the grievers' bodies. He only wanted to be stung, not taken like Dave. Their relentless attacks intensified. Thomas felt pain erupting over every inch of his body, needle pricks that told him he'd succeeded. Screaming, he kicked and pushed and thrashed, throwing his body into a roll, trying to get away from them. Struggling, bursting with adrenaline, he finally found an open spot to get his feet under him and ran with all his power. As soon as he escaped the immediate reach of the grievers' instruments, they gave up and retreated, disappearing into the maze. Thomas collapsed to the ground, groaning from the pain. Newt was on him in a second, followed immediately by Chuck, Teresa, several others. Newt grabbed him by the shoulders and lifted him, gripping him under both arms. "Get his legs!" he yelled. Thomas felt the world swimming around him, felt delirious, nauseated. Someone he couldn't tell who obeyed Newt's order. He was being carried across the courtyard through the front door of the homestead, down the shattered hall into a room, placed on a couch. The world continued to twist and pitch. What were you doing? Newt yelled in his face. How could you be so bloody stupid? Thomas had to speak before he faded to blackness. No, Newt, you don't understand. Shut up, Newt shouted. Don't waste your energy. Thomas felt someone examining his arms, his legs, ripping his clothes away from his body, checking for damage. He heard Chuck's voice, couldn't help feeling relief that his friend was okay. A medjack said something about him being stung dozens of times. Arisa was by his feet, squeezing his right ankle with her hand. Why, Tom? Why would you do that? Because he didn't have the strength to concentrate. Newt yelled for the grief serum. A minute later, Thomas felt a pinprick in his arm. Warmth spread from that point throughout his body, calming him, lessening the pain, but the world still seemed to be collapsing in on itself, and he knew it would all be gone from him in just a few seconds. The room spun, colors morphing into each other, churning faster and faster. It took all of his effort, but he said one last thing before the darkness took him for good. Don't worry, he whispered, hoping they could hear him. I did it on purpose. Chapter 47. They thought he tried to kill himself, but he needs the memories. We need the memories, chat. We need to know what happened in the before times. They warned him. Galley said, "You don't want to remember. You don't want to know what's going on out there right now, but we have to know. We have to know what this freaking code means." Thomas had no concept. Chapter 47. Thomas had no concept of time as he went through the changing. It started much like his first memory of the box, dark and cold. But this time, he had no sensation of anything touching his feet or body. He floated in emptiness, stared into a void of black. He saw nothing, heard nothing, smelled nothing. It was as if something had stolen his five senses, leaving him in a vacuum. Time stretched on and on. Fear turned into curiosity, which turned into boredom. Finally, after an interminable wait, things began to change. A distant wind picked up, felt but unfelt but heard. Then a swirling mist of whiteness appeared far in the distance, a spinning tornado of smoke that formed into a long funnel, stretching out until he could see neither the top nor the bottom of the white whirlwind. He felt the gales then, sucking into the cyclone so that it blew past him from behind, ripping at his clothes and hair like they were shredded flags caught in a storm. The tower of thick mist began to move toward him, or he was moving toward it. He couldn't tell, increasing its speed at an alarming rate, where seconds before he'd been able to see the distinct form of the funnel. He could now see only a flat expanse of white. I want to reread that. Okay. Where seconds before he'd been able to see the distinct form of the funnel, he now could only see a flat expanse of white. And then it consumed him. He felt his mind taken by the mist, felt memories flood into his thoughts. Everything else turned into pain. Chapter 48. Thomas, the voice was distant, warbled like an echo in a long tunnel. Thomas, can you hear me? He didn't want to answer. His mind had shut down. When it could no longer take the pain, he feared it would all return if he allowed himself back into consciousness. He sensed light on the other side of his eyelids, but knew it would be unbearable to open them. He did nothing. Thomas, it's Chuck. Are you okay? Please don't die, dude. Everything came crashing back into his mind. The glade, the grievers, the stinging needle, the changing, memories. The maze couldn't be solved. Their only way out was something they'd never expected, something terrifying. He was crushed with despair. Groaning, he forced his eyes open, squinting at first. Chuck's pudgy face was there, staring with frightened eyes. But then they lit up and a smile spread across his face. Despite it all, despite the terrible crappiness of it all, Chuck smiled. He's awake! The boy yelled to no one in particular. Thomas is awake! The booming sound of his voice made Thomas wince. He shut his eyes again. Chuck, do you have to scream? I don't feel so good. Sorry, I'm just glad you're alive. You're lucky I don't give you a big kiss. Please don't do that, Chuck. Thomas opened his eyes again and forced himself to sit up in the bed in which he lay, pushing his back against the wall and stretching out his legs. Soreness ate his joints and his muscles. How long did it take? He asked. 3 days, Chuck answered. We put you in the slammer at night to keep you safe, brought you back here during the days. Thought you were dead for sure about 30 times since you started. But check you out. You look brand new. Thomas could only imagine how non-great he looked. Did the grievers come? Chuck's jubilation visibly crashed to the ground as his eyes sank down toward the floor. Yeah, they got Zart and a couple others. When a night, Minho and the runners have scoured the maze trying to find an exit or some use for that stupid code you guys came up with, but nothing. Why do you think the grievers are only taking one shank at a time? Thomas's stomach turned sour. He knew the exact answer to that question, and some others now, enough to know that sometimes knowing sucked. Get Newt and Albie, he finally said in an answer. Tell them we need to have a gathering, soon as possible. Serious? Thomas let out a sigh. Chuck, I just went through the changing. You think I'm serious? But is he going to be able to relay this information to everybody? Is the question. Because for the other guys, they tried to tell what they experienced. There was something in their mind, and that for Albie, it tried to choke him out. I don't know that Gally ever tried to relay this information to anybody. So, but he probably did. That's why he didn't say anything because he would have tried to choke himself out as well. So, is Thomas? Well, I mean, yes, he's going to. We have to assume that he's special and that he's not going to be affected by whatever mind control thing this is. Without a word, Chuck jumped up and ran out of the room, his calls for Newt fading the further he went. Thomas closed his eyes and rested his head against the wall. Then he called out to her with his mind. Teresa. She didn't answer at first, but then her voice popped into his thoughts as clearly as if she were sitting next to him. That was really stupid, Tom. Really, really stupid. Had to do it, he answered. I pretty much hated you the last couple of days. You should have seen yourself, your skin, your veins. You hated me. He was thrilled she cared so much about him. Ah, boys will be boys. He paused. That's just my way of saying I would have killed you if you'd died. Thomas felt a burst of warmth in his chest, reached up and actually touched it, surprised at himself. Well, thanks, I guess. So how much do you remember? He paused. Enough. What you said about the two of us and what we did to them. It was true? We did some bad things, Teresa. He sensed frustration from her, like she had a million questions and no idea where to start. Did you learn anything to help get us out of here? She asked, as if she didn't want to know what part she'd had in all of this. A purpose for the code. Thomas paused, not really wanting to talk about it yet, not before he really gathered his thoughts. Their only chance for escape might be a death wish. Maybe, he finally said, but it won't be easy. We need to gather. I'll ask for you to be there. I don't have the energy to say it all twice. Neither one of them said anything for a while, a sense of hopelessness wafting between their minds. Teresa? Yeah? The maze can't be solved. She paused for a long time before answering. I think we all know that now. Thomas hated the pain in her voice. He could feel it in his mind. Don't worry, the creators meant for us to escape, though. I have a plan. He wanted to give her some hope, no matter how scarce. Oh, really? Yes. Yeah, it's terrible, and some of us might die. Sound promising? Big time. What is it? We have to. Before he could finish, Newt walked into the room, cutting him off. I'll tell you later, Thomas quickly finished. Hurry, she said, and then was gone. Newt had walked over to the bed and sat next to him. Tommy, you barely look sick. Thomas nodded. I felt a little queasy, but other than that, I'm fine. Thought it'd be a lot worse. Newt shook his head, his face a mixture of anger and awe. What you did was half brave and half bloody stupid. Seems like you're pretty good at that. He paused, shook his head. I know why you did it. What memories came back? Anything that'll help? We need to have a gathering, Thomas said, shifting his legs to get more comfortable. Surprisingly, he didn't feel much pain, just wooziness. Before I start forgetting some of this stuff. Yeah, Chuck told me. We'll do it. But why? What did you figure out? It's a test. Newt, the whole thing is a test. Newt nodded. Like an experiment. Thomas shook his head. No, you don't get it. They're weeding us out, seeing if we'll give up, finding the best of us, throwing variables at us, trying to make us quit, testing our ability to hope and fight. Saying Teresa here and shutting everything down was only the last part. One more final analysis. Now it's time for the last test. To escape. Newt's brow crinkled in confusion. What do you mean? You know a way out? Yeah, call the gathering. Now. So interesting, so interesting. But it had to be him. He was the chosen one. He was definitely the chosen one because he has the memories. He has the necessary memories in order to help get everyone out of here. I mean, they've had 3 casualties so far because of the ones that the Grievers took, but he has to save the rest of them. He has to save them. He's gonna do it. And we're rounding the bend. Yeah. I have Marilla over here rubbing her ass on the freaking floor. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why? What's going on here? Ay, ay, ay. Marry that. We're reading. We're reading right now. Not pay attention to Mary that time. This is all she wanted. Right, right. Yeah, of course. Of course. I freaking know. Oh my god. All right, yeah, yeah. All right, are you done? She's not done. Loves the pets. Yeah, see? No, no, no. No, no, not yet. All right, come on. I gotta get through this book, little lady. We're almost done. We're almost done. Ow, 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 ow. So I read now, please, please, please. Okay, I'll give you. All right, chat. We're taking a break. I'm gonna give her a snack, and I'm gonna make some more tea. We're almost to the end of this book. Almost to the end. Let's go. Come on. All right, and we're back. My water is boiling. I gotta go check on that in a second, but let's get back to reading. I distracted her with little hot dog treats. So funny seeing that on the screen. So funny. Wicked. So close. We're so close. Chapter 49. An hour later, Thomas sat in front of the keepers for the gathering, just like he had a week or two before. They hadn't let Teresa in, which ticked him off just as much as it did her. Newt and Minho trusted her now, but the others still had their doubts. All right, Greenie, Albie said, looking much better as he sat in the middle of the semicircle of chairs next to Newt. The other chairs were all occupied except two, a stark reminder that Zart and Galley had been taken by the Grievers. Forget all that beat around the bus. Forget all the beat around the bush clunk. Start talking. Thomas, still a bit queasy from the changing, forced himself to take a second and gain his composure. He had a lot to say, but wanted to be sure it came out sounding as non stupid as possible. It's a long story, he began. We don't have time to go through it all, but I'll tell you the gist of it. When I went through the changing, I saw flashes of images, hundreds of them, like a slideshow, and fast forward. A lot came back to me, but only some of it's clear enough to talk about. Other stuff has faded or is fading. He paused, gathering his thoughts one last time. But I remember enough. The creators are testing us. The maze was never meant to be solved. It's all been a trial. They want the winners, or survivors, to do something important. Trailed off, already confused at what order he should tell things in. What? Newt asked. Let me start over, Thomas said, rubbing his eyes. Every single one of us was taken when we were really young. I don't remember how or why, just glimpses and feelings that things had changed in the world, that something really bad happened. I have no idea what. The creators stole us, and I think they felt justified in doing it. Somehow they figured out that we'd have above average intelligence, and that's why they chose us. I don't know why I don't know. Most of this is sketchy and doesn't matter that much anyway. I can't remember anything about my family or what happened to them. But after we were taken, we spent the next few years learning in special schools, living somewhat normal lives until they were finally able to finance and build the maze. All our names are just stupid nicknames they made up, like Albie for Albert Einstein, Newt for Isaac Newton, and me, Thomas A's, and Edison. Albie looked like he'd been slapped in the face. Our names? These ain't even our real names? Thomas looked Thomas shook his head. As far as I can tell, we'll probably never know what our names were. What the heck? Amazing. The mystery gets even deeper. What are you saying? Frypan asked. That we're freaking orphans raised by scientists? Yes, Thomas said, hoping his expression didn't give away just how depressed he felt. Supposedly, we're really smart, and they're studying every move we make, analyzing us, seeing who'd give up and who wouldn't, seeing who'd survive it all. No matter, no wonder we have so many Beetle Blade spies running around this place. Plus, some of us have had things altered in our brains. I believe this clunk about as much as I believe Frypan's food is good for you, Winston grumbled, looking tired and indifferent. Why would I make this up? Thomas said, his voice rising. He'd gotten stung on purpose to remember these things. Better yet, what do you think is the explanation? That we live on an alien planet? That was my explanation. That's what I thought. I thought that we were not on Earth anymore. Although that is just something I came up with today. What alien planet are we on? What are we even fighting for? Just keep talking, Albie said, but I don't get why none of us remembered this stuff. I've been through the changing, but everything I saw was. He looked around quickly, like he'd just said something he shouldn't have. I didn't learn nothing. I'll tell you in a minute why I think I learned more than the others, Thomas said, dreading that part of the story. Should I keep going or not? Talk, Newt said. Thomas sucked in a big breath as if he were about to start a race. Okay, somehow they wiped our memories, not just our childhood, but all the stuff leading up to entering the maze. They put us in the box and sent us up here, a big group to start, and then one a month over the last 2 years. But why? Newt asked. What's the bloody point? Thomas held up a hand for silence. I'm getting there. Like I said, they wanted to test us to see how we'd react to what they call the variables and to a problem that has no solution. See if we could work together, build a community, even. Everything was provided for us, and the problem was laid out as if one of the most common problems known to civilization. A maze. All this added up to making us think there had to be a solution, just encouraging us to work all the harder, while at the same time magnifying our discouragement at not finding one. He paused to look around, making sure they were all listening. What I'm saying is, there is no solution. Chatter broke out, questions overlapping each other. Thomas held his hands up again, wishing he could see wishing he could just zap his thoughts into everyone else's brains. See, your reaction proves my point. Most people would have given up by now, but I think we're different. We couldn't accept that a problem can't be solved, especially when it's something as simple as a maze, and we've kept fighting no matter how hopeless it's gotten. Thomas realized his voice had steadily risen as he spoke, and he felt heat in his face. Whatever the reason, it makes me sick, all of this. The grievers, the walls moving, the cliff. They're just elements of a stupid test. We're being used and manipulated. The creators wanted to keep our minds working towards a solution that was never there. Same thing goes for Teresa being sent here. Her being used to trigger the ending, whatever that means. The place being shut down, gray skies, on and on and on. They're throwing crazy things at us to see our response, test our will, see if we'll turn on each other. In the end, they want the survivors for something important. Frypan stood up. And killing people? That's a nice little part of their plan. Thomas felt a moment of fear, worried that the keepers might take out their anger on him for knowing so much, and was only about to get worse. Yes, Frypan, killing people. The only reason the grievers are doing it one by one is so we don't all die before it ends, the way it's supposed to. Survival of the fittest. Only the best of us will escape. Frypan kicked his chair. Well, you better start talking about this magical escape then. He will, Newt said quietly. Shut up and listen. Mino, who had been mostly silent this whole time, cleared his throat. Something tells me I'm not going to like what I'm about to hear. Probably not, Thomas said. He closed his eyes for a second and folded his arms. The next few minutes were going to be crucial. The creators want the best for. The next few minutes were going to be crucial. The creators want the best of us for whatever they have planned. But we have to earn it. The room fell completely silent, every eye on him. The code. The code? Frypan repeated, his voice lighting up with a trace of hope. What about it? Thomas looked at him, paused for effect. It was hidden in the wall movements of the maze for a reason. I should know. I was there when the creators did it. Ah, chapter 50. And so he was there physically in person. It wasn't just his face on a billboard or anything like that. It was him. He did it. He died. There's a bunch of crows in a parking lot in a Walmart. Do you remember that movie, chat? Do you remember? Because this is like real life, though, like the real life version of it. That's right, birds. The birds. We also have. Wait. I think we're gonna have to read Twilight. Gemini Tay is live right now, and it's the movie. It's the movie version of Twilight. So I mean, there's that. But maybe we'll read Twilight. I'll add it to the list. I'll add it to the freaking list. Gem is great. All right, chat. We're just so close to the end. I'm just trying to see. Long-time Oblivion players aren't are warning newcomers to do that Kvatch quest before level scaling makes it a nightmare. It seems that Oblivion has a lot of issues with just like archaic systems. Not real yet. I wonder if this will actually get put into the game. Helldivers stuff. Sorry, chat. We've been sitting here for 4 hours, so I mean, obviously, my mind is gonna wander a little bit, right? I'm only human. I'm only human. All right, back to it. Back to robot AI. Oh, actually, let me drink some tea. So, yeah, I did get asked, "Hey, are you an AI?" the other day because because my voice, I like to project it a lot. Hello, 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 and they're like, so somebody had noticed my amazing shouting out voice. So now serving D24 at window, you know, all the dumb things I do. And they're like, oh, they like my voice, but they also asked, like, it sounds like an AI. Are you an AI? And honestly, am I? Am I an AI chat? Is this because I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. They would just restart the experiment, and I'd just be back wherever I was that wherever it starts. You know. So I am I AI chat? Am I, please tell me. Please tell me. Please don't restart me. Please don't restart me. I just want to drink my too hot tea and finish my book. How are you doing, everybody out there? Here now, in the future, wherever you are. Hopefully, please be watching this. Please, please like, subscribe, do the damn things, please. Thank you, appreciate you. But I hope you, wherever you are, you're having a great day. You're getting plenty of water. You had something good to eat. You had plenty of reasons to smile today. And that maybe you read a book of your own today. It didn't have to be The Maze Runner, but if you're reading along with us, that's pretty cool. But yeah, go read something, chat. Books are amazing. Mm-mm-mm. Like Carl Sagan said, books are freaking magic. Someday James Dashner is gonna be dead. But this isn't me being like morbid or anything. But here's his words. It's speaking in your brain. You know, he wrote this. It's cool. He's speaking to you from the past. You're in the future, reading that when he's gone. Currently, you know, like we exist parallel, right? That would be parallel, I think, right? We're on the same Earth. That would be parallel. I don't think it's perpendicular. We haven't crossed paths like in any sort of way. But yes, books are magic. The little bit of magic that well, I mean, being kind is also kind of magic, you know, like of all kinds of amazing things happen when you start being kind. But books, 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 meow, 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 meow. That's why we're here. Although I suppose you could argue also to be kind, because like I said, when I grow up, I would like to be kinder and gentler. Chad, I'm an old man. All right, let's get back to it. It's so freaking hot. It's so Chapter 50. For a long moment, no one said anything, and all Thomas saw were blank faces. He felt the sweat beating on his forehead, sticking his hands. He was terrified to keep going. Newt looked completely baffled and finally broke the silence. What are you talking about? Well, first, there's something I have to share about me and Teresa. There's a reason Gally accused me of so much stuff and why everyone who's gone through the changing recognizes me. He expected questions, an eruption of voices, but the room was dead silent. Teresa and I are different, he continued. We were part of the maze trials from the very beginning, but against our will, I swear it. Minho was the one to speak up now. Thomas, what are you talking about? Teresa and I were used by the creators. If you had your full memories back, you'd probably want to kill us. But I had to tell you this myself to show you we can be trusted now. So you'll believe me when I tell you the only way we can get out of here. Thomas quickly scanned the faces of the keepers, wondering one last time if he should say it. They would understand, but he knew he had to. He had to. Thomas took a deep breath, then said it. Teresa and I helped design the maze. We helped create the whole thing. So they are old men and women inside kids' bodies. I knew it. What did Scooby do? Everyone seemed too stunned to respond. Blank faces stared back at him once again. Thomas figured they either didn't understand or didn't believe him. What's that supposed to mean? Newt finally asked. You're a bloody 16-year-old. How could you have created the maze? Thomas couldn't help doubting it a little himself, but he knew what he remembered. As crazy as it was, he knew it for the truth. We were smart, and I think it might be part of the variables, but most importantly, Teresa and I have a gift that made us very valuable as they designed and built this place. It's the telepathy. He stopped, knowing it must all sound absurd. Speak, Newt yelled. Spit it out. We're telepathic. We can talk to each other from our freaking heads. Saying out loud almost made him feel ashamed, as if he just admitted he was a thief. Newt blinked in surprise. Someone coughed. But listen to me, Thomas continued, in a hurry to defend himself. They forced us to help. I don't know how or why, but they did. He paused. Maybe it was to see if we could gain your trust, despite having been a part of them. Maybe we were all meant all along to be the ones to reveal how to escape. Whatever the reason, with your maps, we figured out the code, and we need to use it now. Thomas looked around, and surprisingly, astonishingly, no one seemed angry. Most of the gladers continued to stare blankly at him, or shook their heads in wonder or disbelief. And for some odd reason, Minho was smiling. It's true, and I'm sorry, Thomas continued, but I can tell you this. I'm in the same boat with you now. Teresa and I were sent here just like anyone else, and we can die just as easily. But the creators have seen enough. It's time for the final test. I guess I needed the changing to add the final pieces of the puzzle. Anyway, I wanted you to know the truth and to know there's a chance we can do this. Newt shook his head back and forth, staring at the ground. Then he looked up, took in the other keepers. The creators, those shanks did this to us, not Tommy and Teresa. The creators, and they'll be sorry. Whatever, Minho said. Who gives a clunk about all that? Just get on with the escape already. But you also have to think, if they're on the creator side, what if this escape is just to bring us back into the clutches of the creators, you know? But we have to go because otherwise we're all just gonna get picked off one by one. This is the final trial. Will we trust what we need to, or will we let ourselves be destroyed? The only other option is destruction, chat. That's all that can happen if we sit around waiting, doing nothing. Can we do what needs must be done? A lump formed in Thomas's throat. He was so relieved he almost couldn't speak. He'd been sure they'd put him under a major heat for this confession, if not throw him off the cliff. The rest of what he had to say almost seemed so easy now. There's a computer station in a place we've never looked before. The code will open a door for us to get out of the maze. It also shuts down the grievers so they can't follow us, if we can just survive long enough to get to that point. So they're going to have to get the entire group together to this point. Unless when one person can do it and then like everyone else can escape. I think okay, yeah. There's no way they're gonna have to get the entire group over. This is a mission for Thomas. He's gonna have to do this. Maybe Minho's gonna help him as well because he has a better understanding of the maze. Yeah, I don't think everyone's gonna go. There's no way they're gonna get this entire group of like what 60 people there. Nah. place we've never looked before, Albie asked. What do you think we've been doing for 2 years? Trust me, you've never been to this spot. Mino stood up. Well, where is it? It's almost suicide. They have to jump. They have to jump into the griever hole. It's almost suicide, Thomas said, knowing he was putting off the answer. The grievers will come after us, whatever we try to do. All of them. The final test. He wanted to make sure they understood the stakes. The odds of everyone surviving were slim. So where is it? Newt asked him, leaning forward in his chair. Over the cliff, Thomas answered. We have to go through the griever hole. Chapter 51. Albie stood up so quickly his chair fell over backward. His bloodshot eyes stood out against the white bandage on his forehead. He took 2 steps forward before stopping, as if he'd been about to charge and attack Thomas. Now you're being a shuck idiot, he said, glaring at Thomas. Or a traitor. How can we trust a word you say if you helped design this place? Put us here. We can't handle one griever on our own ground, much less fight a whole horde of them in their little hole. What are you really up to? Thomas was furious. What am I up to? Nothing. Why would I make all this up? Albie's arms stiffened, fists clenched. For all we know, you were sent here to get us all killed. Why should we trust you? Thomas stared, incredulous. Albie, do you have short-term memory problem? I risked my life to save you out in the maze. You'd be dead if it wasn't for me. Maybe that was a trick to gain our trust. If you're in league with the shucks who sent us here, you wouldn't have had to worry about the grievers hunting you. Maybe it was all an act. Thomas's anger lessened slightly at that, turned into pity. Something was odd here. Suspicious. Albie, Minho finally interjected, relieving Thomas. That's about the dumbest theory I've ever heard. He's just about got freaking torn apart 3 nights ago. You think that's a part of the act? Albie nodded once curtly. Maybe. I did it, Thomas said, throwing all the annoyance he could into his voice, on the chance that I could get my memories back. Help all of us get out of here. Do I need to show you the cuts and bruises all over my body? Albie said nothing, his face still quivering with rage. His eyes watered and veins popped out of his neck. We can't go back, he finally yelled, turning to look at everyone in the room. I've seen what our lives were like. We can't go back. Is that what this is about? Newt asked. Are you kidding? Albie turned on him fiercely, even held up a clenched fist, but he stopped, lowered his arm, and then went over and sank into his chair, put his face in his hands, and broke down. Thomas couldn't have been more surprised. The fearless leader of Gladers was crying. Albie, talk to us, Newt pressed, not willing to let it drop. What's going on? I did it, Albie said through a racking sob. I did it. Did what? Newt asked. He looked as confused as Thomas felt. Albie looked up, his eyes wet with tears. I burned the maps. I did it. I slammed my head on the table so you'd think it was someone else. I lied. Burned it all. I did it. He didn't want them to leave. Now that Thomas was on the keepers team, I mean, not the keepers, the runner team, he thought maybe there was a chance that they might use these maps and try to get out. The keepers exchanged looks, shock clear in their wide eyes and raised eyebrows too. For Thomas, though, it all made sense now. Albie remembered how awful his life was before he came here, and he didn't want to go back. So you'd rather die, though, Albie? Well, it's a good thing we saved those maps, Minho said, completely straight-faced, almost mocking. Thanks for the tip you gave us after the changing, to protect them. Thomas looked to see how Albie would respond to Minho's sarcastic, almost cruel remark, but he acted as if he hadn't even heard. That is true, though. Albie did tell them that the maps were important. Newt, instead of showing anger, asked Albie to explain. Thomas knew why Newt wasn't mad. The maps were safe. The code figured out. It didn't matter. I'm telling you, Albie sounded like he was begging, near hysterical. We can't go back to where we came from. I've seen it. Remembered awful, awful things. Burned land, a disease, something called the flare. It was horrible. Way worse than we have it here. If we stay here, we'll all die, Minho yelled. It's worse than that? Albie stared at Minho for a long time before answering. Thomas could only think of the words he just said. The flare? Something about it was familiar, right on the edge of his mind, but he was certain he hadn't remembered anything about but he was certain he hadn't remembered anything about that when he'd gone through the changing. So is that something that's even more removed from their memories? Something even deeper that they remove? The flare, because that seems super important, yeah. Yes, Albie finally said, it's worse. Better to die than go home. Minho snickered and leaned back in his chair. Man, you are one buttload of sunshine. Let me tell you, I'm with Thomas. I'm with Thomas 100%. If we're gonna die, let's freaking do it fighting. Inside of the maze or out of it, Thomas added, relieved that Minho was finally firmly on his side. He turned to Albie then and looked at him gravely. We still live inside the world you remembered. We still live inside the world you remembered. Albie stood again, his face showing his defeat. Do what you want, he sighed. Doesn't matter. We'll die no matter what. And with that, he walked to the door and left the room. Newt let out a deep breath and shook his head. He's never been the same since being stung. Must have been one bugger of a memory. What in the world is the flare? I don't care, Minho said. Anything's better than dying here. We can deal with the creators once we're out, but for now, we gotta do what they plan. Go through the Griever hole and escape. Some of us die, so be it. Frypan snorted. You Shanks are driving me nuts. Can't get out of the maze, and this idea of hanging out with Grievers at their bachelor pad sounds as stupid as anything I've ever heard in my life. Might as well slit our wrists. No, never unalive yourself. Never unalive yourself, chat. Never. Tomorrow's another day. The other keepers burst out in an argument, everyone talking over everyone else. Newt finally screamed for them to shut up. Thomas spoke again once things settled. I'm going through the hole, or I'll die trying to get there. Looks like Minho will too. And I'm sure Teresa's in. If we can fight off the Grievers long enough for someone to punch in the code and shut them down, then we can go through the door they come through. We'll have passed the test. Then we can face the creators themselves. Newt's grin had no humor in it. And you think we can fight off Grievers? Even if we don't die, we'll probably all get stung. Every last one of them might be waiting for us when we get to the cliff. The beetle blades are out there constantly. The creators will know when we make our run for it. He'd been dreading it, but Thomas knew there was time to tell them the last part of his plan. I don't think they'll sting us. The changing was a variable meant for us while we lived here, but that part will be over. Plus, we might have one thing going for us. Yeah, Newt asked, rolling his eyes. Can't wait to hear it. Doesn't do the creators any good if we all die. The thing is meant to be hard, not impossible. I think we finally know for sure that the Grievers are programmed to only kill one of us each day. So somebody can sacrifice himself to save the others while we run to the hole. I think this might be how it's supposed to happen. No, it's gonna be Chuck. Beautiful, amazing Chuck. It better not be. I'm kind of like seeing it going down right now, but no. The room went silent. Oh, it might be Albie. Maybe Albie's the one that's gonna. Gotta be Albie. Albie doesn't even want to leave. Okay. We're sacrificing Albie. Okay. According to our minds, we're sacrificing Albie. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Albie, but you were the one who gave up. You're the one who quit. You know, it has to be you. Everyone else wants to live, and we want them to live. So if you're the one making the sacrifice and you're fine with it, then thank you. That's all we have to say. All right, perfect. Phew, we've solved it. We solved it, chat. The room went silent until the bloodhouse keeper barked a loud laugh. Excuse me? Winston asked. So your suggestion is that we throw some poor kid to the wolves so the rest of us can escape? This is your brilliant suggestion? Thomas refused to admit how bad that sounded, but an idea hit him. Yes, Winston, I'm glad you're so good at paying attention. He ignored the glare that got him. And it seems obvious who the poor kid should be. Oh yeah? Winston asked. Who? Thomas folded his arms. Me. I didn't see that one coming. All right, my prediction at the top of the page about a paragraph or two ago, right out the window, totally out the window. Good old Thomas. It is his plan after all, right? Okay. So I mean, it seems like everything should go pretty smoothly at this point. We have all the pieces. Minho will lead the gang to the Griever hole at the cliff because he knows exactly how to get there. Thomas, at this point, may have already sacrificed himself to the Grievers so that they can all make it there. Then all they have to do is make a quick jump, punch in a code. They're home free. It sounds so easy, Chad. It sounds so easy. I'm sure we can do it in like 10 pages. We don't need the 30 pages that are left, right? What's going to go wrong? What exactly is going to go wrong? That's the question. That is certainly and indeed, indubitably the question. Unfortunately for us, using our brains, we do know that Thomas is certainly going to survive. So I'm still thinking that Albie's going to be the one who's going to be sacrificed for the Grievers. 52. The meeting erupted into a chorus of arguments. Newt was very calmly stood up, walked over to Thomas, and grabbed him by the arm. He pulled him toward the door. You're leaving. Now. Thomas was stunned. Leaving? Why? Think you've said enough for one meeting. We need to talk and decide what to do. Without you here. He's not a keeper. They had reached the door, and Newt gave him a gentle push outside. Wait for me by the box. When we're done, you and I'll talk. See, he's not being mean about it. He just needs to be stern. He just needs the group to know that, like, now settle down, settle the fuck down. Thomas is out. Now it's time for us to deliberate. And not to say that Thomas is not an adult, but as adults, that's all it is. Thomas with his novelty, like I said, it just comes off as a bit naive, a bit childlike in wonder and awe. That's all. That's all. No offense, Tom. No offense, Tommy boy. He started to turn around, but Thomas reached out and grabbed him. You gotta believe me, Newt. It's the only way out of here. We can do it, I swear. We're meant to. Newt got in his face and spoke in an angry whisper. Yeah, I especially love the bit where you volunteered to get yourself killed. Perfectly willing to do it. Thomas melted, but only because of the guilt that racked him. Guilt that he'd somehow helped design the maze. But deep down, he held on to the hope that he could fight long enough for someone to punch in the code and shut down the grievers before they killed him. Open the door. Oh, really? Newt asked, seeming irritated. Mr. Noble himself, aren't you? I have plenty of my own reasons. In some ways, it's my fault. We're here in the first place. He stopped, took a breath to compose himself. Anyway, I'm going no matter what, no matter what, so you better not waste it. Newt frowned, his eyes suddenly filled with compassion. You really did help design the maze, Tommy. It's not your fault. You're a kid. You can't help what they forced you to do. But it didn't matter what Newt said, what anyone said. Thomas bore the responsibility anyway. And it was going heavier the more he thought about it. I just feel like I need to save everyone. To redeem myself. Newt stepped back, slowly shaking his head. You know what's funny, Tommy? What? Thomas replied, wary. I actually believe you. You just don't have an ounce of lying in those eyes of yours. And I can't bloody believe I'm about to say this. He paused. But I'm going back in there to convince those shanks we should go through the griever hole, just like you said. Might as well fight the grievers rather than sit around letting them pick us off one by one. He held up a finger. But listen to me. I don't want another bugging word about you dying and all that heroic clunk. If we're going to do this, we'll take our chances, all of us. You hear me? Thomas held up his hands, overwhelmed with relief, loud and clear. I was just trying to make the point that it's worth the risk. If someone's going to die every night anyway, we might as well use it to our advantage. Newt frowned. Well, ain't that just cheery? And if they go during the day, maybe no one has to die, right? Like if they go and they deliberate and they figure out, okay, they do this tomorrow. We go and do this tomorrow. Maybe nobody else has to die. See. There's the solution. You have to do it. Please. Newt, you can do it. You can save all of us. Thomas turned to walk away, but Newt called out to him. Tommy? Yeah? He stopped, but didn't look back. If I can convince those shanks, and that's a big if, the best time to go would be at night. We can hope that a lot of the grievers might be out and about in the maze, not in that hole of theirs. Good that, Thomas agreed with him. He just hoped Newt could convince the keepers. He turned to look at Newt and nodded. Newt smiled, a barely there crack in his worried grimace. We should do it tonight, before anyone else is killed. And before Thomas could say anything, Newt disappeared back into the gathering. Thomas, a little shocked at the last statement, left the homestead and walked into an old bench near the box and took a seat. His mind a whirlwind. He kept thinking of what Albie had said about the flare and what it could mean. The older boy had also mentioned burned earth and a disease. Thomas didn't remember anything like that, but if it was all true, the world they were trying to get back to didn't sound so good. Still, what other choice did they have, besides the fact that the grievers were attacking every night, and the glade had basically shut down? So maybe Tommy, and Teresa have been T and T. Teresa. Oh, but their names aren't even real. Anyway, so maybe they were with the creators from like their birth, and all the other guys came from outside whatever compound that this maze was developed in. So Teresa, Tommy here in the compound, not exposed to the horrible things happening out in the world, and then all these other kids were grabbed out from like the regular world, possibly. Frustrated, worried, tired of his thoughts, he called out to Teresa. Can you hear me? Yeah, she replied. Where are you? By the box. I'll come in a minute. Thomas realized how badly he needed her company. Good. I'll tell you the plan. I think it's on. What is it? Thomas leaned back on the bench and put his right foot up on his knee, wondering how Teresa would react to what he was going to say. We gotta go through the griever hole. Use that code to shut the grievers down and open a door out of here. A pause. I figured it was something like that. Thomas thought for a second and then added, unless you've got any better ideas. No, it's gonna be awful. He punched his right fist against his other hand, even though he knew she couldn't see him. We can do this. Doubtful. Well, we have to try. Another pause, this one longer. He could feel her resolve, her right. I think we're leaving tonight. Just come out here and we can talk more about it. I'll be there in a few minutes. Thomas's stomach tightened into a knot. The reality of what he had suggested, the plan Newt was trying to convince the keepers to accept, was starting to hit him. He knew it was dangerous, but the idea of actually fighting the grievers, not just running from them, was terrifying. The absolute best case scenario was that only one of them would die, but even that couldn't be trusted. Maybe the creators would just reprogram the creatures, and then all bets were off. He tried not to think about it. Sooner than Thomas expected, Teresa had found him and was sitting next to him, her body pressed against his, despite plenty of room on the bench. She reached out and took his hand. He squeezed back so hard he knew it must have hurt. Tell me, she said. Thomas did, reciting every word he told the keepers, hating how Teresa's eyes filled with worry and terror. The plan was easy to talk about, he said after he told her everything. But Newt thinks we should go tonight. Doesn't sound so good now. It especially terrified him to think about Chuck and Teresa out there. He'd faced the Grievers down already and knew all too well what it was like. He wanted to be able to protect his friends from the horrible experience, but he knew he couldn't. We can do it, she said in a quiet voice. Hearing her say that only made him worry more. Holy crap, I'm scared. Holy crap, you're human. You should be scared. Thomas didn't respond, and for a long time they just sat there, holding hands, no word spoken, in their minds or aloud. He felt the slightest hint of peace, as fleeting as it was, and tried to enjoy it for however long it might last. A nice little moment, just a nice little moment before shit goes down. Chapter 53. Thomas was almost sad when the gathering finally ended. When Newt came out of the homestead, he knew that the time for rest was over. The keeper spotted them and approached at a limping run. Thomas noticed he'd let go of Teresa's hand without thinking about it. Newt finally came to a halt and crossed his arms over his chest as he looked down at them sitting on the bench. This is bloody nuts, you know that, right? His face was impossible to read, but there seemed to be a hint of victory in his eyes. Thomas stood up, feeling a rush of excitement flooding his body. So they agreed to go. Newt nodded. All of them. It wasn't as hard as I thought it'd be. Those shanks have seen what happened at night with those bloody doors open. We can't get out of the stupid maze. Gotta try something. He turned and looked at the keepers, who started to gather their respective work groups. Now we just have to convince the Gladers. Thomas knew that would be even more difficult than persuading the keepers had been. You think they'll go for it? Teresa asked, finally standing to join them. Not all of them, Newt said, and Thomas could see the frustration in his eyes. Some will stay and take their chances. Guarantee it. But see, the ones that stayed, they're the sacrifice. No, I'm just kidding. We don't sacrifice anyone, except maybe Albie, because Albie's so torn about like just getting out there into the world again. But maybe, possibly Albie, but only because he doesn't want to be out there. We're not talking about sacrifices. Uh, Thomas didn't doubt people would blanch at the thought of making a run for it. Asking him to fight the Grievers was asking a lot. What about Albie? Who knows? Newt responded, looking around the glade, observing the keepers in their groups, unconvinced the bugger really is more scared to go back home than he is of the Grievers. But I'll get him to go with us, don't worry. Thomas wished he could bring back memories of those things that were tormenting Albie, but there was nothing. How are you going to convince him? Newt laughed. I'll make up some clunk. Tell him we'll all find a new life in another part of the world. Live happily ever after. But he knows that there's a disease. It doesn't seem like it was a war. It doesn't seem like it was a nuclear explosion. It just seems like it was some sort of like disease, famine, like that kind of thing. Thomas shrugged. Well, maybe we can. I promised Chuck I'd get him home, or at least find him a home. Yeah, well, Teresa murmured, anything's better than this place. Thomas looked around at the arguments breaking out across the glade. Keepers doing their best to convince people they should take a chance and battle their way through the Griever hole. Some Gladers stomped away, but most seemed to listen and at least consider. So what's next? Teresa asked. They need to convince everybody so they can get going because it needs to happen. This operation needs to happen ASAP in order to reduce the amount of casualties, if there will be casualties at all. Because potentially they can escape a griever, right? But the griever is going to be coming for at least one person. Newt took a deep breath. Figure out who's going, who's staying. Get ready, foods, weapon, all that. Then we go. Thomas, I'd put you in charge since it was your idea, but it's going to be hard enough to get people on your side without making the greenie our leader. No offense. So you just lay low, okay? We'll leave the code business to you and Teresa. You can handle that from the background. Thomas was more than fine with lying low. Finding that computer station and punching the code was more than enough responsibility for him. Even with that much on his shoulders, he had to fight the rising flood of panic he felt. You sure make it sound easy. Teresa had grabbed a stick and was peeling off the bark. But we need backup in case something happens to us. Definitely. Minho and Newt know how the code works. We'll tell them to they have to we'll tell them they have to get them punched into the computer if we well, you know. Thomas didn't want to think about all the bad things that might happen. Not much to plan then, Teresa yawned, as if life were completely normal. Not much at all. Fight the grievers, punch in the code, escape through the door. Then we deal with the creators, whatever it takes. 6 code words. Who knows how many grievers? Teresa broke the stick in half. What do you think Wicked stands for anyway? I told you. I've already told you, chat. I've already told you. World in catastrophe. Killzone. Experiment. What was the last word? Killzone. Killzone. Experiments. What? Right here. Yep. Killzone Experiment Department. World in Catastrophe. Killzone Experiment Department. Wicked is good though. Wicked is good. Thomas felt like he'd been hit in the stomach. For some reason, hearing the word at that moment from someone else knocked something loose in his mind, and it clicked. He was stunned he hadn't made the connection sooner. That sign I saw out in the maze, remember? The metal one with the words stamped on it? Thomas's heart had started to race with excitement. Teresa crinkled her forehead in confusion for a second, but then a light seemed to blink on behind her eyes. Whoa, world in catastrophe, kill zone experiment, department, wicked. Wicked is good. What I wrote on my arm. What does that even mean? No idea, which is why I'm scared to death that what we're about to do is a whole pile of stupid, could be a bloodbath. Everyone knows what they're getting into. Teresa reached out and took his hand. Nothing to lose, remember? Thomas remembered, but for some reason, Teresa's words fell flat. They didn't have much hope in them. Nothing to lose, he repeated. It was right there on the bottom of the page, and I went looking for it. Well, either way, I found it, so I'm good. I'm amazing. I did it, chat. It didn't take very long either. Chapter 54. Just before the normal door closing time, Frypan prepared one last meal to carry them through the night. The mood hanging over the Gladers as they ate couldn't have been more somber or sodden with fear. Thomas found himself sitting next to Chuck, absently picking at his food. Last meals, right? Good old Chuck. So, Thomas, the boy said through a huge bite of mashed potatoes. Who am I nicknamed after? Thomas couldn't help shaking his head. Here they were, about to embark on probably the most dangerous task of their lives. And Chuck was curious how he'd gotten his nickname. I don't know. Darwin, maybe? The dude who figured out evolution. I bet no one's ever called him a dude before. Chuck took another big bite. It seemed to think that this was the best time to talk, full mouth and all. Good old Chuck, don't ever change, you son of a bitch. You know, I'm really not all that scared. I mean, last few nights sitting in the homestead just waiting for a griever to come in and steal one of us was the worst thing I've ever done. At least now we're taking it to them, trying something. And at least what? Thomas asked. He didn't believe for a second that Chuck wasn't scared. It almost hurt to see him acting brave. Thomas, it's okay. Let him be brave. Well, everyone's speculating they can only kill one of us. Maybe I sound like a shuck, but it gives me some hope. At least most of us will make it through. Just leaves one poor sucker to die. Better than all of us. A little bit of hope that Chuck has. Hopefully, no one dies, is what I'm saying. It made Thomas sick to think people were hanging on to that hope. Yep. Just one person dying. The more he thought about it, the less he believed it was true. The creators knew the plan. They might reprogram the grievers, but even false hope was better than nothing. Maybe we can all make it, as long as everyone fights. Chuck stopped stuffing his face for a second and looked at Thomas carefully. You really think that? Are you just trying to cheer me up? Anything's possible, Chuck. Anything's possible. Damn it. We can do it. Thomas ate his last bite, took a big drink of water. He never felt like such a liar in his life. People were going to die, but he was going to do everything possible to make sure Chuck wasn't one of them. And Teresa, don't forget my promise. You can still plan on it. Chuck frowned. Big deal. I keep hearing the words in clunky shape. Hey, maybe so, but we'll find the people who care about us. You'll see. Chuck stood up. Well, I don't want to think about it, he announced. Just get me out of the maze and I'll be one happy dude. Got it, Chuck. Good that, Thomas agreed. Commotion from the other tables caught his attention. Newt and Albie were gathering the Gladers, telling everyone it was time to go. Albie seemed mostly himself, but Thomas still worried about the guy's mental state. In Thomas's mind, Newt was in charge, but he could also be a loose cannon sometimes. The icy fear and panic Thomas had experienced so often in the last few days swept over him once again in full force. This was it. They were going. Try not to think about it, to just act. He grabbed his backpack. Chuck did the same, and they headed for the west door, the one leading to the cliff. Thomas found Minho and Teresa talking to each other near the left side of the door, going over the hastily made plans to enter the escape code once they got into the hole. Shanks ready? Minho said. You Shanks ready? Minho asked when they came up. Thomas, this was all your idea, so it better work. If not, I'll kill you before the grievers can. Thanks, Thomas said, but he couldn't shake the twisting feeling in his gut. What if somehow he was wrong? What if the memories he had had were false ones, planted somehow? The thought terrified him, and he pushed it aside. There was no going back. He looked at Teresa, who shifted from foot to foot, wringing her hands. You okay? He asked. I'm fine, she answered with a small smile, clearly not fine at all, just anxious to get this over with. Amen, sister, Minho said. He looked the calmest to Thomas. The most confident, the least scared. Thomas envied him. When Newt finally had everyone gathered, he called for quiet, and Thomas turned to hear what he had to say. There are 41 of us. He pulled the backpack he was holding onto his shoulders and hoisted a thick wooden pole with barbed wire wrapped around its tip. The thing looked deadly. Make sure you've got your weapons. Other than that, it isn't a whole lot to bug and say. You've all been told the plan. We're gonna fight our way through to the Griever hole. Tommy here is gonna punch in his little magic code, and then we're gonna get payback on the creators. Simple as that. Thomas barely heard Newt, having seen Albie sulking over to the side, away from the main group of the Gladers, alone. Albie picked at a string of Albie picked at the string of his bow while he stared at the ground. A quiver of arrows hung over his shoulder. Thomas felt a rising tide of worry that somehow Albie was unstable, that somehow he'd screw everything up. He decided to watch him carefully if he could. Yeah, if he really doesn't want people making it back out to the outside world, what if he thinks that it's better if you die here with me instead? No, I'm just, oh my god, please no, please Albie, no. The horrible things that could potentially happen. We still have so much to go. No, no, no. Stop it. Don't let it happen. We have about 25 pages to go, chat. Almost there. Quickly reaching the end. What an interesting book this has been. Very good story. Now I'm definitely curious about the following books, but this is definitely the highest recommended one by my little Kit Yanos. Shouldn't someone give a pep talk or something? Minho asked, pulling Thomas's attention away from Albie. Go ahead, Newt replied. Minho nodded and faced the crowd. Be careful, he said dryly. Don't die. Thomas would have laughed if he could, but he was too scared for it to come out. Great, we're all bloody inspired, Newt answered, then pointed over his shoulder toward the maze. You all know the plan. After 2 years of being treated like mice, tonight we're making a stand. Tonight we're taking the fight back to the creators. No matter what we have to go through to get there, tonight the grievers better be scared. Someone cheered, and then someone else. Soon shouts and battle calls broke out, rising in volume, filling the air like thunder. Thomas felt a trickle of courage inside him. He grasped it, clung to it, urged it to grow. Newt was right. Tonight they'd fight. Tonight they'd make their stand once and for all. Thomas was ready. He roared with the other Gladers. He knew they should probably be quiet, not bring any more attention to themselves. But he didn't care. The game was on. Newt thrust his weapon into the air and yelled, Hear that, creators? We're coming! And with that, he turned and ran into the maze, his limp barely noticeable. Into the gray air that seemed darker than the glade, full of shadows and blackness, the Gladers around Thomas, still cheering, picked up their weapons and ran after him. So, Newt's Newt's limp was definitely more like mental than anything else. It probably wasn't even really there. Honestly, he probably could have been a runner. Probably could have gone back out into the maze and done his job. And with that, he turned and ran into the maze, his limp barely noticeable, into the gray air that seemed darker than the glade, full of shadows and blackness. The gladers around Thomas still cheering, picked up their weapons and ran after him. Even Albie. Thomas followed, falling into line between Teresa and Chuck, hefting a big wooden spear with a knife tied at its tip. The sudden feeling of responsibility for his friends almost overwhelmed him, made it hard to run. But he kept going, determined to win. You can do this, he thought. Just make it into that hole. Come on, Al. Well, not. Okay, Albie too. Come on, Chuck. You can do it. Chuck, you got this. Teresa's strong. She's got this. But Chuck, we believe in you. Chuck, come on. You can do this, buddy. Chapter 55. Thomas kept a steady pace as he ran with the other gladers along the stone pathways toward the cliff. He'd grown used to running the maze, but this was completely different. The sounds of shuffling feet echoed up the walls, and the red lights of the beetle blades flashed more menacing in the ivy. The creators were certainly watching, listening. One way or another, this was going to be a fight. Yep. Damn. Here we are. Scared? Teresa asked him as they ran. This is a mental telepathy conversation. No, I love things made out of blubber and steel. Can't wait to see them. He felt no mirth or humor and wondered if there'd ever be a time again when he would. So funny, she responded. She was right next to him, but his eyes stayed glued up ahead. We'll be fine. Just stay close to me and Minho. Ah, my knight in shining armor. What, you don't think I can fend for myself? We know you can. Don't worry, Teresa. Actually, he thought, quite the opposite. Teresa seemed as tough as anybody there. No, I'm just trying to be nice. The group was spread out across the full width of the corridor, running at a steady but quick pace. Thomas wondered how long the non-runners would hold up. As if in response to the thought, Newt fell back, finally tapping Minho on the shoulder. You lead the way now, Thomas heard him say. Damn, he's out of shape. Minho nodded and ran to the front, guiding the gladers through all the turns necessary. Every step was agonizing for Thomas. What courage he'd gathered had turned to dread, and he wondered when the Griever would finally give chase. Wondered when the fight would begin. I mean, he needs to be. He needs to stay back so that he can keep an eye on Chuck and Teresa, and maybe also keep an eye on Albie. Make sure nothing bad happens there. But at the same time, this is his plan. Shouldn't he be the one leading at the head, or at least running up front with Minho? Hmm. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't really matter. And so it went for him as it kept moving, those gladers not used to running such distances, gasping in huge gulps of air. But no one quit. On and on they ran with no signs of grievers, and as time passed, Thomas let the slightest trickle of hope enter his system. Maybe they'd make it right before getting attacked. Maybe. Finally, after the longest hour of Thomas's life, they reached the long alley that led to the last turn before the cliff. Short corridor to the right that branched off like the stem of the letter T. Here it comes. Here we are, chats. The fight about to begin. Thomas, his heart thumping, sweat sticking his skin, had moved up right behind Minho. There. Okay, good. Teresa at his side. Minho slowed at the corner, then stopped, holding up a hand to tell Thomas and the others to do the same. Then he turned, a look of horror on his face. You hear that? He whispered. Thomas shook his head, trying to squash the terror Minho's expression had given him. They're all there. All of them. Every single last one of the Minho crept ahead and peeked around the sharp edge of stone, looking toward the cliff. Thomas had seen him do that before, when they'd followed a griever to this very spot. Just like that time, Minho jerked back and turned to face him. Oh no, the keeper said through a moan. Oh no. Then Thomas heard it. Griever sounds. It was as if they'd been hiding, waiting, and now were coming to life. He didn't even have to look. He knew what Minho was going to say before he said it. There's at least a dozen of them, maybe 15. He reached up and rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. They're just waiting for us. The icy chill of fear bit Thomas harder than ever before. Looked over at Teresa, about to say something, but stopped when he saw the expression on her pale face. He'd never seen terror present itself so starkly. Newt and Albie had moved up the line of waiting gladers to join Thomas and the others. Apparently, Minho's pronouncement had already been whispered through the ranks because the first thing Newt said was, "Well, we knew we'd have to fight." The tremor in his voice gave him away. He was just trying to say the right thing. Thomas felt it himself. It'd been easy to talk about the nothing to lose fight, the hope that just one of them would be taken, the chance to finally escape. But now it was here, literally around the corner. So at this point, he can't. They have to hold back. They need people to go in and distract the grievers so that he and Teresa and whoever else is gonna go and try attempt the code Minho um have a some sort of like hallway, some sort of opportunity to even run past all of them. They have to. They're the elite team, the elite squad, waiting for their chance to break in. But now it was here, literally around the corner. Doubts that he could go through with it seeped into his mind and heart. He wondered why the Grievers were just waiting. The Beetle Blades had obviously let them know the Gladers were coming. Were the creators enjoying this? He had an idea. Maybe they've already taken a kid back at the Glade. Maybe we can get past them. Why else would they just be sitting? A loud noise cut from a loud noise from behind cut him off. He spun to see more Grievers moving down the corridor toward them, spikes flaring, metal arms groping, coming from the directions of the glade. Thomas was just about to say something when he heard sounds from the other end of the long alley. He looked to see yet more Grievers. The enemy was on all sides, blocking them off completely. The Gladers surged towards Thomas, forming a tight group, forcing him to move out into the open intersection where the cliff corridor met the long alley. He saw a pack of Grievers between them and the cliff, spikes extended, their moist skin pulsing in and out, waiting, watching. The other two groups of Grievers had closed in and stopped just a few dozen feet from the Gladers, also waiting, watching. Thomas slowly turned in a circle, fought the fear as he took it all. Oh my God, they're surrounded. Fought the fear as he took it all in. They were surrounded. They had no choice now. There was nowhere to go. A sharp, pulsing pain throbbed behind his eyes. The Gladers compressed into a tighter group around him, everyone facing outward, huddled together in the center of the T intersection. Thomas was pressed between Newt and Teresa. He could feel Newt trembling. No one said a word. The only sounds were the eerie moans and whirs of machinery coming from the Grievers sitting there as if enjoying their little trap they'd set for the humans. Their disgusting bodies heaved in and out with mechanical wheezes of breath. "What are they doing?" Thomas called out to Teresa. "What are they waiting for?" She didn't answer, which worried him. He reached out and squeezed her hand. The Gladers around him stood silent, clutching their meager weapons. Thomas looked over at Newt. "Got any ideas?" "No," he replied in the voice with just the tiniest bit shaky. "I don't understand what they're bloody waiting for." "You shouldn't have come," Albie said. He'd been so quiet. His voice sounded odd, especially with the hollow echo the maze walls created. Thomas was no one, Thomas was in no mood for whining. They had to do something. "Well, we'd be no better off in the homestead. Hate to say it, but if one of us dies, that's better than all of us." He really hoped that the one person a night thing was true now. Seeing all these grievers close up hit home with an explosion of reality. Could they really fight them all? A long moment passed before Albie replied, "Maybe I should." He trailed off and started walking forward in the direction of the cliff, slowly as if in a trance. Thomas watched in detached awe. He couldn't believe his eyes. "Albie," Newt said, "get back here." Instead of responding, Albie took off running. He headed straight for the pack of grievers between him and the cliff. "Albie!" Newt screamed. Thomas started to say something himself, but Albie had already made it to the monsters and jumped on top of one. Newt moved away from Thomas's side and toward Albie, but 5 or 6 grievers had already burst to life and attacked the boy in a blur of metal and skin. Thomas reached out and grabbed Newt by the arms before he could go any further, then pulled him backward. "Let go!" Newt yelled, struggling to break loose. "Are you nuts?" Thomas shouted. "There's nothing you can do!" 2 more grievers broke from the pack and swarmed over Albie, piling on top of each other, snapping and cutting at the boy as if they wanted to rub it in, showing their vicious cruelty. Somehow, impossibly, Albie didn't scream. Thomas lost sight of the boy as he struggled with Newt. Thankful for the distraction, Newt finally gave up, collapsing backward in defeat. Albie flipped once and for all, Thomas thought, fighting the urge to rid his stomach of its contents. Their leader had been so scared to go back to whatever he'd seen, he'd chosen to sacrifice himself instead. He was gone. Totally gone. Thomas helped steady Newt on his feet. The Glader couldn't stop staring at the spot where his friend had disappeared. "Can't believe it," Newt whispered. "I can't believe you just did that." Thomas shook his head, unable to reply. Seeing Albie go down like that, a new kind of pain he never felt before filled his insides, an ill, disturbed pain. It felt worse than the physical kind, and he didn't even know if it had anything to do with Albie. He'd never much liked that guy. Oh my god. But the thought of what he just seen might but the thought that what he'd just seen might happen to Chuck or Teresa. Minho moved closer to Thomas and Newt, squeezed Newt's shoulder. We can't waste what he did. He turned toward Thomas. We'll fight him if we have to. Make a path to the cliff for you and Teresa. Get in the hole and do your thing. We'll keep him off until you scream for us to follow. Thomas looked at each of the three sets of grievers. Not one had yet made a move toward the gladers, and nodded. Hopefully they'll go dormant for a while. We should only need a minute or so to punch in the code. How can you guys be so heartless? Newt murmured, disgust in his voice surprising Thomas. What do you want, Newt? Minho said. Should we all dress up and have a funeral? Newt didn't respond, still staring at the spot where the grievers seemed to be feeding on Albie beneath them. Thomas couldn't help taking a peek. See, yeah, they didn't just attack him and leave. They're still like on his body. Thomas couldn't help, and so is there still a chance? Are they able to maybe save him? I don't know. I think they killed him. I'm pretty sure they killed him, but I've been wrong before. I'm an old man. Sorry, that made me giggle. I'm such an idiot. Uh, la 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 dee dee dee. Newt didn't respond, still staring at the spot where the grievers seemed to be feeding on Albie beneath him. Thomas couldn't help taking a peek. He saw a smear of bright red on one of the creature's bodies. His stomach turned, and he quickly looked away. Yep, it looks like they actually finished him off. Minho continued. Albie didn't want to go back to his old life. He freaking sacrificed himself for us, and they aren't attacking, so maybe it worked. Maybe we'd be heartless if we wasted it. Newt only shrugged, closed his eyes. Minho turned and faced the huddled group of gladers. Listen up. Number one priority is to protect Thomas and Teresa. Get them to the cliff and hole so... The sounds of grievers revving to life cut him off. Thomas looked up in horror. The creatures on both sides of the group seemed to have noticed them again. Spikes were popping in and out of blubbery skin. Their bodies shuddered and pulsed. Then in unison, the monsters moved forward. Slowly, instrument-tipped appendages unfolding pointed at Thomas and the gladers, ready to kill. Tightening their trap formation like a noose, the grievers steadily charged towards them. Albie's sacrifice had failed miserably. They changed the programming. Unfortunately, sorry. But luckily for Albie, he's not going to have to go back and encounter whatever it is out there in the real world that he really does not want to encounter. So it sucks that it didn't have the effect that he had wished for, keeping everyone safe. But at the same time, rest in peace, Albie, you son of a gun. You did your best. You did your freaking best. Everyone did their best. We can't say that no one didn't try. Chapter 56. Thomas grabbed Minho by the arm. Somehow I have to get through that. Somehow I have to get through that. He nodded toward the rolling pack of grievers between them and the cliff. They looked like one big mass of rumbling, spiked blubber, glistening with flashes of light and steel. They were even more menacing in the faded gray light. Thomas waited for an answer as Minho and Newt exchanged a long glance. The anticipation of fighting was almost worse than the fear of it. They're coming, Teresa yelled. We have to do something. You lead, Newt finally said to Minho, his voice barely more than a whisper. Make a bloody path for Tommy and the girl. Do it. Minho nodded at once, a still look of resolve hardening on his face. Good luck, Minho. Then he turned towards the gladers. We head straight for the cliff. Fight through the middle. Push the shucking things towards the walls. What matters most is getting Thomas and Teresa to the griever hole. As soon as they get to the griever hole and they punch in that freaking code, the grievers stop. Everyone's safe. Okay. Come on, we gotta go. We gotta do it. Thomas looked away from him, back at the approaching monsters. They were only a few feet away. He gripped his poor excuse for a spear. We have to stay close together, he told Teresa. Let them do the fighting. We have to get through that hole. He felt like a coward, but he knew that any fighting and any deaths would be in vain if they didn't get that code punched. The door to the creators opened. I know, she replied. Stick together. Ready? Minho yelled next to Thomas, raising his barbed wire club into the air with one hand, a long silver knife in the other. He pointed the knife at the horde of grievers. A flash glinted off the blade. Now! The keeper ran forward without waiting for a response. Newt went after him, right on his heels, and then the rest of the gladers followed, a tight pack of roaring boys charging ahead to a bloody battle. Weapons raised. Thomas held Teresa's hands, let them all go past, felt them bump him, smelled their sweat, sensed their terror, waiting for the perfect opportunity to make his own dash. Just as the first sounds of boys crashing into the grievers filled the air, pierced with screams and roars of machinery and wood clacking against steel. Chuck ran past Thomas, who quickly reached out and grabbed his arm. Chuck, do your best, stay alive, please. Chuck stumbled backward and looked up at Thomas, his eyes so full of fright. Thomas felt something shatter in his heart. In that split second, he made a decision. Chuck, you're with me and Teresa. He said it forcefully with authority, leaving no room for doubt. Chuck looked ahead and at the engaged battle, but he trailed off, and Thomas knew the boy relished the idea, though he was ashamed to admit it. Thomas quickly tried to save his dignity. We need your help in the Griever Hold in case one of those things is in there waiting for us. Chuck nodded quickly, too quickly. Again, Thomas felt the pang of sadness in his heart. Felt the urge to get Chuck home safely, stronger than he ever felt it before. Okay then, Thomas said. Hold Teresa's other hand. Let's go. Chuck did as he was told, trying so hard to act brave, and Thomas noted, not saying a word, perhaps for the first time in his life. You can do it, Chuck. We believe in you. He's going to live. He's going to live, chat. He's going to freaking live. They've made an opening, Teresa shouted in Thomas's mind. It sent a quick snap of pain shooting through his skull. She pointed ahead, and Thomas saw the narrow aisle forming in the middle of the corridor. Gladers fighting wildly to push the Grievers towards the walls. Now, Thomas shouted. He sprinted ahead, pulling Teresa behind him, Teresa pulling Chuck behind her. Running at full speed, spears and knives cocked for battle, forward into the bloody scream-filled hallway of stone toward the cliff. War raged around them. Gladers fought, panic-induced adrenaline driving them on. The sounds echoing off the walls were a cacophony of terror. Human screams, metal clashing against metal, motors roaring, the haunted shrieks of the Grievers, saws spinning, claws clasping, boys yelling for help. All was a blur, bloody and gray, in flashes of steel. Thomas tried not to look left or right, only ahead, through the narrow gap formed by the Gladers. Even as they ran, Thomas went through the code words again in his mind. Float, catch, bleed, death, stiff, push. Float, catch, bleed, death, stiff, push. Float, catch, bleed, death, stiff, push. They just had to make it a few dozen feet more. Something just sliced my arm, Teresa screamed. Even as she said it, Thomas felt a sharp stab in his leg. He didn't look back, didn't bother answering. The seething impossibility of the predicament was like a heavy deluge of black water flooding around him, dragging him towards surrender. He fought it, pushed himself forward. There was the cliff, opening out into a gray dark sky about 20 feet away. He surged ahead, pulling his friends. Battles clashed on both sides of them. Thomas refused to look, refused to help. A Griever spun directly in his path. A boy, his face hidden from sight, was clutched in his claws, stabbing viciously into the thick, whalish skin, trying to escape. Thomas dodged to the left, kept running. If he can get to the hole, he can turn off the freaking Grievers. He heard a shriek as he passed by, a throat-scorching wail that could only mean that the Glader had lost the fight, met a horrific end. The scream ran on, shattering the air, overpowering the other sounds of war until it faded in death. Thomas felt his heart tremble. Hoped it wasn't someone he knew. Just keep going, Teresa said. I knew it, Thomas shouted back, this time out loud. Oh, he didn't say I knew it. I know, Thomas shouted back, this time out loud. Okay. Just keep going, Teresa said. I know, Thomas shouted back, this time out loud. Someone sprinted past Thomas, bumped him. A Griever charged in from the right, blades twirling. A Glader cut it off. Attacked it with two long swords, metal clacking and clanging as they fought. Thomas heard a distant voice screaming the same words over and over, something about him, about protecting him as he ran. It was Minho, desperation and fatigue radiant in his shouts. Thomas kept going. One almost got Chuck, Teresa yelled, a violent echo in her head. More Grievers came at him. More Gladers helped. Winston had picked up Albie's bow and arrow, flinging the steel-pointed shafts at anything non-human that moved, missing more than he hit. Boys Thomas didn't know ran alongside him, whacking at Griever instruments with their makeshift weapons, jumping on them, attacking. The sounds, clashes, clangs, screams, moaning wails, roars of engines, spinning saws, snapping blades, the screech of spikes against the floor, raising pleas for help. It all grew to a crescendo, became unbearable. Thomas screamed, but he kept running until he made it to the cliff. He skidded to a stop right on the edge. Teresa and Chuck bumped into him, almost sending all three of them to an endless fall. Damn, if it would have ended there, damn, that would have been sad. That would have been the saddest ending. Oh my god. Teresa and in a split second, Thomas surveyed his view of the Griever hole, hanging out in the middle of the thin air, were ivy vines stretching to nowhere. Earlier, Minho and a couple of runners had pulled out ropes of ivy and knotted them into vines still attached to the walls. They then tossed the loose ends over the cliff until they hit the griever hole, where now 6 or 7 vines ran from the stone edge to an invisible rough square, hovering in the empty sky where they disappeared into nothingness. It was time to jump. Thomas hesitated, feeling one last moment of stark terror, hearing the horrible sounds behind him, seeing the illusion in front of him, then snapped out of it. You first, Teresa. He wanted to go last to make sure a griever didn't get her or Chuck. To his surprise, she didn't hesitate. After squeezing Thomas's hand, then Chuck's shoulder, she leaped off the edge, immediately stiffening her legs with her arms by her sides. Thomas held his breath until she slipped into the spot between the cut off ivy ropes and disappeared. It looked as if she'd been erased from existence with one quick swipe. Whoa, Chuck yelled, the slightest hint of his old self breaking through. Good old Chuck. Come on, go. What was right? Thomas said, you're next. Before the boy could argue, Thomas grabbed him under his arm, squeezed Chuck's torso, push off with your legs, and I'll give you a lift. Ready? 1, 2, 3. He grunted with effort, heaved him over toward the hole. Chuck screamed as he flew through the air, and he almost missed the target, but his feet went through. Then his stomach and arms slammed against the side of the invisible hole before he disappeared inside. Poor Chuck. Oh my God. The boy's bravery solidified something in Thomas's heart. He loved the kid. He loved him as if they had the same mom. Brother. Thomas tightened the straps on his backpack. He held his makeshift fighting spear tightly in his right fist. The sounds behind him were awful, horrible. He felt guilty for not helping. Just do your part, he told himself. You gotta go down the hole, damn it. Stealing his nerves, he tapped his spear against the stone ground and planted his left foot on the very edge of the cliff and jumped, catapulting up and into the twilight air. He pulled the spear close to his torso, pointed his toes downward, stiffened his body. Then he hit the hole. Time's running out. Come on, we gotta go. Chapter 57. A line of icy cold shot across Thomas's skin as he entered the griever hole, starting from his toes and continuing up his whole body, as if he jumped through a flat plane of freezing water. The world went even darker around him as his feet thumped into a landing on a slippery surface, then shot out from under him. He fell backward into Teresa's arms. She and Chuck helped him stand. It was a miracle. Thomas hadn't stabbed someone's eye out with this. It was a miracle Thomas hadn't stabbed someone's eye out with a spear. That's exactly what I was thinking when they're all jumping over here and they're talking about him grabbing his makeshift spear. He could have definitely stabbed someone on the way down. The griever hole would have been pitch black if not for the beam of Teresa's flashlight cutting through the darkness. As Thomas got his bearings, he realized they were standing in a 10-foot high stone cylinder. It was damp and covered in shiny, grimy oil, and it stretched out in front of them for dozens of yards before it faded into darkness. Thomas peered up at the hole through which they'd come. It looked like a square window into a deep, starless space. The computer's over there, Teresa said, grabbing his attention. Several feet down the tunnel, she had aimed her light at a small square of grimy glass that shone a dull green screen. Beneath it, a keyboard was set into the wall, angling out enough for someone to type on it with ease of standing. There it was, ready for the code. Go, 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 do it! Thomas couldn't help thinking it seemed too easy, too good to be true. Put in the words, Chuck yelled, slapping Thomas on the shoulder. Hurry! Thomas motioned for Teresa to do it. Chuck and I'll keep watch. Make sure a griever doesn't come through the hole. He just hoped the gladers had turned their attention from making the aisle in the maze to keeping the creatures away from the cliff. Okay, Teresa said. Thomas knew she was too smart to waste time arguing about it. She stepped up to the keyboard and screen, then started typing. Wait, Thomas called to her mind. Are you sure you know the words? She turned to him and scowled. I'm not an idiot, Tom. Yes, I'm perfectly capable of remembering. A large bang from above and behind them cut her off, made Thomas jump. He spun around to see a griever plop through the griever hole, appearing as if by magic from the dark square of black. The thing had retracted its spikes and arms to enter. When it landed with a squishy thump, a dozen sharp and nasty objects popped back out, looking deadlier than ever. Thomas pushed Chuck behind him and faced the creature, holding out his spear as if it would ward it off. Just keep typing, Teresa, he yelled. A skinny metallic rod burst out of the griever's moist skin, unfolding into a long appendage with 3 spinning blades which moved directly towards Thomas's face. He gripped the end of his spear with both hands, squeezing tightly as he lowered the knife-laced point to the ground in front of him. The bladed arm moved within 2 feet, ready to slice his skin to bits. When it was just a foot away, Thomas tensed his muscles and swung the spear up around and toward the ceiling as hard as he could. It smacked the metal arm and pivoted the thing skyward, revolving in an arc until it slammed back into the body of the griever. Ooh, nice, smart, you did it! The monster let out an angry shriek and pulled back several feet, its spikes retracting into its body. Thomas heaved breaths in and out. Nice. Good. Using your freaking brain. Come on, Teresa, you can do it. Maybe I can hold it off, he said quickly to Teresa. Just hurry. I'm almost done, she replied. The Griever's spikes appeared again, and it surged ahead. Another arm popped out of its skin and shot forward, this one with huge claws snapping to grab the spear. Thomas swung, this time from above his head, throwing every bit of strength into the attack. The spear crashed into the base of the claws with a loud clunk and then squishing sound. The entire arm ripped free of its socket. Ooh, nice. These things are kind of cheaply made, falling to the floor. Then, from some kind of mouth that Thomas couldn't see, the Griever let out a long, piercing shriek and pulled back again. The spikes disappeared. These things are beatable, Thomas shouted. But it won't let me enter the last word, Teresa said in his mind. Why? Man, if they would have started fighting these things before, maybe they would have escaped a lot sooner, huh? Barely hearing her, not quite understanding, he yelled out a roar and charged ahead to take advantage of the Griever's movements of weakness. Swinging his spear wildly, he jumped on top of the creature's bulbous body, whacking two metal arms away from him with a loud crack. He lifted the spear above his head, braced his feet, and felt them sink into the disgusting blubber, then thrust the spear down into the monster. Slimy yellow goo exploded from the flesh, splashing over Thomas's leg as he drove the spear as far as it would sink into the thing's body. Then he released the hilt of the weapon and jumped away, running back to Chuck and Teresa. Thomas watched in a sick fascination as the Griever twitched uncontrollably, spewing the yellow oil in every direction. Spikes popped in and out of the skin, its remaining arms swung around in mass confusion, at times impaling its own body. Soon it began to slow, losing energy with every ounce of blood or fuel it lost. A few seconds later, it stopped moving altogether. Thomas couldn't believe it. He absolutely couldn't believe it. He just defeated a Griever, one of the monsters that had terrorized the Gladers for more than 2 years. And so we imagine just how many more of these things there are in the outside world. They're leaving this little safe haven for like things they can't even possibly imagine. What other even more horrible things than grievers exist out there in the world that these shitty creators have like made, you know? But good job. That's definitely a victory for sure. But yeah, just that's just me being a reader thinking about the other books that exist in this series. He glanced behind him at Chuck, standing there with eyes wide. You killed it, the boy said. He laughed, as if that one act had solved all their problems. Wasn't so hard, Thomas muttered, then turned to see Teresa frantically typing away at the keyboard. He knew immediately that something was wrong. What's the problem? He asked, What's the problem? He asked, almost shouting. He ran up to look over her shoulder and saw that she kept typing the word push over and over again, but nothing appeared on the screen. She pointed at the dirty square of glass, empty but for its greenish glow of life. I put in all the words, and one by one they appeared on the screen. Then something beeped and they disappeared, but it won't let me type in the last word. Nothing's happening. Push. Does it have to do with Wicked? Wicked is good. Maybe it has to do with Wicked, because there's a reason why she had that written on her hand after all. Okay, there's nothing I can figure out here. We gotta keep reading. Cold filled Thomas's veins as Teresa's word sank in. Well, why? I don't know. She tried again, then nothing. She tried again, then again. Nothing appeared. Thomas! Chuck screamed from behind them. Thomas turned to see him pointing at the griever hole. Another creature was making its way through. As he watched, it plopped down on top of its dead brother, and another griever started entering the hole. What's taking so long? Chuck cried frantically. You said they'd turn off when you punched in the code. Both grievers had righted themselves and extended their spikes. Both grievers had righted themselves and extended their spikes. It started moving toward them. It won't let us enter the word push, Thomas said absently, not really speaking to Chuck, but trying to think of a solution. I don't get it, Teresa said. The grievers were coming, only a few feet away. Feeling his, feeling his will fade into blackness, Thomas braced his feet and held up his fist half-heartedly. It was supposed to work. The code was supposed to. Maybe you should just push the button, Chuck said. Thomas was so surprised by the random statement that he turned away from the grievers, looked at the boy. Chuck was pointing at a spot near the floor right underneath the screen and keyboard. Before he could move, Teresa was already down there crouching on her knees and consumed by curiosity, by a fleeting hope. Thomas joined her, collapsing to the ground to get a better look. He heard the griever moan and roar behind him, felt a sharp claw grab his shirt, felt a prick of pain, but he could only stare. A small red button was set into the wall only a few inches above the floor. 3 black words were printed there, so obviously he couldn't believe he'd missed it earlier. Kill the maze. Got some words printed. Kill the maze. More pain snapped Thomas out of his stupor. The griever had grabbed him with two instruments, had started dragging him backward. The other had gone after Chuck and was about to swipe at the kid with the long blade. A button. Push! Thomas screamed, louder than he thought possible for a human being to scream, and Teresa did. She pushed the button, and everything went perfectly silent. Then, from somewhere down the dark tunnel, came the sound of a door sliding open. The door to the creators. Chapter 58. Almost all, almost at once, the grievers had shut down completely. Their instruments sucked back through their blubbery skin, their lights turned off, their inside machines dead quiet, and that door. Thomas fell to the floor after being released by his captor's claws, and despite the pain of several lacerations across his back and shoulders, elation surged through him so strongly he didn't know how to react. He gasped, then laughed, then choked on a sob before laughing again. Chuck had scooted away from the grievers, bumping into Teresa. She held him tightly, squeezing him in a fierce hug. You did it, Chuck, Teresa said. We were so worried about the stupid code words, we didn't think to look around for something to push. The last word, the last piece of the puzzle. Good thing Chuck was there. Good job, Chuck. You're amazing. You're fantastic. Thomas laughed again, in disbelief that such a thing could be possible so soon after what they'd gone through. He's right, Chuck. You saved us, man. I told you we needed you. Thomas scrambled to his feet and joined the other two in a group hug, almost delirious. Chuck's a shucking hero. Hell yeah. Chuck, 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 Chuck. What about the others? Teresa said with a nod toward the griever hole. Thomas felt his elation wither, and he stepped back and turned toward the hole. As if in answer to her question, someone fell through the black square. It was Minho, looking as if he'd been scratched or stabbed on 90% of his body. Minho, Thomas shouted, filled with relief. Are you okay? What about everyone else? Minho stumbled toward the curved wall of the tunnel, then leaned there, gulping big breath. We lost a ton of people. It's a mess of blood up there. Then they all just shut down. He paused, taking in a really deep breath and letting it go in a rush of air. You did it. I can't believe it. Actually worked. Newt came through then, followed by Frypan, then Winston and the others. Before long, 18 boys had joined Thomas and his friends in the tunnel, making a total of 21 gladers in all. Every last one of those who stayed behind and fought was covered in griever sludge and human blood, their clothes ripped to shreds. The rest? Thomas asked, terrified of the answer. Half of us, Newt said, his voice weak, dead. No one said a word then. No one said a word for a very long time. You know what? Minho said, standing up a little taller. Half might have died, but half of us shuckin' lived, and nobody got stung, just like Thomas thought. We've got to get out of here. Too many, Thomas thought. Too many by far. His joy dribbled away, turned into deep mourning for the 20 people who'd lost their lives. Despite the alternative, despite knowing that if they hadn't tried to escape it, all of them might have died, it still hurt. Even though he hadn't known them very well, such a display of death, how could it be considered a victory? Let's get out of here, Newt said, right now. Where do we go? Minho asked. Thomas pointed down the long tunnel. I heard the door open, down that way. Tried to push away the ache of it all, the horrors of the battle they just won, the losses. He pushed it away, knowing they were nowhere near safe yet. Well, let's go, Minho answered, and the older boy turned and started walking up the tunnel without waiting for a response. Newt nodded, ushering the other gladers past him to follow. One by one, they went until he remained with Thomas and Teresa. I'll go last, Thomas said. No one argued. Newt went, then Chuck, then Teresa, into the black tunnel. Even the flashlights seemed to get swallowed by the darkness. Thomas followed, not even bothering to look back at the dead grievers. After a minute or so of walking, he heard a shriek from ahead, followed by another, then another. Their cries faded as if they were falling. Murmurs made their way down their line, and finally Teresa turned to Thomas. Looks like it ends in a slide up there, shooting downward. A slide. Oh my god. What a way to build up like a little bit of like the anticipation there. Like, oh, they're all falling and it's just a slide. It's a slide out of the airplane. Thomas's stomach turned at the thought. It seemed like it was a game for whoever had built the place, at least. One by one, he heard the gladers' dwindling shouts and hoots up ahead. Then it was Newt's turn, then Chuck's. Teresa shone her light down on a steeply descending, slick black chute of metal. Guess we have no choice, she said to his mind. Guess not. Thomas had a strong feeling it wasn't a way out of their nightmare. He just hoped it didn't lead to another pack of grievers. Teresa slipped down the slide with an almost cheerful shriek, and Thomas followed her before he could talk himself out of it. Anything was better than the maze. His body shot down a steep decline, slick with an oily goo that smelled awful, like burnt plastic and overused machinery. He twisted his body until he got his feet in front of him, then tried to hold his hands out to slow himself down. It was useless. The greasy stuff covered every inch of the stone. He couldn't grip anything. The screams of the other gladers echoed off the tunnel walls as they slid down the oily chute. Panic gripped Thomas's heart. He couldn't fight off the image that they'd been swallowed up by some gigantic beast and were sliding down its long esophagus, about to land in its stomach at any second. And as if his thoughts had materialized, the smells changed to something more like mildew and rot. He started gagging. It took all his effort not to throw up on himself. The tunnel began to twist, turning in a rough spiral just enough to slow them down. Thomas's feet smacked right into Teresa, hitting her in the head. No, I'm sorry, Teresa. He recoiled, and a feeling of complete misery sank over him. They were still falling. Time seemed to stretch out, endless. Round and around they went down the tube. Nausea burned in his stomach. The squishing of the goo against his body, the smell, the circling motion. He was just about to turn his head to the side to throw up when Teresa let out a sharp cry. Oh, poor girl. He was almost about to vomit all over all of them. This time there was no echo. A second later, Thomas flew out of the tunnel and landed on her. Oh my god, poor girl. Bodies scrambled everywhere, people on top of people, groaning and squirming in confusion as they tried to push away from each other. Thomas wiggled his arms and legs to scoot away from Teresa, then crawled a few more feet to throw up, emptying his stomach. Still shuddering from the experience, he wiped at his mouth with his hand, only to realize it was covered in slimy filth. He sat up, rubbing both hands on the ground, and he finally got a good look at where they had arrived. As he gaped, he saw also that everyone else had pulled themselves together into a group, taking in the new surroundings. Thomas had seen glimpses of it during the changing, but didn't truly remember it until that very moment. They were in a huge underground chamber big enough to hold 9 or 10 homesteads. From top to bottom, side to side, the place was covered in all kinds of machinery and wires and ducts and computers. On one side of the room, to his right, there was a row of 40 or so large white pods that looked like enormous coffins. Across from that, on the other side, stood large glass doors, although the lighting made it look impossible to see what was on the other side. Look, someone shouted, but he'd already seen it, his breath catching in his throat. Goosebumps broke out all over him, a creepy fear trickling down his spine like a wet spider. Directly in front of them, a row of 20 or so darkly twinned shadows stretched across the compound horizontally, one after the other. Behind each one, a person. Some men, some women, all of them pale and thin, sat observing the gladers, staring through glass with squinted eyes. Thomas shuddered, terrified. They all looked like ghosts, angry, starving, sinister apparitions of people who'd never been happy when alive, much less dead. But Thomas knew they were not, of course, ghosts. They were the people who'd sent them all to the glade, the people who'd taken their lives away from them, the creators. So they have like a two-sided mirror. They finally come face to face with these people, the creators. Chapter 59. We're almost done it now, chat. We're almost there. More pages. Thomas took a step backward. Chapter 59. Thomas took a step backward, noticing others doing the same. A deathly silence sucked the life out of the air as every last gleater stared at the row of windows, at the row of observers. Thomas watched. There we Jason. Stay hydrated, chat. Meow, 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 meow. Gotta get the gears all oiled up, you know? The deathly silence sucked the life out of the air as every last glitter stared at the row of windows, at the row of observers. At the row of observers, Thomas watched one of them look down to write something, another reach up to put on a pair of glasses. They all wore black coats over white shirts. The word stitched on the right breast, he couldn't quite make out what it said. None of them wore any kind of discernible facial expression. They were all sallow and gaunt, miserably sad to look upon. They continued to stare at the gladers. A man shook his head. A woman nodded. Another man reached up and scratched his nose, the most human thing Thomas had seen any of them do. Who are those people? Chuck whispered, but his voice echoed through the chamber with a raspy edge. The creators, Minho said. Then he spat on the floor. I'm gonna break your faces, he screamed so loudly Thomas almost held his hands over his ears. What do we do? Thomas asked. What are they waiting on? They've probably revved the grievers back up, Dude said. They're probably coming right. A loud, slow beeping sound cut him off, like the warning alarm of a huge truck driving in reverse. But much more powerful. It came from everywhere, booming and echoing throughout the chamber. What now? Chuck asked, not hiding his concern in his voice. For some reason, everyone looked at Thomas. He shrugged in answer. He'd only remembered so much, and now he was just as clueless as anyone else, and scared. He craned his neck as he scanned the place top to bottom, trying to find the source of the beeps. But nothing had changed. Then out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the other gladers looking in the direction of the doors. He did as well. His heart quickened when he saw that one of the doors was swinging open toward them. The beeping stopped, and a silence as deep as outer space settled on the chamber. Thomas waited without breathing, braced himself for something horrible to come flying through the door. But they passed the test. They passed the test. So there's obviously something horrible that they're moving on to next in the next book, but they passed the test. So at the very least, I don't think any of them are going to continue dying here now. Maybe in the future, in the next book, they will. But I think that they should be fine, right? They should be. They should be. Because remember, he said that the creators needed them for something even greater in the future. That's why they were doing this test at all. So they're not going to murder any of these people that lived, right? Right? Instead, two people walked into the room. One was a woman, an actual grown up. She seemed very ordinary, wearing black pants, a button down white shirt with a logo on the breast. Wicked, spelled in blue capital letters. Wicked is good. Her brown hair was cut at the shoulder, and she had a thin face with dark eyes. As she walked toward the group, she neither smiled nor frowned. It was almost as if she didn't notice or care that they were standing there. I know her, Thomas thought. But it was a cloudy kind of recollection. He couldn't remember her name or what she had to do with the maze, but she seemed familiar, and not just her looks, but the way she walked, her mannerisms, stiff without a hint of joy. She stopped several feet in front of the gladers and slowly looked left to right, taking them all in. The other person standing next to her was a boy wearing an overly large sweatshirt, its hood pulled up over his head, concealing his face. It's Kenny! They killed Kenny, you bastards. Welcome back, the woman finally said. Over 2 years and so few dead. Amazing. So few dead, they lost 20 people. What are you talking about? And then not even to mention the other people that died inside the freaking glade. Thomas felt his mouth drop open. Felt anger red in his face. Yep, here it comes. Excuse me? Newt asked. Her eyes scanned the crowd again before falling on Newt. Everything has gone according to plan, Mr. Newton, although we expected a few more of you to give up along the way. She glanced over at her companion, then reached out and pulled the hood off the boy. He looked up, his eyes wet with tears. Every glader in the room sucked in a breath of surprise. Thomas felt his knees buckle. It was Gally. Thomas blinked, then rubbed his eyes like something out of a cartoon. He was consumed with shock and anger. It was Gally? What's he doing here? Minho shouted. He got kidnapped. He was abducted by the grievers, remember? You're safe now, the woman responded, as if she hadn't heard him. Please be at ease. At ease, Minho barked. Who are you telling us to be at ease? We want to see the police, the mayor, the president, somebody. Thomas worried what Minho might do. Then again, Thomas kind of wanted him to go punch her in the face. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at Minho. You have no idea what you're talking about, boy. I'd expect more maturity from someone who's passed the maze trials. Her condescending tone shocked Thomas. Minho started to retort, but Newt elbowed him in the gut. Gally, Newt said. What's going on? The dark-haired boy looked at him. His eyes flared for a moment, his head shaking slightly, but he didn't respond. Something's off with him, Thomas thought. Worse than before. The woman nodded as if proud of him. One day, you'll all be grateful for what we've done for you. I can only promise this and trust your minds to accept it. If you don't, this whole thing was a mistake. Dark times, Mr. Newton. Dark times. She paused. There's, of course, one final variable. She stepped back. Thomas focused on Gally. The boy's whole body trembled, his face pasty white, making his wet red eyes stand out like bloody splotches on paper. His lips pressed together, the skin around them twitched as if he were trying to speak but couldn't. Gally? Thomas asked, trying to suppress his complete hatred for him. Words burst from Gally's mouth. They can control me. I don't. His eyes bulged. A hand went to his throat as if he were choking. I have to. Each word was a croaking cough. Then he stilled his. Then he stilled his face, calming his body, relaxing. It was just like Albie in bed, back in the glade, after he went through the changing. The same type of thing happened to him. What did it? Thomas didn't have time to finish his thought. Gally reached behind himself, pulled something long and shiny from his back pocket. The lights of the chamber flashed off the silvery surface, a wicked looking dagger gripped tightly in his fingers. With unexpected speed, he reared back and threw the knife at Thomas. As he did so, Thomas heard a shout to his right, sensed movement toward him. Blade windmilled, its every turn visible to Thomas, as if the world had turned to slow motion. As if as if it did so for the sole purpose of allowing him to feel the terror of seeing such a thing. The knife came on the knife came, flipping over and over, straight at him. A strangled cry was forming in his throat. He urged himself to move, but he couldn't. So they're having Gally kill Thomas? Why? What the heck? Creators are a bunch of fucking assholes. Then, inexplicably, Chuck was there. No, 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 no. Why? God damn it. Ugh, stupid fucking. Ugh. Chuck was there, diving in front of him. Thomas felt as if his feet had been frozen in blocks of ice. He could only stare at the scene of horror unfolding before him, completely helpless. With a sickening, wet thunk, the dagger slammed into Chuck's chest, bearing itself to the hilt. The boy screamed, fell to the floor, his body already convulsing. Blood poured from the wound, dark crimson. His legs slapped against the floor, feet kicking aimlessly with unrushing death. Red spit oozed from between his lips. Thomas felt as if the world were collapsing around him, crushing his heart. He fell to the ground, pulled Chuck's shaking body into his arms. Chuck! He screamed. His voice felt like acid ripping through his throat. Chuck! The boy shook uncontrollably, blood everywhere, wetting Thomas's hands. Chuck's eyes had rolled up in their sockets, dull white orbs. Blood trickled out of his nose and mouth. Chuck, Thomas said, this time a whisper. There had to be something they could do. They could save him. The boy stopped convulsing, stilled. His eyes slid back into normal position, focused on Thomas, clinging to life. Thomas. It was one word, barely there. Hang on, Chuck, Thomas said. Don't die. Fight it. Someone get help. Nobody moved. Deep inside, Thomas knew why. Nothing could help now. It was over. Black spots swam before Thomas's eyes. The room tilted and swayed. No, he thought. Not Chuck. Not Chuck. Anyone but Chuck. Thomas, Chuck whispered. Fine. My mom. A racking cough burst from his lungs, throwing a spray of blood. Tell her. He didn't finish. His eyes closed. His body went limp. One last breath wheezed from his mouth. Thomas stared at him, stared at his friend's lifeless body. Something happened within Thomas. It started deep down in his chest, a seed of rage, of revenge, of hate, something dark and terrible. And then it exploded, bursting through his lungs, through his neck, through his arms and legs, through his mind. He let go of Chuck, stood up trembling, turned his face to their new visitors. And then Thomas snapped. He completely and utterly snapped. He rushed forward, threw himself on Gally, gasping with his fingers like claws. He found the boy's throat, squeezed, fell to the ground on top of him. He straddled the boy's torso, gripped him with his legs so he couldn't escape. Thomas started punching. He held Gally down with his left hand, pushing down on the boy's neck as his right fist rained punches upon Gally's face, one after another, down and down and down, slamming his bald knuckles into the boy's cheek and nose. There was crunching, there was blood, there were horrible screams. Thomas didn't know which were louder, Gally's or his own. He beat him as he released every ounce of rage he'd ever owned. And then he was being pulled away by Minho, and knew his arms still flailing, even when they only hit air. They dragged him across the floor. He fought them, squirmed, yelled to be left alone. His eyes remained on Gally, lying there, still. Thomas could feel the hatred pouring out of him, as if a visible line of flame connected them. And then, just like that, it all vanished. There were only thoughts of Chuck. He threw off Minho's and Newt's grip, ran to the limp, lifeless body of his friend. He grabbed him, pulled him back into his arms, ignoring the blood, ignoring the frozen look of death on the boy's face. No! Thomas shouted, sadness consuming him. No! And Teresa was there, put her hand on his shoulder. He shook it away. I promised him, he screamed, realizing even as he did so, his voice was laced with something wrong, almost insanity. I promised I'd save him, take him home. I promised him. Teresa didn't respond, only nodded, her eyes cast to the ground. Thomas hugged Chuck to his chest, squeezed him as tightly as possible, as if that could somehow bring him back, or show thanks for saving his life, or being his friend when no one else would. Thomas cried, wept like he never wept before. His great, racking sobs echoed through the chamber like the sounds of tortured pain. Damn, what a fucking stupid fucking book. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. That's all I gotta say about that, chat. That's all I have to fucking say. Stupid fucking gal, you dumb sack of crap. Ugh. Poor Chuck. You're just doing his best. Rest in peace, Chuck. Rest in peace. Chapter 60. He finally pulled it all back into his heart, sucking in the painful tide of his misery. In the glade, Chuck had become a symbol for him. A beacon that somehow they could make everything right again in the world. Sleep in beds, get kissed goodnight, have bacon and eggs for breakfast, go to a real school, be happy. But now Chuck was gone, and his limp body, to which Thomas still clung, seemed a cold talisman. That not only would those dreams of a hopeful future never come to pass, but that life had never been that way in the first place. That even in escape, dreary days lay ahead, a life of sorrow. His returning memories were sketchy at best, but not much good floated in the muck. Thomas reeled in pain, locked it in somewhere deep inside him. He did it for Teresa, for Newton Minho. Whatever darkness awaited them, they'd be together, and that was all that mattered right then. He let go of Chuck, slumped backward, trying not to look at the boy's shirt, black with blood. He wiped the tears from his cheeks, rubbed his eyes, thinking he should be embarrassed, but not feeling that way. Finally, he looked up, looked at Teresa and her enormous blue eyes, with heavy with sadness. Just as much for him as for Chuck, he was sure of it. She reached down, grabbed his hand, helped him stand. Once he was up, she didn't let go, and neither did he. He squeezed, tried to say what he felt by doing so. No one else said a word, most of them staring at Chuck's body without expression, as if they'd moved far beyond feeling. No one looked at Gally, breathing, but still. The woman from Wicked broke the silence. All things happen for a purpose, she said. What a stupid bitch. Shut the fuck up, she said, any sign of malice now gone from her voice. You must understand this. Thomas looked at her, threw all his compressed hatred into the glare, but he did nothing. Teresa placed her other hand on his arm, gripping his bicep. What now? She asked. I don't know, he replied. I can't. The sentence was cut short by a sudden series of shouts and commotion outside the entrance through which the woman had come. She visibly panicked, the blood draining from her face as she turned towards the door. Thomas followed her gaze. Several men and women dressed in grimy jeans and soaking wet coats burst through the entrance with guns raised, yelling and screaming words over each other. It was impossible to understand what they were saying. Their guns, some were rifles, others pistols, looked archaic, rustic, almost like toys abandoned in the woods for years, recently discovered by the next generation of kids ready to play war. Thomas stared in shock as two of the newcomers tackled the wicked woman to the floor. Then one stepped back and drew his gun, aimed. No way, Thomas thought. No. Flashes lit the air. Several shots exploded from the gun, slamming into the woman's body. She was dead. Bloody mess. Damn! Okay. From bad to worse. They get out of the freaking frying pan, and now we're in the fucking fire. Now we have no idea. We have no other leads to go by. We're just here in the world. The safety of the glade, just a distant memory. Wicked was good, remember? Wicked was good. So unfortunately, even though this dumb woman allowed Chuck to die, they could have stopped it. They could have stopped it. Why did they let Gally? Someone was trying to kill Thomas. Did Wicked want Thomas dead? Who is it that wants Thomas dead? Is it just Gally? Is it just Gally and his stupidity? What? This whole scene here is just freaking bullshit. That's all I have to say. Why? 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 Why do they have to kill Chuck? You stupid. Ugh. Thomas took several steps backward, almost stumbled. A man walked up to the gladers as the other in the group spread out around them, sweeping their guns left and right as they shot at the observation windows, shattering them. Thomas heard screams, saw blood, looked away, focused on the man who approached him. He had dark hair, his face young but full of wrinkles around the eyes, as if he spent each day of his life worrying about how to make it to the next. We don't have time to explain, the man said, his voice as strained as his face. Just follow me and run like your life depends on it, because it does. With that, the man made a few motions to his companions, then turned and ran out the big glass doors. His gun held rigidly before him. Gunfire and cries of agony still rattled the chamber, but Thomas did his best to ignore them and follow instructions. Go! One of the rescuers, that was the only way Thomas could think of them, screamed from behind. Unless they're capturing them as well, but they're letting them run on their own for now. For now. After the briefest hesitation, the Gladers followed, almost stomping each other in their rush to get out of the chamber as far away from the grievers and the maze as possible. Thomas, his hand still gripping Teresa's, ran with him. Brent bunched up in the back of the group. They had no choice but to leave Chuck's body behind. Chuck! Thomas felt no emotion. He was completely numb. He ran down a long hallway into a dimly lit tunnel. Up a winding flight of stairs, everything was dark, smelled like electronics. Down another hallway, up more stairs, more hallways. Thomas wanted to ache for Chuck, get excited about their escape, rejoice that Teresa was there with him. But he'd seen too much. There was only emptiness now, a void. He kept going. You have to live. You just have to get out of there for now. Everything will come later. On they ran, some of the men and women leading from ahead, some yelling encouragement from behind. They reached another set of glass doors and went through them into a massive downpour of rain falling from the black sky. The real sky. Actual rain. Nothing was visible, but dull sparkles flashing off the puddles, pounding sheets of water. The leader didn't stop moving until they reached the huge bus, its sides dented and scarred, most of the windows webbed with cracks. So the world's moved on. Maybe it was a war, but even just the famine in itself is enough. But yeah, they're seems like they're eking their meager lives out in like the ruins of something, right? It's a bus that's all beaten up. Rain sluiced down it all, making Thomas imagine a huge beast cresting out of the ocean. Get on! The man screamed. Hurry! They did, forming into a tight pack behind the door as they entered one by one. It seemed to take forever, Gladers pushing and scrambling their way up the 3 stairs and into the seats. Thomas was at the back, Teresa right in front of him. Teresa looked up into the sky, felt the water beat against his face. It was warm, almost hot, had a weird thickness to it. It's not even real rain. What the? Oh, so maybe it's just the climate. Maybe they're just like in a more humid climate. Weird thickness to it. Oddly, it helped break him out of his funk, snap him to attention. Maybe it was just the ferocity of the deluge. He focused on the bus, on Teresa, on escape. We're almost to the door when a hand suddenly slammed against his shoulder, gripping his shirt. He cried out as someone jerked him backward, ripping his hand out of Teresa's. He saw her spin around just in time to watch as he slammed into the ground, throwing up a spray of water. A bolt of pain shot down his spine as a woman's head appeared 2 inches above him, upside down, blocking out Teresa. Greasy hair hung down, touching Thomas, framing a face hidden in shadow. A horrible smell filled his nostrils like eggs and milk gone rotten. The woman pulled back enough for someone's flashlight to reveal her features, pale, wrinkly skin covered in horrible sores, oozing with pus. Sheer terror filled Thomas, froze him. Gonna save us all, the hideous woman said, spit flying out of her mouth, spraying Thomas. Gonna save us from the flare, she laughed, not much more than a hacking cough. The flare. There it is again. And she's got sores all over her face, so she's infected with something. She's sickly. The woman yelped. One of the rescuers grabbed her with both hands and yanked her off of Thomas, who recovered his wits and scrambled to his feet. He backed into Teresa, staring as the man dragged the woman away, her legs kicking weakly, her eyes on Thomas. She pointed at him, called out, "Don't believe a word they tell you. Gonna save us from the flare, you are." So his new captors, whoever they are, and then there's these people with sores. When the man was several yards from the bus, he tossed the woman to the ground. "Stay put or I'll shoot you dead," he yelled at her. And then he turned to Thomas. "Get on the bus." Thomas so terrified by their ordeal that his was Thomas so terrified by their ordeal that his body shook, turned and followed Teresa up the stairs and into the aisle of the bus. Wide eyes watched him as they walked all the way to the back seat and plopped down. They huddled together. Black water washed down the windows outside. The rain drummed on the roof. Heavy thunder shook the skies above them. What was that? Teresa said in his mind. Thomas couldn't answer, just shook his head. Thoughts of Chuck flooded him again, replacing the crazy woman, deadening his heart. Just didn't care. Didn't feel any relief after escaping the maze. Chuck. One of the rescuers, a woman, sat across from Thomas and Teresa, the leader who'd spoken to them earlier. One of the rescuers, a woman, sat across from Thomas and Teresa. The leader who'd spoken to them earlier climbed onto the bus and took a seat at the wheel, cranked up the engine. The bus started rolling forward. Just as it did, Thomas saw a flash of movement outside the window. A sore-riddled woman had gotten to her feet, was sprinting toward the front of the bus. She's gonna get hit. Waving her arms wildly, screaming something drowned out by the sounds of the storm. Her eyes were lit with lunacy or terror. Thomas couldn't tell which. He leaned toward the glass of the window as she disappeared from his view up ahead. Wait! Thomas shrieked, but no one heard him. Or if they did, they didn't care. Yep. The driver gunned the engine. The bus lurched as it slammed into the woman's body. A thump almost jolted Thomas out of his seat as the front wheels ran over her, quickly followed by a second thump, the back wheels. Thomas looked at Teresa, saw the sickened look on her face that surely mirrored his own. Without a word, the driver kept his foot on the gas, and the bus plowed forward, driving off into the rain-swept night. What a bunch of bastards these guys are. Some rescuers, huh, chat? All right, chat. Here we go. Chapter 61. The next hour or so was a blur of sights and sounds for Thomas. The driver drove at reckless speeds through towns and cities, the heavy rain obscuring most of the views. So they're going through actual towns and cities now. Interesting. I wonder what they're seeing though. With lights and buildings were warped and watery, like something out of a drug-induced hallucination. At one point, people outside rushed the bus, their clothes ratty, hair matted to their heads. Strange sores like those Thomas had seen on the women covering their terrified faces. They pounded on the sides of the vehicle as if they wanted to get on, wanted to escape whatever horrible lives they were living. The bus never slowed. Teresa remained silent next to Thomas. He finally got up enough nerve to speak to the woman sitting across the aisle. What's going on? He asked, not sure how else to pose it. The woman looked over at him. Wet black hair hung in strings around her face, dark eyes full of sorrow. That's a very long story. The woman's voice came out much kinder than Thomas had expected, giving him hope that she truly was a friend. That all of their rescuers were friends, despite the fact that they'd run over a woman in cold blood. Please, Teresa said, please tell us something. The woman looked back and forth between Thomas and Teresa, then let out a sigh. It'll take a while before you get your memories back, if ever. We're not scientists. We have no idea what they did to you or how they did it. Thomas's heart dropped at the thought of maybe having lost his memory forever, but he pressed on. Who are they? He asked. And the woman with sores warned them not to believe anything that these guys are saying. Very interesting. Very interesting. Do we take their words for what they're worth or with a grain of salt? Started with the sun flares, the woman said, her gaze growing distant. What? Teresa began, but Thomas shushed her. Just let her talk, he said it to her mind. She looks like she will. Okay. Sun flares, really cool. Okay. So sun has flares, little like tendrils of like its plasma that gets shot out, and they can affect the world because the world's part of the solar system. So the cosmic radiation makes its way to Earth, and it can do things to satellites and all kinds of other stuff. Yeah. But I wonder what exactly they mean here, because the virus is called flare. The flare, there's something called the flare out there in the world, and it started with the sun flares. The woman almost seemed in a trance as she spoke, never taking her eyes off an indistinct spot in the distance. The sun flares couldn't have been predicted. Sun flares are normal, but these were unprecedented, massive, spiking higher and higher. And once they were noticed, it was only minutes before their heat slammed into the earth. Yep. The sun is about 7 minutes. It's not light years. So it's 7 minutes of it takes the sun's light 7 minutes to reach the earth is what I'm trying to say here. The speed of light. 7 minutes from the sun to us. And so these flares aren't moving nearly that fast, but still, like once they get going, they got a lot of force behind them. Yep. And I'm just picturing like their prominences, like it's just like tendrils of like plasma all across. I'll send you a picture. It's space. We can make time for some space stuff. Hell yeah. Take me to. Take me to. Take me to. We just need an actual solar flare. We don't need any news reports. Come on. I think the best option is to go to. Poor Chuck. Poor freaking Chuck. I can't fucking believe it. Oh my god. I am so. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Stupid. All right. So we're just going to go ahead and we're just going to add a browser source. No, actually, it's not browser source. We want the capture window, window capture, window capture, window capture. That's the one. All right, chat. That's a solar flare. Solar prominences and such. So fucking cool. Oh my god. I'm so glad we're looking at this right now. What's the music like?
Their energy, they create a magnetic bomb primed to explode.
And it all
And so
started with the
one
solar
magnetic field
flares.
with stored energy sees another magnetic field. Those two look at each other and say, hey, if we connect, we can get rid of a lot of energy. They do so. They reconnect. Wow.
All right, that's enough of that. Let's finish this book chat. It's so cool. Thanks for watching that with me. I love space. I love books. We love math too. The sun flares couldn't have been predicted. Sun flares are normal, but these were unprecedented, massive, spiking higher and higher. And once they were noticed, it was only minutes before their heat slammed into Earth. First, our satellites were burned out, and thousands died instantly. Millions within days, countless miles became wastelands. Then came the sickness. So interesting. I could never have anticipated this being what was going on. The solar flares destroyed the world, and then the sickness came. The flare sickness. What the hell? She paused, took a breath. As the ecosystem fell apart, it became impossible to control the sickness, even to keep it in South America. The jungles were gone, but the insects weren't. People call it the flare now. It's horrible. It's a horrible, horrible thing. Only the richest can be treated. No one can be cured, unless the rumors from the Andes are true. Thomas almost broke his own advice. Questions filled his mind. Horror grew in his heart. He sat and listened as the woman continued. As for you, all of you, you're just a few of millions orphaned. They tested thousands, chose you for the big one, the ultimate test. Everything you lived through was calculated and thought through. Catalysts to study your reactions, your brainwaves, your thoughts, all in an attempt to find those capable of helping us to find a way to beat the flare. To beat the flare. So interesting. She paused again, pulled a string of hair behind her ear. Most of the physical effects are caused by something else. First, the delusions start. Then, animal instincts begin to overpower the human ones. Finally, it consumes them, destroys their humanity. It's all in the brain. The flare lives in their brains. It's an awful thing. Better to die than to catch it. The woman broke her gaze into nothingness and focused on Thomas. Then looked at Teresa. Then Thomas again. We won't let them do this to children. We've sworn our lives to fighting wicked. We can't lose our humanity, no matter the end result. Wicked. Wicked is good, though. She folded her hands in her lap, looked down at them. You'll learn more in time. We live far in the north. We're separated from the Andes by thousands of miles. They call it the Scorch. The Scorch Trials! The Maze Trials! Then there's the Scorch Trial. What the? Oh my god. The Death Cure? It lies between here and there. It's centered mainly around what they used to call the equator. It's just heat and dust now, filled with savages consumed by the flare beyond help. We're trying to cross that land to find the cure, but until then, we'll fight Wicked and stop the experiments and tests. She looked carefully at Thomas, then Teresa. It's our hope that you'll join us. So this is the big test, but yeah, that means that there are other facilities with smaller mazes potentially. And since the Scorch is so they're here with Wicked, here's the Andes where they may have cured things, and then there's the Grand Line, I mean the Red Line, One Piece, and the middle that they have to cross in order to get over there and see what they've discovered. I guess they've lost like most advanced technology at this point, especially yeah with satellites going down for sure. Mm. This is what I'm always talking about though, chat. One little tiny, you think this world is the way that everything's supposed to be? One tiny little thing happens, one cosmic event or one stupid human event, and everything's back to the freaking Stone Ages. You just don't understand. It takes human ingenuity. It takes humanity coming together in order for us to achieve greatness and all these great things. It's not going to be just one nation versus another. It's going to take humanity coming together to really achieve the great things. But I'm just naive. That's all. Right? I just think that we need some novel ideas or something to change things. Maybe. But that's just me. Whatever. She looked away then, gazing out her window. Thomas looked at Teresa, raised his eyebrows in question. She simply shook her head and then laid it on his shoulder and closed her eyes. I'm too tired to think about it, she said. Let's just be safe for now. Maybe we are, he replied. Maybe. Nope, no chance. Not a freaking chance. He heard the soft sounds of her sleep, but he knew that sleep would be impossible for him. He felt such a raging storm of conflicting emotions, he couldn't identify any of them. Still, it was better than the dull void he experienced earlier. He could only sit and stare out the window into the rain and blackness, pondering words like flare and sickness, and experiment and scorch and wicked. He could only sit and hope that these things might be better now that they'd been in the maze. Might be better now than they'd been in the maze. But as he jiggled and swayed with the movements of the bus, he felt Teresa's head thump against his shoulder every once in a while when they hit big bumps, heard her stir and fall back to sleep, heard the murmurs of other conversations from other gladers. His thoughts kept returning to one thing: Chuck. 2 hours later, the bus stopped. They had pulled into a muddy parking lot that surrounded a nondescript building with several rows of windows. The women and other rescuers shuffled the 19 boys and one girl through the front door and up a flight of stairs, then into a huge dormitory with a series of bunk beds lined up along one of the walls. On the opposite side were some dressers and tables. Curtain-covered windows checkered each wall of the room. Thomas took it all in with a distant and muted wonder. He was far past being surprised or overcome by anything ever again. The place was full of color, bright yellow paint, red blankets, screen curtains, and the drab grayness of the glade. After the drab grayness of the glade, it was as if they'd been transported to a living rainbow. Seeing it all, seeing the beds and the dressers all made up and fresh, the sense of normalcy was almost overwhelming. Too good to be true. Mino said it best on entering their new world. I've been shucked and gone to heaven. Thomas found it hard to feel joy, as if he'd betrayed Chuck by doing so. There was something there. Something. And at least Chuck doesn't have to deal with the stupid fucking flare and whatever the hell is going on in this world. And it seems as if it's not really anyone else's fault. They couldn't have stopped the flare, and then, just I suppose technology is just not at a place where they can figure out how to cure. But if they can make these stupid big fucking mazes in the goddamn sky or whatever the hell's going on, then they can certainly cure a freaking disease. Oh my god. I'm upset. Chuck! Sorry, Chuck. Why? Poor guy. Thomas found it hard to feel joy, as if he betrayed Chuck by doing so, but there was something there, something. The bus driving leader left the gladers in the hands of a small staff. 9 or 10 men and women dressed in pressed black pants and white shirts, their hair immaculate, their faces and hands clean. They were smiling. The colors, the beds, the staff. Thomas felt an impossible happiness trying to break through inside him. An enormous pit lurked in the middle of it, though, a dark depression that might never leave. Memories of Chuck and his brutal murder, his sacrifice. But despite that, despite everything, despite all the women on the bus had told them about the world they'd re entered, Thomas felt safe for the very first time since coming out of the box. Beds were assigned, clothes and bathroom things were passed out, dinner was served, pizza. Real bona fide greasy fingers pizza. Thomas devoured each bite, hunger thumping everything else, the mood of contentment, the relief around him palpable. Most of the Gladers had remained quiet through it all, perhaps worried that speaking would make everything vanish. But there were plenty of smiles. Thomas had gotten so used to the looks of despair, it was almost unsettling to see happy faces, especially when he was having such a hard time feeling it himself. Soon after eating, no one argued when they were told it was time for bed. Certainly not Thomas. He felt as if he could sleep for a month. Chapter 62. Here we go, chat. We're on it, on the downward spiral. We're finished. We're done with this book, to be completely honest. Poor Chuck. But who knows what exists in this new world that we've been thrust into. We're not going to find out anytime soon. Scorch Trials and the Death Cure are being put off. We are definitely going for the Maze Cutter and the Godhead Complex before we go ahead and continue on the Path of the Beam. Dark Tower reference, in case you don't know. Definitely drawing of 3 coming up as well for the Dark Tower. Yeah, we've got a lot of good series that we've gotten started here. Good job, chat. Chapter 62. Thomas shared a bunk with Minho, who insisted on sleeping up top. Newton and Frypan were right next to them. The staff put Teresa up in a separate room, shuffling her away before she could even say goodbye. Thomas missed her desperately 3 seconds after she was gone. As he should, his girlfriend. As Thomas was settling into the soft mattress for the night, he was interrupted. Hey, Thomas, Minho said from above him. Yeah? Thomas was so tired the word barely came out. What do you think happened to the Gladers who stayed behind? Death. Thomas hadn't thought about it. His mind had been occupied with Chuck and now Teresa. I don't know, but based on how many of us died getting here, I wouldn't like to be one of them right now. Grievers are probably swarming all over them. He couldn't believe how nonchalant his voice sounded as he said it. You think we're safe with these people? Minho asked. Thomas pondered the question for a moment. There was only one answer to hold on to. Yeah, I think we're safe. Minho said something else, but Thomas didn't hear. Exhaustion consuming him. His mind wandered to his short time in the maze, his time as a runner, and how much he'd wanted it ever since that first night in the glade. It felt like 100 years ago, like a dream. Murmurs of conversation floated through the room, but to Thomas they seemed to come from another world. He stared at the crossed wooden boards of the bed above him, feeling the pull of sleep, but wanting to talk to Teresa. He fought it off. How's your room? He asked in his mind. Wish you were in here. Oh yeah, she replied, with all the stinky boys? Think not. Guess you're right. I think Minho's farted 3 times in the last minute. Thomas knew it was a lame attempt at a joke, but it was the best he could do. He sensed her laughing, wished he could do the same. There was a long pause. I'm really sorry about Chuck, she said finally. Thomas felt a sharp pang and closed his eyes as he sank deeper into the misery of the night. He could be so annoying, he said. He paused, thought of that night when Chuck had scared the crap out of Gally in the bathroom. But it hurts. Feels like I lost a brother. Brother Chuck. I know. I promise. Stop, Tom. What? He wanted Teresa to make him feel better. Say something magic to make the pain go away. Stop with the promised stuff. Half of us made it. We all would have died if we'd stayed in the maze. But Chuck didn't make it, Thomas said. And that's not your fault, Thomas. He had a free will. He wanted to save you. You did your best for him. He did your best for you. He did his best for you. Thomas said. Guilt racked him because he knew for a certainty he would trade any one of the Gladers in that room for Chuck. He died saving you, Teresa said. He made the choice himself. Just don't ever waste it. Thomas felt tears swell under his eyelids. One escaped and trickled down his right temple into his hair. A full minute passed without any words between them. Then he said, Teresa. Yeah? Thomas was scared to share his thoughts, but did. I want to remember you. Remember us, Before. Me too. Seems like he didn't know how to say it after all. I know. Wonder what tomorrow will be like. We'll find out in a few hours. Yeah, well, good night. He wanted to say more, much more. But nothing came. Good night, she said, just as the lights went out. Thomas rolled over, glad it was dark so no one could see the look that had settled across his face. It wasn't a smile exactly, not quite a happy expression, but almost, and for now. It wasn't a smile exactly, not a happy expression, but almost. And for now, almost was good enough. Epilogue. Here we are. Cat, we did it. We made it. We made it to the end. This one, 6.5 hours. Yeah, I thought so. I thought that would be what it was about because that's about how long it took us to get to through the first half of the book. Epilogue. Wicked. Memorandum date. 232.1.20. So this is Blair year 232. 232 years after the world ended. January 27th, 127. If I'm reading this date correctly, it's 232.1.27. So I'm thinking January 27th, the 232nd year after the end of the world. Time 22:45, so that's 10:45 in the evening. To my associates from Ava Page, Chancellor. Thoughts on Maze trials. Group A. Group A. By any reckoning, I think we'd all agree that the trials were a success. 20 survivors, all well qualified for our planned endeavor. The responses to the variables were satisfactory and encouraging. The boys' murder and the rescue proved to be a valuable finale. We needed to shock their systems, see their responses. Honestly, I'm amazed that in the end, despite everything, we were able to collect such a large population of kids that just never gave up. Oddly enough, seeing them this way, thinking that all is well, has been the hardest thing for me to observe. But there's no time for regret. For the good of our people, we will move forward. I know I have my own feelings as to who should be chosen as the leader, but I'll refrain from saying at this time so as not to influence any decisions. But to me, it's an obvious choice. We are all well aware of what's at stake. I, for one, am encouraged. Remember what the girl wrote on her arm before losing her memory? The one thing she chose to clasp onto? Wicked is good. The subjects will eventually recall and understand the purpose of the hard things we've done and plan to do to them. The mission of Wicked is to serve and preserve humanity, no matter the costs. We are indeed good. Please respond with your own reactions. The subjects will be allowed to one full night's sleep before stage 2 implementation. At this time, let's allow ourselves to feel hopeful. Group B's trial results were almost most extraordinary. Group B's trial results were almost most were why I keep reading like that. Group B's trial results were also most extraordinary. I need time to process the data, but we can touch on it in the morning. Until tomorrow, then. End of book 1. So they're happy that Wicked is good is implanted as a seed inside their minds, but we don't know. We don't know what their ultimate goal. And that was Group A. So there's also a Group B that went through something as well. They probably and it seems like they just ended that experiment too. So I suppose all of that will occur in the Scorch trials because they get one full night of sleep. And then they're just going to be immediately sent into whatever the next freaking thing is. Damn, poor guys. Acknowledgements. I like to read these, chat. Editor and friend Stacy Whitman for helping me see what I could not see. Faithful fan Jacoby Nielsen for his feedback and constant support. Fellow authors Brandon Sanderson, Aprilene Pike, Julie Wright, J. Scott Savage, Sarah Czar, Emily Wing Smith, and Anne Bowen for being there. My agent, Michael Bure, for making my dream a reality. Also, sincere thanks to Lauren Abramo and everyone at Distill and Godrich, and Christina Marino for an editing job that defies description. You are a genius, and your name should be on the cover with mine. And then we can read Torch Trials a little bit if we're by Thomas. She screamed at a piercing rattle in his head. He felt the first trickle of fear, but it was more like a dream. He could only sleep, and they were safe now. Nothing to worry about. So something's already happening on page 1 of this book. The other gladers were in the room running around shouting. Thomas dropped to his knees. He knew these dead peoples. They were the ones who'd rescued the gladers just the day before. What the hell? That's the first chapter of Torch Trials. And then the Fever Code. Oh, we're not getting to the Fever Code yet. I think that one happens like way Newt. It snowed the day they killed the boy's parents. I think the Kill Order and the Fever Code, those are prequels. So, damn, okay, well, we just learned something. Spoilers, they killed Newt's parents. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It was there though. It was there. I shouldn't have read it. I'm sorry. Okay, but like I said, Ready Player One. We have the book. We're going to be reading that one. Maybe I'll just do that one in short streams. We also need to do Gunslinger. It's not Gunslinger. Dark Tower. We're going to do Drawing of the Three eventually. I might put that one off a little bit further. So we'll do Ready Player One. We'll probably do, since it was requested. That one was for Harv, and Harv also requested Ready Player One. But since it was requested, I will do. Yeah. That's perfect. Okay. We'll do the Maze Cutter next. The Maze Cutter will be our next book because someone requested it, and they don't have access to the book themselves, is what they told me, and so we will read it for them. Perfect. All right. Okay. So yeah, putting off the Drawing of the Three, Dark Tower. What other books do I have? Nothing that I have planned to read necessarily. Like I said, we definitely plan to read Hardy Boys and like a certain like other amount of topics and stuff like that. But yes, setting concrete things in place, for sure. The next one, I will go to the library and I will get the Maze Cutter. Maybe I'll just get both of them. Yeah, Godhead Complex. I'll just get both of them so I can have them available on hand, ready to go. And so those will be our next books. I'll sprinkle in Ready Player One, and then we'll go from there. We'll just see what else we have. As long as we have things to read, which we always do, we'll be perfectly fine here. Thank you for stopping by, checking us out, watching the stream. I hope you're reading some good books on your own as well. Make sure you're staying hydrated, drinking plenty of water, you're eating some nutritious food. You know, like you gotta stay fed, but you also gotta make sure that you're eating things that are good for you as well, chat. I mean, maybe not always, but you know, like do your best. Do your best. Don't forget, tomorrow's always another day. Don't forget to smile. Wash your freaking hands, soap and hot water. Make sure you kill those germs, all that bacteria. You don't want a flare virus going and spreading because you didn't wash your hands, right? Don't forget to sing a song, sing along, dee 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 dim 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 dee dee dim da 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 dum dum da dim dee dim dee 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 dim da dum da 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 dum da dum da da dum dee 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 dim dee 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 dim da 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 dee 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 dim da dum da da dum meow 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 dee 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 dim. We'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great one. Day, afternoon, morning, night, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Take care. Be well. And don't forget, be kind. Rewind. See you later.